they had just lost Roshan, right? So you'd think like, okay, this is a period where you're gonna like want to delay the game. You're gonna want to avoid making any moves for 5 minutes or whatever.
Right.
They were down 1 hero too, and they smoked, but they smoked to a tier 2 tower. They didn't smoke to kill any heroes, and they just blitzed the tower. A bunch of the enemy heroes TP in, and they just walk away. And to me, like in my mind, all I could think of was like that was a distraction smoke. And so there was like this 2 to 3 minute period where the enemy team was, and I think it was SEA DPC, the enemy team was like running at them, and then also once you've ran at a tower that the enemy team is smoking to, like your creep waves push in, so you have to go do that afterwards. So it's like 3 minutes of this Aegis was just wasted because of this distraction smoke by Fnatic. So I could see them doing that, and it looks a little chaotic, and they all die for that. But the peak to like making a play like that, you can get a lot from that.
Yeah, now it makes also sense because what you just said when I was checking the observer wards killed, how they play around the vision. They're the second most effective team in the Southeast Asian DPC in terms of wards being killed, and the third lowest in terms of their wards being killed. So they're extremely efficient. They know like how to play around their wards in general.
Well, let's talk about Team Liquid, who are going to be their opponents today. We have a little video that might set the scene for that. This is going to be Boxy. Let's see what he has to say.
I think vibe is good. We cannot get knocked out of the tournament because Mind Games unfortunately disqualified. So there's no like real stress, I guess. I think Fnatic, fun to play some team from Southeast Asia. It's been some time. I think it's always fun to play teams from different regions. So I guess we're excited. I don't know. Not too happy, not too sad. Just excited.
Very honest.
There he is.
Yeah, and there he is, the man himself. So yeah. Oh, did he just
Oh.
fall off his chair?
Oh,
Boxy down. We have Boxy down. Zai unconcerned.
T-Governor, hop in. No one will notice.
Well, Blitz is already standing in for somebody, so we can't use him.
Stand in. Blitz. Boxy is gone. Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's
back. Re-emerged.
Trying to find Insania,
Where's my captain?
Trying to find a dub under the table. So he obviously laid back. This is not like there's particularly sort of threat, but obviously they'd like to do as well as possible in the group stage.
Yeah, you don't want to start with too many losses. I think it's okay to start with a couple.
Right.
If you figure out stuff fast and you adapt. My downside for them was that first series, I think they probably felt like they were favored maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
I think Thunder Awaken has been underestimated, and they've been doing well in scrims. So I don't think it was like some 100-0, but I feel like they got most of their bread and butter in those drafts, like Io, Mars, the carry Furion we see Matamba playing. So for them to go 0-2 in that series with what they probably felt like was, oh, these are our power hero guys. Like
I wanted to talk
best
about
stuff.
that actually. Like I made a note of that. I wanted to ask you guys what you think about Spectre in response to Liquid. Like, is Spectre a good hero? And I know for me, maybe I've been underrating it. Have we just been underrating it and it's good? Or is this something that Thunder Awaken came up with that works against Liquid? Because I went through their drafts and I did notice that Liquid, they pick a lot of squishy backliners between their both supports. Yeah. And Zai is almost always on a hero that's like a blink initiator. And so Spectre like counters those types of heroes.
Like if you asked me, I don't know, a week ago, you also couldn't be saying that like, you're on a panel, you're trying to be smart, you want to look good, and you're like, yeah, Spectre, they're going to go for Spectre, and out of 100 games, no one picks Spectre. Yeah. So you kind of forgot about the hero, but looks good. I'm still not like too convinced, but I feel like that was a really good response to what Team Liquid usually have, because they do have like this squishier support that you mentioned. Yeah.
So do you think this is more not necessarily about Spectre as a hero, in terms of its stats and abilities and all the rest of it, how strong it is in the patch, but in terms of what it does against Liquid?
Yeah, particularly against the Liquid and the way they play. Also, just one stat out there, Pugna so far, extremely high win rate, even after the nerfs, slightly below 80%. Team Liquid, they're the team that they don't play the hero. They just don't play it.
Interesting. Well, we have our sideline reporter, Sir Action Slack, standing by at the hotel. Let's see what kind of scoops he's got for us. Jake, can you come in? Can you hear us?
Yeah, geez, yeah, we weren't really ready, but it's all good. Hey, how you doing? Peering Flax and the old...
The bird?
Other guys,
Just
how you
get
guys
on
doing
with
here?
it, man. What are you doing?
Shut up. We're getting ready to do the interviews. They're getting into the booths. Let's take a look at Team Liquid over here. Bird up, my boys. Oh my goodness gracious, look at them. They're plugging in their stuff. Now this is a part of the thing you don't get to see is them plug in their peripherals. They're sponsored.
Thrilling.
I won't say what that is, Thank you so much. They're doing it for us. So yeah, they're just plugging in their things. I think he's changing his hotkeys over there. That's looking pretty hype. Well, that's it. I mean, what do you want me to talk about? They're freaking gamers. What do you want to know? Oh, let's go see Fnatic. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. All right.
Smell.
You're a reporter. You're meant to be uncovering stories.
Jeez, you're like my mom. Get off my back.
Get
I'm
on with
here.
it.
I'm doing it.
Do your homework.
I'm doing it. Oh, excuse me so much. So sorry, sir. So sorry. I if you could just out of the way, please. Thank you. So sorry. Could you move just a little bit more to the right? Thank you. Make sure that you're out of the shot for me. Thanks. A little bit more? Thank you so much. Jeez, amateur hour over here. All right.
I apologize.
Oh my God, we're actually in the room. Fnatic, they're about ready to go. They look solid. They look strong. There's a big box of McDonald's out here. You don't have to follow me, but somebody ordered a bunch of McDonald's like 6 hours ago. I thought it was Fnatic, but it was actually Tier 1. Anyway, I've been eating it for like 20 minutes, but nobody ever ate this, so I'm going to put this in here just in case they want it.
Jake, can you go into that empty booth and tell us what it's like in there? Just to your left, that's empty. Have a seat. Tell us how it feels.
What do you think it's like, Pyrian? It's an empty booth.
Just sit down. Imagine you're a player. Talk about the comfort. How does it smell there? What's the atmosphere?
Oh wow! Oh my God! It smells like a fucking booth.
Pretend you're like Bulba doing a draft. Do a draft.
Okay, Bulba draft. Who could play Storm Spirit? Ember Spirit? Any Spirit? Nobody? Too bad! And that's how it goes, guys, from what we've seen so far. But very interesting, very exciting stuff here on this series. For some real information for you.
Go for it.
Team Spirit. Whatever. Team Liquid, they looked happy, you know? They look like pretty chill. They're trying not to look that chill. But these dudes, Fnatic, they were laughing before. They were laughing. They were snickering, if I will.
Goodness.
So,
Were they pointing anywhere?
no pointing, but it was kind of like, you know, like, you know, what people would typically do to SPG at a party. It was kind of like that. So, yeah, it was cool. It was cool. I think it'll be a good series. Anything else you guys want to know?
No.
Know how I'm doing? Nobody ever?
No, we don't care how you're doing. Just the players. Thanks for the update, though, Slack.
Oh, thank you so much. If you could, thank you.
Oh, he's doing it again.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. We'll shoot it back to you.
All right.
I'm here for questions. Let me know.
All right. See you later.
Anything you want. Bye-bye, Pot Bros.
What a professional.
Bye.
Goodness me.
I can still hear him.
I can still hear him as well.
Gotta hear you.
Oh, dear. All right, so he said it himself. They're looking relaxed. They're looking chill. Do you think it's going to affect the way they play? Like, you know,
They're gonna play better for sure.
think they're going to play better? They're not just going to clown around or anything?
Yeah, not clown. I mean, they played one game. They played one series pretty much. But mind games, they're out. So that means that they're gonna be in the lower bracket, worst case scenario.
Yeah.
So it's a lot off your chest.
I just don't think mentally in Dota it gets worse than what they experienced yesterday. Losing with Mega Creeps has got to be the worst feeling in Dota.
They've been doing it since Alliance days, like where they always struggle to close out the games, like those 40 minutes.
Insania's been there before. He's used to it. That's vintage. It's like, welcome to the club,
It comes
boys.
back. It comes back. You know, it's like you forget about it and you forget how bad it feels, and then it happens again, and it's like, why do I play this game? But then you win against Mega Creeps, and it's like crack. You know, it's crack addictive. I don't know. It's like a drug.
I like how you're asking us.
Some sort of you would know. Go to the parties.
Let's keep that on the
about.
down low, you know.
Do you sometimes think, you know, in a game where you're so desperate to get Mega Creeps that you kind of throw the game as a result? How vital does it seem sometimes? We've got to get this last rise. We've got to get Mega Creeps, and then everything will be fine. And quite often it's not.
There's definitely games where you get the Mega Creeps and you feel it, and you know, we're gonna lose anyway.
Yeah,
this does not feel good.
This was not the win
This was
condition.
the push. We should have killed Throne and not Megas, and you regret it, and then you have to wait to 10 minutes
I think
to
it's
lose.
pretty simple, right? It's called Dota, Defense of the Ancients, not Defense of the Barracks.
That's true.
It's kind of pointless to just go for the barracks.
That would sound a lot worse.
So just briefly, what would you say before the draft? Because I know it's easy to predict who's going to win before the draft. If you had to put a scoreline on this series, what would you think?
Who wins the draft? I'm gonna say Fnatic because I feel like they've got a lot of flexibility, and I think a lot of teams have been looking at Liquid as the top boys and have something pre-prepared for them. I think Liquid is like on people's like top 3 list for preparation in this draft.
I think Fnatic takes game 1. I think Liquid takes game 2.
Okay, I'm going to make notes of this. So you're saying Fnatic game 1.
You want me to get even more specific?
Like 33-minute game by Fnatic.
32-48.
Yeah.
32-48.
Yeah, and I think the second
I'm gonna
one.
go 32-49 on the first one.
Okay, well this guy's playing
Okay.
the prices right over
Oh,
here.
relax.
But
you already made your prediction. You be quiet now. 32-49.
32-49. All right, I'm actually... Here's what we're going to do. The players, I think, were in the wrong seats and had to swap around, which is why all the keyboards and everything got swapped. So we're going to give them a little bit more time,
Okay.
and then we'll come back. So we're going to take a little break here, slightly longer than usual, so the players can get in the correct seats, get all their things plugged in. That's what Boxy was looking for under the desk. Find what Boxy's looking for, and then we'll come back with the draft. So don't go away. We will be back with Game 1 of today's Group B at Fest. See you soon.
bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know.
Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
Welcome back, ESL 1, Stockholm Major Group Stage, Group B, Day 2, to give it its full title. We're waiting for Fnatic against Team Liquid, there they are. And we're just waiting for the draft to be starting in a couple of minutes. The players had to get in the right seats, get ordered, get all ready and prepared for this series, best of 2 series that we're going to be looking at now. Now, you consider yourself something of a master when it comes to Dota predictions, I would suggest.
Absolutely.
Give me the first 5 heroes that we're going to see from Fnatic in this game. Without looking it up on your phone.
Okay, let's see.
Lacoste, you can look it up because you've got notes.
Pudge, Techies. Could actually see Techies. Should make.
Oh, Wings TI6 opener.
Oh,
Very
man,
good.
the
Very
one
good.
game they lost.
Yeah.
The classic, yeah, that was
I wonder
the only
why.
game they lost.
Let's see. Grimstroke.
I'm going to say Grim.
Grim, yeah.
I like Grim Pudge combo.
You don't actually have an
IO.
IO, all right, okay.
Some IO.
Fourth pick, very.
So their lineup at the moment is Pudge, Techies, Grim, and IO.
So what do we need? Pudge is obviously the carry. He's mid.
Carry and mid at the same time.
Yeah.
You don't need a 5th hero. You just play with 4.
We go another Pudge, second
Yeah,
Pudge.
we'll get Pudge pick 5 as well as pick 1. All right, Lacoste, what do you think we're going to see from Liquid?
From Liquid? IO as well.
Yeah, they'll
Double
pick IO as well, yeah.
IO Grimstroke.
IO Grim, yeah.
What else do they like? They like some.
I think
So
Pudge.
give me some carry mid visage.
Mid-Viz.
Mid visage off lane.
You think Mickey is gonna play?
Necro. Give me Necro. No stun gaming.
He's been playing it.
Yeah, he played a lot of games.
Yeah.
And what are we missing?
You're missing, well, I don't know where you're playing all these heroes, but
Doesn't matter.
probably a carry?
Carry.
Did you write down Pudge for him?
No, he didn't say
He
Pudge.
did say it. Yeah, you just wrong.
No, I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
You were
Give
just trying to
me-
get him on the Pudge train.
Yeah.
Carry Venge. Yeah.
And carry Venge. All right, SVG, can you give me an actual suggestion of what you think? Give me just 3 heroes that you would expect to see in this matchup on either team.
Depends what they ban, but I think Shadow Shaman, Medusa, Abaddon, / Treant for Fnatic. Something in that realm. I think for Liquid, if they get the IO, they're going to be super... I think they're going to go back to IO Razor.
You
That
like
was the
IO
most
Razor.
They
successful
can't
for
pick
them.
for both sides. You pick for only
Yeah, and if
one.
they don't get IO, I think it's most likely Mars opener. I think they're going to get one of those two, and I think they're still confident in them. I think the Mars opener is probably...
Is that like their go-to?
He's actually going to be right.
I don't know if it's their
Oh, wait, he
go-to,
is.
but I think they're still very confident in the Mars because they just played on so many different roles.
On a more serious note, if Liquid does not ban out Shaman plus Treant Protector, I think that's going to be the duo.
You think Fnatic are going for Shaman and Tree as an almost certainty?
That's my second prediction.
Okay, you're allowed to. You predicted Liquid. That's your Fnatic suggestions. You were talking actually about Tree and how he's so good because of the double armor thing.
Yeah.
Is that enough? Like just having that is enough? Because what does he offer you as the game goes on that is worth having?
Superpowers, 2 cores. That's what he offers. Before, you couldn't even do that to 1 core. You just heal the towers. That was your whole thing. But it's like that's his late game, and also you have this BKB piercing disable in the late game too, which is
huge.
Obviously incredible. It's always been incredible.
So we're into the draft. Obviously, we got a Razor ban and a TA ban from Team Liquid.
I think a lot of the teams figure out that like Coddle is just not as strong anymore. It feels like it's very difficult to open up with Coddle. I think teams also got better at playing against it. Personally, I don't want to see too much of a Coddle.
Fnatic has been playing it.
I feel like it's kind of a grief in certain situations.
Did get a rampage on the Coddle though.
Yeah, this is
the mid lane. Yeah, mid Coddle is fine.
Mid-Coddle.
Yeah, I was talking about spots
Support.
4.
Okay.
There it is. So you got your wish.
Yeah. So you're right. No Coddle.
I think this is where Fnatic decides if they want to play Versailles or not. I think since they banned Razor, they're actually leaning towards giving them the Wisp. Wouldn't surprise me. Potentially just take a Mars +1 or that Dragon Knight opener that they've been favoring. They also play a lot of like heavy team fight, like these Monkey, Wyvern, Medusa type lineups. So yeah, IO for
Fnatic banned the
Liquid.
Pugna, even though as Lacoste was saying, Liquid doesn't really play it that much, and they do go for the Grim. Hey, did I predict that?
I predicted it. Check it out.
That was
there's a Grim.
that's 1 for Lacoste. Well done, Lacoste. Yep, he said Grim.
Hey, I see it right there. I said Grim.
You said for Fnatic.
Oh, you weren't getting.
I was very clear.
I mean, either of these-
check the
clear.
VOD.
Both of these teams. This is a good hero. Grim's a good hero.
He's a great hero.
It's a very high win rate. I think it's like 60-70% win rate or something.
66%, yeah.
With a decent amount of picks so far, so it's looking really good and competitive, even though in pro level.
Yeah, he's the second most contested hero so far in the major. His win rate dropped 57, never mind. But still, the most contested hero is Mars, below 50% win rate. A lot of the teams are playing it. All
There's
right,
that Shadow Shaman.
that's-
Let's see if they go for the tree.
I mean, the nice thing about Grim from first pick is you get the lane flexibility. You have always nice synergy combos with this hero. But this pick on 8 can be really powerful because there's certain combos in the current meta. I think the biggest one some of these teams really favor being Tiny and Storm that this hero can just go absolutely ham with. And then you get it on that response. You get the bans right into the phase. You can protect it a little.
All right, I mean, that's it.
Nice.
We win.
Fnatic wins.
You
Fnatic
actually went
wins.
for
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman tree. So you're saying that's it.
That's it.
Fnatic won the draft.
People are sleeping on these two heroes. That's why I said before we started when we started the panel that Fnatic has a very good understanding of like what's strong in the meta. Because Shaman, he's insane. Like also the build, I've seen it from like Kaka Shaman, skips the Etherlands, gets mana boots blink into BKB, doesn't care about shard, doesn't care about the Etherlands. It's all about like his positioning and him being able to catch the other lane. Also, I think this Tiny is a response to Treant Protector, just being able to have some kind of a tower damage. It's also a flex pick. I'm not a big fan of Tiny carry anymore. It just doesn't feel as strong after their nerfs. We've seen from Thunder Awaken that Tiny on the mid lane it still feels super strong.
Liquid did this in Gamers Without Borders as well with McKay on the Tiny. It looked really good. Like they, teams they just basically run Tiny mid and do the same thing as Tiny carry, except with
Except you don't buy the shard, like maybe later.
Later on,
Yeah.
much later on in the game when you're getting the tree talent on level 20.
Because you're not looking to farm, obviously, as the mid Tiny. You're looking to just fight.
You're looking to fight, and then in the late game you can get your farm on, and also you're cleaving the whole enemy team.
They do get rid of Medusa. Been a big fan of Treant Protector plus Medusa because you can stall the game long enough for your Medusa. So eventually she's gonna get the farm. She's gonna hit her timings, and Treant Protector is a stall. And now we have Treant Protector that can like stall the game, protect the towers, and on the other side you have Shaman that can kill the towers. And also it opens up the Roche. If you're in a bad situation with Shaman, you can always smoke with +1 hero and go for a sneaky Roche play.
Easy Roche, yeah. This hero's like the reason why the average Roches has been doubled on this patch. It's like basically Shaman in half of the games. Fnatic do play Lifestealer, and I know that's a pretty solid hero against honestly both of these, because you can just you can infest.
You just infest when you're leashed.
Yeah, you infest when you're leashed, and
which always struck me as weird, because there's a bunch of things you can't do when you're leashed.
That's the one thing.
But you can infest.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And you can, rage the bug, and you have percentage damage for Tiny. Even if it's a mid, you're not too unhappy about, you still have a good game versus the mid, and it's a magic hero on the Tiny versus a hero who has magic immunity, so.
I think the Beast Ban might actually be pointing towards that Lifestealer direction. Because I think Fnatic was going to threaten this Beast later on in the draft. They really like it versus Tiny.
They do.
And for them to ban it, it means for me that they really have a carry matchup they have in mind, that they didn't want this Beast in the pool down the road. And that's like the one that comes to mind, because I think most of the other ranged heroes can do okay that Raven tends to play. I'm actually surprised they banned this Beast. I would have rather have left it in the pool, because I think that type of hero is really good for what they want to do with this Shaman tree. The others that come to mind are these Tide Hunters or Timber Saws that can combo with the Shaman on the lane and then give them the AoE to contest the Roche. But these heroes can be a little iffy to play into Grim, and Tiny going mid being such early spell damage coming online. Like, you're not even guaranteed a good lane, and it's just so much nuke in the early game.
One hero that is still uncontested, still feels extremely powerful even after the nerfs, is CK. Like, you can, it's a flex pick, because you can play him both on the off lane and the safe lane. And if you throw in like an extra living armor on top of him, that hero is just, I'm gonna say, almost unkillable.
I could see Liquid pick it up later. You get this Grim CK combo. We saw Zai playing it as well.
Yeah, that's such a nasty combo. I mean, CK does such high damage that you throw the Grim Inkswell on top of his stun, it's enough to kill like any hero from full to zero. You legit have to BKB or blink if a CK stun is coming, or he'll kill you. Even with just the shard, it's enough.
I do think Fnatic needs to address this Tiny a little bit. Then there's one way to do it. Like, you definitely want some frontliners who can take the brunt, because you do not want either of your supports getting jumped by this Tiny to start the fight. There's no real save that's going to come out in time, and armor's nice, but armor, you want heroes that use it well, and DP is one of the better ones. These high damage intelligence heroes that normally don't get those plate mails till later, this is where Treant shines, because he makes their EHP so much higher in the early game, and DP is one of the best, since EHP for that hero is everything, right?
Yeah.
Just staying alive equates to damage here. So they're going to be able to like match this up versus the Tiny, see where it goes. I like this DP pick. It's also a hero that gives them even more Roshan control and objective taking, which can be nice for the Shaman, because when you commit those wards, you have to be able to take the fight. You cannot go in this pit, commit the idea, and then start wavering between, if they come, do we want to fight? We've seen it a couple times, and I think you lose way too much if you start to become wishy-washy during these objective taking periods.
Doesn't Liquid, they've 2 picks right now, if I'm not mistaken? They pick.
Yeah,
that is the current draft set.
that's how it works,
So-
Jenkins. Yeah.
So they could I forget when it's like this. They could still Nature's Prophet. I don't know if they've like lost faith in that hero.
Doom.
Double Doom.
Grim Doom.
And
Oh,
Visage.
Visage. Okay.
I believe we threw in the Visage there in the prediction.
So
You did?
mid Visage was
Yeah.
that's another win for Lacoste there. Yeah.
He did play it a lot. I checked the Dota Pro tracker. He played 6 or 7 games, if I remember correctly. And he also played it one time during the Gamers Without Borders tournament. Looks good. Like, Visage has been, like, really shining star, I would say. I think Tundra brought it up as an offlane. We saw the Hawk playing it on the safe lane, so still some versatility coming out from the hero. I'm not gonna say that Mati's gonna play it. Most likely gonna be Mickey here.
We've even seen position 4 Doom coming out from a few of these teams, so a lot of flexibility in the Team Liquid draft.
What does the Doom give them here? Are they just hoping to get it on the DP before she gets any of her stuff off, and then she doesn't do anything in the fight? Is that it? Or
Yeah.
That's always nice. I think this Visage Doom lane is something we've seen from Tundra a couple times this tournament already. There's some decent synergy depending on the early creeps you get, Ice Armor or the Magic Regen in particular. And then, of course, you have the Grim to help back him up. So even if this Doom ends up being a 4, his team fight impact still is really high with the double Doom.
right?
And again, there's more frontline to try and pack up these early support picks. This is pretty much what Fnatic needed in these 2 picks in the middle. Some ways to take the fight, engage, give the vision. Shadow Shaman and Treant are still going to win you those engagements if you can anchor them around those points. And This Fnatic lineup's all about anchoring the fight. Like, you can run into us, but you might not like what you find here.
Yeah, got Wraith King as well, so yeah, it's very, very hard to kill.
They have very good ways of disengaging a team fight. One to Wine from Treant Protector, one ulti, and then they turn around. Like one Hex. They're extremely beefy. These heroes are very tough to kill, especially if we're talking about them getting like 1-2 item timing with the BKBs. Pretty much the only hero they can like burst is gonna be Shaman, pretty much.
Yeah.
The upside, though, is I do not feel like this Visage is really addressed at all at the moment. If this is a core Visage that, I mean, the caveat with Visage is you always don't get dumpstered in lane.
Right.
If the hero gets dumpstered in lane, your timings all get thrown off. But in this
how do you
meta,
address a Visage?
Yeah.
Because I feel like they have a lot of damage over time to peel through the...
oh, I mean, they're going to be able to kill him if they get on top of him. But I also think if this, for example, if this is the Visage that ends up going mid, or has a good lane in the off lane, and gets to his early levels in that drum into AC or whatever he wants to do, he just goes in these fights and starts putting birds and nuking people. Fnatic's lineup does not have a lot of AoE or early utility building, which is generally what's going to help heroes stand in the fight versus Visage early damage output. So that's kind of what I feel like they're lacking. They can play around it, though.
Really good Timber game for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid was thinking that Tide, which I also thought would have been interesting. I don't know if they would have picked it.
Even though they have Doom, yeah.
Yeah.
Just the Grim is like good against the Timber because you can't kill the bug, but it's like if you're against 2 strength heroes in a Visage, that's a dream. That's a dream. I mean, Grim is never going to kill a Timber in lane.
I also think they might be thinking Underlord here.
I was about to
That's
say
another
it.
good one.
Yeah.
Like
Same reasoning.
the downside is your catch is all in this Shaman, and it can feel very
Hey,
awkward.
man.
I think it's
Okay.
Underlord really highly now with that Timber ban. I think they're just gonna say, hey, our ball is, this is a rock you cannot break. Good luck.
Troll Warlord.
It's a good Wraith King matchup.
Yeah, and also they're picking it blindly. They don't know the matchup, and Troll does tend to do good, whether he's playing into melee or like the range offlaner, he's still gonna do fine. Whether they decide to flex the stat profit to an offlane, and now like this Underlord, it looked good, but I'm a little worried about his laning stage if they pick it.
Troll Grim, yeah, that seems pretty nice. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, what about Venomancer? Where's this hero been? This looks like a juicy Veno game. I'm not gonna lie.
I can't disagree. Whenever he says Venomancer and Quincy Crew, they've always had like the juicy Venomancer last pick, but they go with the Mag.
Wow, Magnus.
It's an interesting pick. It gives them a lot more like scale on this Wraith King. This hero with Mag just crits for an insane amount. And again, going back to this AoE control, this Mag is also a hero you can build some utility on, give him more of that teamfight presence versus the early damage that can come out from Liquid, which is, again, super nice in order to get them into that mid-game period. It's an interesting pick. I like it. I think Mag
You come to try to deal with that ball you were talking about, and there's always that threat of an RP.
That's what I was thinking. There's like 4 heroes that just run at you in the fight. They like commit even Visage and all the birds, and like you just go in, right? Other than the Grimstroke, like all of Liquid is committal. So I feel like the RP is a huge threat if they can get to the time where, you know.
And there's going to be a lot of confusion on the ground. Like, if DP pops the ulti, they group around the Wraith King, Shaman with the wards, like Treant Protector ulti. So this Mag, he doesn't have to go in first. And I feel like it's going to be a
He's
very
chilling,
good...
yeah.
He's like Patience from Zoe type of a play here with the Mag, just being able to hold until he finds the perfect opportunity to go in.
So the cost, you favoring Fnatic?
Fnatic, yeah.
You favoring Fnatic, Jenkins?
Yep. Yeah.
Avery?
I'm trying to think about it. I'm a bit more on the fence. I do think this Troll has a lot of potential to just go off in the fight. I don't think he was answered that well outside of this Tree and Shaman disrupting him, but that's where that Grim Shard can do a lot of work for him this game, especially if Double Doom comes out.
Okay. Well, let's find out. We're going to throw it over to Suns Fan and Cinderin, my favorite casting pair, apart from Modi, Pixel, and Fogged, and all the rest. We'll throw it to them. See you guys soon.
Thank you so much. Very warm welcome from Puri and Flax, my favorite host, other than the rest as well. Cinderin with Suns Fan. Wait, that's the other way around. This is Cinderin. I'm Suns Fan. Don't get that mistaken, Cinderin.
Don't worry. I don't think anyone's going to mix it.
You've been really working
They're
out.
not gonna mix
my
that up.
friend.
Have
We're
I?
in the game. We're in the game. It's Liquid versus Fnatic. Holy jeez, this is going to be a good one, Cinderin, because neither of them can be eliminated because Mind Games is out.
That's true. Liquid are currently 1-0-1, and their 1 is against Mind Games. So they have yet to win a game, but they still won a series. Does that make sense?
It does.
It makes sense to me.
Indeed.
So yeah, obviously we saw quite a bit more out of Fnatic than Liquid. We saw an additional series, obviously. And Fnatic have been looking really good in this group. Also, one of the teams that many had high hopes for going in. I think SEA is going to have a very good showing in this event in general. Both Fnatic and Boom will be potential candidates for top 3 placements, in my opinion. So we'll see. Liquid might have their work cut out for them in this game. Can I just say we've had a very big variety of heroes in this tournament so far. I feel like this patch that we had a week and a half before this has actually really made a big difference, I would say.
But we see DP and we see Tiny.
We do.
different roles, though.
But yeah, the DP is given clearly less priority, and it's also just had games where it looked flat out almost awful, right? So it's not like just been this auto amazing pickup for the teams that have run it. We're going to see a 3-rune pickup here for Fnatic, so off to a little bit of a head start. Can't say the laning setup is too surprising here. They're going to see the Treant plus Wraith King bottom for them. They're going to put Armel on a mid DP, which I think potentially is more where you're going to see this hero shine now after the nerf. I think the hero, because the ulti isn't this like press once, break tower that you could do as a position 5, I think you need to, more often than not, put this in a core position to get the value out of it. By way of just having items so that you can stay in fights and get the Spirit Siphons off more so than the ult. And finally, top lane for Fnatic will be the Shadow Shaman Magnus lane.
Yep, Liquid did start out with 3 in the bot lane, but Insania has now TP'd to top in order to support Mr. Matu. By the way, there was a graphic earlier. You guys should buy your major tickets if you're in the Stockholm area. If you want the opportunity to smell Cinderin, I'm not saying you can do it, but it's possible that you could because you'll be in his presence.
Alternatively, as long as you're like about a kilometer outside of the arena, you could smell a Suns fan from there. So
that is, I'll take that as a compliment somehow.
Yes, that's because you don't know what a kilometer is. But that's fine. You'll figure it out eventually. Top lane.
That's actually true. Sadly true. My country.
How many feet is that?
The U.S. is a third world country. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, what do you think of the troll this game? It's not the most usual position one that we see these days. Obviously one of those heroes that can get kited to a pretty high degree depending on the lineup, but how does it look for this game? I'm
kind of with SVG here. I think a lot of what Matumba's output in this game is going to come down to will be Grimm's Shard, because for me, just theoretically speaking, I don't think this is the greatest troll matchup. I think Shaman handles him pretty well. I think Treant handles him exceptionally well. Kind of forces him to go Manta or BKB early. You can't bypass both. Maybe you even want to get both. His eyes actually in huge trouble bottom, just taking an absolute beating here. Not quite gonna die. Get a little bit of turnaround there. Actually almost dying to the little boy there.
Skellies.
We call them the boys.
Not to be confused with the show called The Boys, of course.
I actually do think that term was coined by Arteezy. I feel like he used to call them the boys.
Yep, he copyrighted. That's $10 in his pocket every time you say that, so be careful. He's already quite wealthy. Not from major wins, of course, but from people saying the boys. Anyway.
I was about to say too soon, but it's been a long time, actually, so you can say that, I think.
Yep, thank you. Boxy and... this is Jen Well. John Well.
John Well.
Okay.
Yeah, Cap got to you there.
Yeah.
You know, he tried to get in your head, and he did. It's John Well.
Successful. Well done.
This is, I would say position 4 Doom is not particularly popular right now. It's starting to pick up a little bit of steam again. It used to be a very popular hero going back a while. I wonder what led Liquid to prioritizing it this game, right? Because the heroes that they saw at the time, there was no like obvious Doom target. And obviously Fnatic rounding out the draft here with both Wraith King and DP doesn't exactly make for, you know, this, hell yeah, I'm going to Doom this core and it's going to be amazing. Who are you going to Doom? I'm very curious how we're going to see this all come together. Perhaps the logic from Liquid is we want to have, first of all, the laning stage. Doom works well with Visage. And then when you come to mid-game, maybe you hit a very strong timing where Scorched Earth and an aura item drums. You just run in, you do a lot of AoE damage, so Visage can just keep pumping out the soul assumptions. That might be the logic.
Has the creep changed at all? Like the priority for Doom once you get to like, forget about the early game because that could be a lot of creeps. But once you have like a Blink Dagger, do you still just go for the Centaur creep, or has it actually changed in your experience?
I mean, my experience, once again, is kind of limited, right? Because you haven't seen it that much until about a week and a half ago or so. With that patch, Doom got a little bit more popular. I think Centaur creep is probably not the way to go in this game. I think I'd rather see him get a good aura for his team. The speed aura doesn't...
Okay, he pops the Fairy Fire, getting chased. Actually uses the rune just to get a little bit extra HP. The last right click will do it. Armel finds first blood, so missed the first portion of that, but essentially what happened, the Avalanche tried, I mean, he used the Avalanche in order to get the rune, but ends up dying as a result. So Armel, we're still seeing this Death Prophet be used from time to time. It's just not as a position 5 anymore that can just take like those tier 1 towers immediately.
It's just such an amazing matchup, right? Like DP loves playing against these high health strength heroes, and Tiny has one of the highest healths in the game for the time being, right? He's level 5, 1200 max health. Those Spirit Siphons do so much damage, and Tiny can never really trade with you favorably. So Armel obviously very well versed in this matchup, and he's making the most of it there with a kill.
Yeah, but if we, I mean, in terms of the CS, it was relatively even before that kill, so obviously now going the way of Armel. If we look, as we see another Avalanche come out, but in terms of the position 1s, Matu sitting at 28-2, and then on the other side, Mr. Raven on the Wraith King, 18-5, so he's being pressured a little bit better.
Good pressure onto
Liquid Fan.
Jab's top as well.
Yeah, that is the Inkswell connection. Jabs gets off the skewer onto 2. DJ's in the area, gets off the Earthshard. Looks like that'll be enough actually with the Shackle. And a Shockwave from afar as well. DJ taking heavy damage. Looks like Matu and company want to continue to try to chase. Just need a little bit of extra vision. Pops that Fairy Fire and that'll be enough for him to survive. Still forcing them out of lane, and Matu getting quite good farm in this lane.
Yeah. DJ has the TP base though. He will pick up his boots, so he's going to come back with some more mobility to try to play around this Grimstroke, but sending him back to base is a pretty nice victory here for Liquid. It gives Matu some more time. It gives Insania the luxury of doing what I would say maybe among position 5s in the world, Insania is one of the best at doing this. He's just a very efficient stacker, right? Like he's always had his eye on the jungle. He's now going to connect with Mickey on the top rune. A nice attempt, but unfortunately there's a Spirit Siphon running, so DP's healing 2 bajillion health per second, but Doom is there.
Yeah, he gets the Infernal Blade
Another
off.
great target to siphon off.
3v1. Make that with DJ coming in. They're going to even this up a little bit, and Armel not scared of anybody. That's a long-ass shackle on the Boxy. That's going to result in another kill going the way of Fnatic. Armel was completely outnumbered, but like you said, Spirit Siphon, pretty good ability, they say.
Who would you who would you rather be ganked by than Tiny Doom as DP if you get your siphons off? I'm just like trying to think. Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's not many options left, right?
Primal Beast.
Primal's gonna kill you. That's the thing.
Not anymore.
Doom has pretty good health, but he doesn't do burst damage, right? So you're effectively just offsetting the Spirit Siphon, or offsetting the Scorched Earth, pardon me. So, yeah, very nice again for Armel there, and good rotations from both teams. To be honest, I could definitely see why Liquid were trying to get that kill at the rune. Insania gonna stack a camp here again. Wonder why he's not going for a double stack. He could have probably also stacked the Wolf camp to the side with a potential Stroke of Fate, but opts to just stack out a single camp, leaving the rune there for Mickey to get a bottle refill. And that's one of the luxuries you have of putting a Troll in the safe lane, right? Like the 5 will often just be able to go and do something else because Troll can, for the most part, stand his ground. But yeah, I guess the win there as well, if you want to look at it from that perspective, Jabs level 6.5 on Magnus, minute 7. He's having a very good start.
Indeed. I mean, at what point with the, the fact that you're off to a good start on Magnus, but you want to empower Wraith King at some point once he goes into the jungle. Is that a time coming soon, or does he need to just continue to do what he's doing in this lane?
I think the times of Magnus just being a bot for a teammate are kind of over. I think it's important that you give yourself more of a game. So I think when it's natural for them to just connect, like if Wraith King wants to go to the triangle and you can just go to him in 5 seconds and power him, sure. But you're not going to be following him all around the map for it.
Matu, Spidey senses
trouble.
are tingling. He's going to run into several heroes. Has a nice juke though, but that shackle from afar, the tongue into the RP and into death.
DPL did not get nerfed against heroes. It is working as intended there.
Yes, very good.
But now let's see how long this tower takes. So if this was a week and a half ago, this tower would almost be gone by now. Okay, that's a slight exaggeration. Mickey will arrive.
Got the Avatos ready. Illusion Rune bottled up. There's the Inkswell from Insania. Gets shackled just for a moment. He's going to get the toss off, though. It looks like Boxy has come to play as well. Gets up a nice skewer just before he dies here. End up taking out the Tiny, so it's a 1-for-1 in this little mini engagement. Insania, another right click will do it.
Nice.
Nope, not gonna die this time around. Armel, though, with Matu getting kited again from DJ. The shackles have been on point. It might cost him his life, but Armel at the very least will live, so nicely done from DJ.
Yeah, nice sidestep there from Insania, too, to not get hit by that Crypt Swarm. He knew it was coming, and he chose to just take a step down, and did end up whiffing from Armel. That changed the outcome of that quite a bit. I think potentially they wouldn't even have lost their Shaman either if Insania had died there, so nice heads-up play from him.
And we see the replay here.
So check this out right now. So this, first of all, this skewer from Jabs, amazing. Like the fact that he gets it off, he gets it on all three. But if Insania doesn't sidestep this Crypt Swarm here, if that connects on him there, he will not get silenced now. And the follow-up coming in here as well. There's going to be a slow connecting now on DJ as well out of the Grimstroke. So more than likely, will just flat out be a nicely favored trade for Fnatic, if not for Insania's heads-up play there. So nicely done.
Yeah, but all said and done, Cinderin. Basically, the top 3 net worth right now on Fnatic's side. It's not that much of a lead for them, but Wraith King was kind of middle of the pack, but now that he's in the jungle, he's doing his own thing. Got the Skelly boys farming up to a high degree, and this tower has been basically not touched in the bottom lane, the tier 1 tower.
Yeah. And I guess if you want to look at it just from like an economy perspective as well, right? I guess something that's slightly concerning is how good are Liquid's core matchups actually? Like the Troll against Wraith King I think is pretty good. I think this is a rough Tiny game. You picked it first phase and you've definitely been solved, right? You're playing into Treant, you're playing into Wraith King, you're playing into DP, which we've already seen in action multiple times. And the only hero in your lineup that's really ahead of the opposition is the Doom, who, by virtue of being Doom, is more than likely going to have more gold than the enemy position 4, right? So I think even if this is just a marginal lead in terms of the net worth, just from a game plan perspective, I think Fnatic are more than happy.
Ooh, all right. Well, we talked about how Exorcism with the piercing damage being changed in that one patch, that's been quote-unquote fixed, but the Serpent Ward still beat the absolute crap out of Roshan, as we're seeing here.
Yep.
And this is going to be an extremely early Roshan in favor of Fnatic. And you can't really blame Liquid for not even realizing this is happening.
That's a quick kill. Nice grab. You got to always keep your mind on this. I agree. It's one of those ones that is just, it's also hard to just be in the map position to contest to begin with, even if you feel like it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Bringing heroes over here minute 10 for Dire is not a very common thing. Like you have to ideally open up the bottom tower first. You want to play the stacks that Insania's made for your team. And this Roche died in, what was it, 20 seconds?
Jabs getting gone on by Matu, but Jabs actually just stands his ground and Matu has to run away. He was trying to fake out the fact that maybe there's some teammates nearby. But of course he does have that living armor and his Blink Dagger is on the way. So an extremely good start for the Fnatic cores overall.
I feel like this is, even though this is a 1K, this is a pretty meaningful advantage.
Magnificent? Was that what you were gonna say?
I was, but it's a pretty meaningful lead, right? You're against Doom.
Yeah.
Granted, he's a support, but you're still up on gold. You just got Roche. You got the top tier 1, and the enemy team didn't get yours. And you're on paper playing a slightly greedier lineup for this time being, right? Between having Magnus as well as Wraith King, who haven't really, the Magnus has been involved because they rotated to his lane, but a lot of the times you see Magnus is not really take part in much fighting for the first 15-20 minutes. He's already been doing a good chunk of the damage to the enemy team with Jabs on that mag. Fnatic, they're going to try to squeeze more of an advantage out of this Aegis on DP. Exorcism is ready again, so they're going to put their eyes towards mid. Pump faking the ult isn't going to commit it just yet. But there we go.
We'll activate it in the end, and Mickey already expended that Avalanche, but like you said, this Aegis still online for quite a while. I'm not sure how much Liquid would want to fight here as the D-wards come out of the cliff. Actually, Liquid are kind of grouped up in the mid lane, so looks like they want to attempt to defend this. Of course, it's not a siege wave, but there goes the Rasta Wards. A huge RP onto 3 heroes, followed by the Ether Shock Shockwave combination. Avatos is there for Mickey, but it's too late. They've lost 2 immediately. Zai's going to be next. What a freaking RP. It did cost Jabs his life, but he gets tipped by the rest of Fnatic, and well-deserved there. Of course, you can't spend those shards on anything worthwhile, but you'll be happy.
And you don't get them either.
That's true. You don't even get them in local lobbies anyway. It's all good. Man, what an RP. You don't really see RPs that clean this early in the game.
It's pretty rare. We're going to get an immediate replay of that. So, Liquid are trying to get the defense. He almost got 4, actually. Insania just narrowly dodged it to the northwest, but still just... I mean, honestly, the fact that Liquid even trade a kill there is kind of surprising to me. I thought they were just going to get absolute wombo comboed, but they did get the damage out from Tiny onto Jabs. Looking happy with himself, though. That's understandable. That's a very nice heads-up play from him. And getting that mid-tower while you still have the Aegis for another 2 minutes. So Armel actually has another Exo with it if they can get the resources flowing back into him so he has the mana. He finds... Oh, look,
Regen rune,
look
yeah.
at that. That's very convenient.
Indeed.
They
Tier
might
1
just
tower.
go top tier 2. Like, I don't know. With the next Exo, I think you try to get that outpost advantage as well when you're rolling this hard.
Well, that is the first tower killed for Liquid. Takes a little bit of time because of the living armor, but it's one of those things where you just have to commit for towers. Can't just leave them at half HP. But yeah, we'll see if they end up using this Aegis in the next fight, because it will be a minute discrepancy between the timer and this Exo, like you said. And you can see Armel working on the BKB, essentially just the recipe away right now. And for Raven, he has the armlet, phase boots. We'll be going Blink Dagger as well. So they're going to have double Blink Dagger relatively early. He'll have that in a couple hundred gold.
Yeah, I like that from Wraith King. I think you have the luxury of going a more offensive build when you have Empower. Like, a lot of the times Wraith Kings will go for a Deso in this slot. But when you have Empower and you are in this position in the game, why not try to squeeze more of an advantage out of it immediately, right? Like, just really... Yeah, take advantage of the fact that you're getting free damage that you wouldn't usually have.
Yeah, expect the smoke to come out here.
Yep.
On to 4. And this is going to be the Blink Dagger reveal for Wraith King.
What have we got on Liquid? Is there any big items? So Zai has a Vlad. There's a Blink on Mickey, obviously. Doom is far away
They
from
pop.
anything.
And they don't have vision on the high ground. There we go. Inkswell. Looks like Insania might be... No, he actually buys enough time.
Nice
Looks
movement
like he's
there.
good to go. So this Aegis will be consumed the old natural way.
Yeah, I really thought they were going to try to use this for the top tier 2 tower, but it looks like Fnatic decide against that. Maybe they couldn't get the wave in the position they wanted at the right time. Now Armel is going and pinging that path together with Raven, so they do want to make the move, but ideally you would have done this just half a minute earlier than this. But they might still be able to execute it regardless. They have RP, they still have an exceptionally tanky front line with the Wraith King with Armlet. They can put the Shaman wards down, and they have the Treant for counter engage.
Yeah, so Blink on Tiny, we've already seen this for Mickey. The Blink was pretty close for Boxy. He's about 400 from finishing that. And in terms of Matu's farm, he's had the Maelstrom to help farm himself up, just going for the Manta style afterwards. I assume mostly for the Overgrowth / Silence.
He needs it against Overgrowth. Yeah, it's just the truth of it. That's one of the things that...
Feels bad, though, with Troll buying a Manta. That feels real bad.
I feel like this is one of Troll's worst support matchups in Dota, actually. I think Treant is so annoying to deal with because, first of all, you kind of feel like you have to buy Manta sometimes. Then there's Living Armor, which gives the target of your ult 12 armor. Like, if he uses ult, you can just armor the guy Troll is on, and he loses a significant portion of his damage. You're a hero that's super mobility-based in fights against Nature's Grasp and the Slow of Leech Seed. And then even if Treant goes and gets the Shard, then that is another problem. So really, I think it's going to be tough.
Zai is going to get the skewer off. You can see the TP coming in on top of the creeps as well. Insania, the only backup for Zai. It's not going to be enough. So another freebie for Fnatic as they are mounting towards this tier 2 tower. As Raven continuing to press Insania. Wraithfire Blast is there. And the Nature's Grasp to follow should be enough for Insania to drop to the deck. One last crit from Raven. And the tier 2 tower still standing, but it's half HP. Actually, the creeps aren't even close. So
really nice play from Zai at the top tier 1 tower. He has one bird left. He resummoned his birds before he died, and he had this bird pull the wave the entire way to the enemy tier 1. So effectively defending his tier 2 from the grave.
We're going to see the first Doom of the game. BKB was popped before for the DP. But inside the wards is Mickey with the full duration shackle. RP getting faked out by jabs. They're going to find the Tiny very easily. Looks like Boxy's going to be next. So Fnatic continuing to roll here in the relatively... I mean, this is past the laning stage. I guess we've approached mid-game at this point. And now the tier 2 tower. The Gargoyle from Zai only delays the inevitable.
Liquid are getting stomped, man. Like, this is not good. Everywhere Fnatic go, they just win every single engagement. And they have so much scalability. And they're looking to probably just chill now, get this outpost, wait for the second Roche. And with the Aegis plus Shard, they might just be thinking about going high ground. Like, Deso is online on Wraith King as well. This guy right now with Empower, he can blink one-shot the Grimstroke. Pretty much. Maybe he needs 2 hits. So
we can count them when it comes.
It will. I bet you it will happen. He's going to go for it at some point. And then we can do a little bit of counting together.
Sounds good. If you have your children watching, they can learn to count.
Yep.
Of course, it might be a little
1
violent.
kilometer, 2 kilometers.
I mean, What is 1 unit in Dota equivalent to in kilometers, Synderen? That's the real. Another Blink Dagger. Wow, I was not expecting a third here for John Well on this Treant Protector. It's still being delivered, but that's 3 ways to initiate. Obviously, Overgrowth. I mean, why Manta and not BKB? Or do you have to go both for Troll? Is it because it's a lower cooldown? Is that basically it?
It's part of it. It's also just better stats, right?
Yeah.
Like, the problem with going BKB... Oh, hang on.
Yep, we got the gargoyles getting gone on.
This might seem like a small deal, but it really isn't because Zai just resummoned these. So if they kill them again here, half of Zai's heroes are actually dead for a minute and a half.
Yep.
And the rest of it is also dead.
Is quite dead indeed. A nice avalanche, though, from Mickey. Actually buys enough time for Zai to limp back to his base.
I baited you to thinking Zai was dead there. Of course he's fine.
Oh, we got mass TPs, though, into the bot lane.
They're going to leave their Exo in mid, though.
And they're not going to find Matu. He forced them out. So, nice job from Liquid delaying things here. I mean, speaking of the Manta, it's not even that close. I mean, it's 700 gold away still from Matu. His farm, I mean, it's still top 3 overall, but it feels like he is certainly on the back foot this game. A lot of pressure on the Troll Warlord this game.
He has pretty good CS, right? He has 188. I don't know how many of these are Wraith King skeletons. Like, that could be a substantial portion. We might get a stat on that, but, like, aside from, let's say 10 or 15 of those are skeletons, this is still a pretty decent CS scoreline for Troll, which goes to show just how much Fnatic are getting out of the map.
Wait, does it count as killing a skeleton if it's the first time? You know how they respawn?
You get 2 CS.
You don't get gold?
I think you get 2 CS per troll.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure per troll. Per skeleton.
Skelly.
I think so, but maybe it's only the second kill that counts. Not sure about that.
All right, well, second Roshan. This is going to be a freebie again, it seems. This is the one with the shard, of course.
And this one is without Exo. So they have 2 Exo uses together with this Aegis when they pick it up.
Yep.
Reckon it's just going to go over to Raven this time, as this time they want to use it for sieging the high ground and putting it on Wraith King versus the, I would say, transformation-based DP is probably the right call. I'm going to give her the shard instead.
Yep, that was recently nerfed, but I can't imagine this being bad still.
It is still very good.
The fear is such a strong mechanic, and the fact that you just get the extra charger spirits, I mean, that alone is probably makes it good anyway, right?
Yeah. Oh, boy. Boxy.
Yep, bot lane. All right, that's going to be a very quick kill onto Boxy, of course. When you're behind like this, you have to make plays to essentially force Fnatic to defend.
First stack onto Raven's Deso. Worth keeping an eye on as well, of course. The stack counter on that, together with Empower.
That was also nerfed, right? Now it's 20, I believe, instead of 25.
Does it cap out earlier? Maybe you're right.
The max
Yeah,
stats,
it caps out at 20, you're right. Yeah, this might end up being the difference maker between whether he 1 or 2 shots Insania, so we can be excited about that and get some bets going here about how many stacks he needs on the Deso before it's a literal one-shot. How much armor does Grim have? 6. So actually he does more, just exactly pure damage.
Activate brain calculator.
Exactly pure damage. No, but come on, it's exactly pure damage.
Okay.
Isn't there beauty in math, Shannon? Okay, now he even gets a Mithril Hammer, so... This might have pushed him over the edge. That's it.
Oh boy, that's the one.
That is the one.
Hammer.
Bottom tier 2 is also the one.
Yep,
and what do you do for Liquid? I know we've been talking a lot about Fnatic, but they've really just been the ones, taking charge of the game and making the moves. Liquid have kind of tried to dodge and play slow. I'm looking for the timing. Like, what type of fight are they hoping for? What are they going to do? Are they going to blink Doom before the RP? Are they going to blink Doom the DP and just try to fight into the rest of the team with all their ults?
Right.
Or are their hands just tied here? Like, there just isn't that much to talk about except show us what item timing you're waiting for, right?
I mean, you kind of brought this up earlier, but who is the Doom target? Because Wraith King is a no-go. DP, if she doesn't have Exorcism up, maybe? She did pop BKB before that. Obviously, it goes through, but you're not going to have enough damage while the BKB's activated to probably kill her anyway.
Are looking for an opportunity here, but Jabs breaks the smoke and survives.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything else, though. Actually has to expend the RP. Blink Dagger up in 4 seconds. Gets another slow off in the Boxy. Is the Scorched Earth going to cancel the Blink? No. And, oh, the Stomp! Okay, that was pretty sexy from Boxy.
I told you, Doom gets the Stomp creep still.
Easy. I mean,
of course.
I assumed that was the case, because what could possibly be better than that?
That's also not what I told you. Thanks for listening.
I was not. Wait, what did you, I thought you said we'll see. It was like a non-answer.
I'm pretty sure I said I think he's going to get an aura in this game. Because when I look at their lineup, right,
I see.
You have Visage, you have Doom, you have Tiny Grim. Like, this mid-game, in theory, their lineup wants to shine and fight, right?
Boom!
Nice guess. No? He could have blinked to multiple different positions there on jabs, but Boxy did the math.
Math is strong with him today. So nice pick off for Liquid, but it's not enough to really bring them back in this game.
It's baby steps.
Yeah, Aegis for another couple minutes on Raven. His BKB is done. And for Armel, he already has the Kaya Sange. We'll be going for a Lincoln Sphere, so he's fearing the Doom. And once you get that, like because of the farm discrepancy here, Boxy's gonna have a hard time getting something to actually, like, I mean, Halberd would be something, but it's, you know, it's not like he can buy that immediately.
Oh, this
Gets
could be
the
a good
top
jump.
off, all right, gets off the Doom. Armel is
He's
dead.
toast.
Nice kill
pick.
for Liquid.
Yeah, very good stuff. That's a minute without DP. Let's see if they can turn this into some sort of a power play. Nope, Fnatic just want to fight them, actually.
Yeah, looks like it. Avalanche. Okay, we have the Soulbind onto 2, but look at Tiny again, stuck inside the wards. BKB finally activated from Raven, focusing on Mickey. Looks like they'll find him relatively easily. And with jabs in the vicinity as well, with the BKB activated, they can't do too much, but they've lost 3, so Fnatic, they get out with their two of their 3 cores.
That was
Another good fight from Liquid.
That was brave, wasn't it? They chose to fight 4v5 without RP. They actually opted to go in. I think they were safe after DP died. Nobody else had been caught. And they just commit to this fight. And yeah, they get the Tiny, but the punish, they're well worth it for Liquid. They're also going to get mid-tier 1 out of this. Even with that glyph, I still think the... Ooh, close call.
Good effort there.
They would have had to kill him 3 times, though.
True. Well, the Aegis doesn't get consumed, so actually no. Unless they kill him super fast because it's expiring soon.
Yeah, they would have had to get through his ult and then the Aegis, unless the time between the kills was long enough that the Aegis would expire naturally, right?
Yeah.
Which was, yeah, maybe unlikely to happen there. So we're seeing here, they're opting to go in here. There's a very quick silence from Insania into Soulbind. A nice ward trap there from DJ is going to keep Mickey in place, and that will be the 1 kill that they find. Also, Treant was blinking in. John Noel was trying to get this overgrowth and immediately got stunned by a familiar drop, so pretty good. From Liquid, they pull themselves... That's a quite big swing. That was like a 3 to 4k gold swing because they also got the mid-tier 1 and open up some space for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, 4k is not that substantial at this stage of the game. I mean, it's decent. I think the big part of this game, though, is the Roshan taking.
Yeah.
Liquid have to contest the 3rd Rosh when it comes.
Well, first of all, they have to defend their base because they don't have Doom for another 20.
Yeah.
All of Fnatic are mid, and they push really fast. They have the boys, they have the dead boys in shape of ghosts, and they have the snake boys, which are ready as well from DJ. Not sure why he's not putting down those, actually.
Put those snake boys down. Okay, Boxy jumps in. Gets off the Infernal Blade and the War Stomp. Looks like they might take out the Reincarnation. Nope, not quite. Raven. Looks like he's going to reset, toggle up that armlet, and with Armel TPing out, that's the end of this high ground push.
Yeah, EXO is running out, so they do get the tier 3, which is definitely very good for them. That's going to open up for the next push to essentially prompt Liquid to do an immediate response, or the lane's just gone. Wraith King plus Snakes plus DP ult, you have about 5 to 10 seconds or those barracks are gone. So you've got to really be on your toes now.
And they're going to smoke up.
Matsu closing in on a Skadi.
Okay.
Close to Lotus as well on Boxy's Doom, which will come very much in handy against Shadow Shaman, who does not have a BKB to protect himself. So if he goes for a Hex with a Lotus on, he can't chain his spells at all. And Mickey also closing in on BKB. So pretty big items on the way here for Liquid if they find a good fight. They will, with the smoke, at least take some sort of an area, but Roche is too far away to really be in contention with this smoke.
Yeah, another minute until we'll know when Roche is up.
Yeah.
But you can see they're occupying the triangle area of Fnatic, but Fnatic have general idea that this is happening.
A little bit of a peculiar time to choose to smoke, right? You're 500 gold away from a Skadi on your Troll. There's no Roche. Essentially, you did get a good offensive ward here, so Zai can farm here, but risk reward, I don't know if I really like this.
I'm not sure if they had timed Roche, actually, because they actually walked in there to check when it wasn't possible for it to be up. So maybe a little bit information, I guess. Fake news.
Lack of information.
Fake news.
Fake news would be if Insania said it's up and it isn't.
Well, maybe he did. Maybe we can get the
Or
recording.
if Insania said, I know when Roche is back, but he didn't know. Well, we will know in a second.
No, actually in 6 seconds.
Shannon, I love when you speak technicalities.
Does that turn you on as
Yeah.
Fnatic is smoked?
You know me very well. I'm struggling to concentrate right now. When is Roche spawning?
Oh, don't do that again, please.
Okay. 10 seconds.
Oh, that was close.
Don't do that again.
TP at the. Oh my God, Roshan is up in 5 seconds actually. So it's a
There's a
super
bird
fast
checking it.
respawn timer.
Any ornithologists in the chat can help us out with.
Did you say ornithologist?
Isn't that what it's called?
What is that?
Isn't that what bird watchers are called?
Who cares?
Okay. This is why we don't have conversations off screen.
Does anybody care?
All right, here comes Roche, Raven,
Okay.
and the Snakies.
Liquid have to do something here.
They
Got
will.
the birds go in, the drums are popped. Yeah, Roshan's at half HP, but they see that nobody's in the pit with them. And Fnatic occupying the northern section of the Roche area. So Roche will live for now. Is Mickey looking for a potential jump target, which Raven would not be that.
Yeah, there is a refresher on this Roche as well, so it would be a really big pickup for the Magnus in particular on Fnatic's side. Could also choose to give it to DP, of course, to have a very long.
Yeah, but just having these familiars able to scout this out constantly is a pain in the ass for Fnatic. As their lead is only 3K now.
Oh, Zai! Oh, he got bashed
Yeah, he
at
did
the
get
very
that.
inopportune time.
But Raven not capitalizing, or I mean, it is a freaking tanky target, so understandable not wanting to go on top of Zai. And this Roche, he's starting to get low.
They're committing.
Pop, they are committing indeed. Matu gets the Whirling Axis. Who's gonna get it? Nice RP on the other side. Who gets the Aegis? It's snatched by Armel. So the Roshan itself actually goes to Liquid as a huge Avatos comes out, but BKB galore not going to be enough to save anybody from Liquid. 3 dead right off the bat, and a disastrous fight for Liquid overall. 0 heroes die on Fnatic's side, and they get the Aegis. I'm not sure who got the shard. It looks like Tiny got the refresher shard.
Yeah, Tiny has the refresher, so at least Liquid got something there. But that fight, that was not even, they were not even remotely close to killing a single hero. Like,
Yeah.
DP just commits in, pops BKB and Exo, they get the Roche down, and Jabs finds an RP on 2 targets to the south of the pit. That's just super clean. Fnatic really biding their time, waiting until Liquid kind of have to go, and then they get this RP right there. So
Boom.
Doom, as well as Visage, get skewered into an Overgrowth.
Oh yeah, that Overgrowth is on the entire team.
Yeah, just clean.
Good Lord.
Super clean. Is this just
I think
Megas?
this is Megas. I'm pretty sure, although that buyback from Matu is there. No buybacks for the Visage or the Tiny as of yet. So Fnatic can just go for these structures, technically. Let's see if they're able to defend here for Liquid. Let's see the Scotty online. Oh, instant hacks. Beautifully done. But no Overgrowth yet, because they just use it, obviously. And they're going to be able to clean up Troll Warlock. Matu, he's just dead. That might be it. Game 1's going to go the way of Fnatic, as GG's not quite called. But this is certainly going to be Mega Creeps, and no buyback available for Matu.
Shannon, I think we need to... Oh, hang on. They might just kill Armel
Okay,
here.
Armel, this would be a nice
Aegis.
kill, but they're going to have to do a lot more than that because of that Aegis. Raven just chopping down yet another hero. And the Overgrowth to follow. Skewer out with the BKB. Focusing on the DP right now. Armel extremely tanky. Another couple of right clicks will do it. Looks like he's going to live for now, though. And you can see the Doom applied to Wraith King. Not the target you're going for, but don't have much choice at this stage of the game. 18K lead for Fnatic as they're looking to clean up game number 1. And with only 1 remaining member of Liquid, I expect GG's to be called, and there we go. So Fnatic, I mean, they got off to a really good start. Liquid did a pretty good job of coming back in this, but really the story was Roshan.
And you know what? The story,
it was close.
The story also was a fun fact about this game. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's one thing that happens pretty rarely in Dota, and that is that a hero plays an entire game without pressing their ultimate. Did Troll ult this game?
That is
This was
true.
a 33-minute game. I think Matsu never got to use his ult.
Is that actually true?
Did that happen? I'm trying to remember. Maybe he used it once. Liquid just never got to play any sort of meaningful fights. From my perspective, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did get it off. I don't remember seeing it or hearing it.
Are you spreading fake news again?
I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what the real news are. Fnatic are here to win. They're looking really good in this group, and this game was no different. They absolutely crushed Liquid here, who have yet to claim a win, of course. They got the default win against Mind Games, so worst case scenario for them, if everything goes absolutely horribly wrong, they will still be going to the playoffs, but they want to have a better showing than this. This felt like a game where their hands were just tied from minute 10, and Fnatic were just deciding everything. They're making all the moves. They're taking all the towers. They got the Roches.
If Liquid, so that last
Super clean.
Roshan, if they had actually gotten everything and were able to get out without dying on everybody, they would be back in that game. It was actually closer than it looked, but the snatch with the Aegis, that's a big deal, and then they just dropped dead. I mean, that was beautiful RP into Overgrowth. They just had the AoE for Fnatic to actually contest.
It's kind of also a little bit of wishful thinking to think you're going to get out of there as well, right? Like, even if you do get the Aegis, how do you escape a team that has RP and Overgrowth? In order to go and contest the Roche, you have to pop your BKBs.
Right.
And, well, which BKBs did you even have? You had Tiny, right? That was the only one. So Troll could have maybe Manted something off, and that would have been it.
I mean, that's the other story, is the Manta.
I don't know. I'm just saying, from my perspective, this game is insanely difficult to play Troll in. So I don't think Matu played an awful game. It's just a fun fact about the ult. It wasn't like, oh, Matu totally dropped the ball, that's why they lost. It's just, how do you play Troll under these circumstances? I think it was really difficult.
Yep, so with that, Fnatic up 1-0 to start this series. Liquid still looking for their first legitimate win. I mean, is that fair to say?
Their first win.
Their
I mean, everybody else
actual,
won.
Yeah, they're not winless technically because they did. I mean, let's not get into technicalities with this robot next to me. Let's see what Pyrian and the other degenerates on the panel think about game number 1.
Thank you, Shannon, so much. We're going to be going for a little break now, and then we'll come back, and then these degens will indeed break the game down. Don't go away. We've got game 2 coming up soon, but before that, analysis of game 1. See you in a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
what a walloping that Fnatic just dished out to Team Liquid, who still look like they're struggling. I'm going to find out what it is they're struggling with. We're going to look at some replays and everything, but there you go. Look at that. Fnatic 1-0 up against Team Liquid. And chaps, things did not go to plan for Team Liquid in this game.
No, I mean, we did favor Fnatic's draft for a reason. Also, they're still undefeated with their opener, Shaman plus Treant Protector. I think it was not addressed enough. They got their comfort heroes, and they just rolled over the game. Like, being able to take all 3 Roshans. The first one that we mentioned, having the Shadow Shaman. DP, probably the 2 best heroes in the game to take Roshan. Maybe Ursa, Templar Assassin here and there, but yeah, they go in, they sneak it. It gives them advantage to just go for objectives. And this Mag, like in terms of like laning stage, he was doing okay, and then like he picks up the Blink Dagger. Suddenly, it's a huge show.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the first of our 2 replays here, and give me a quick talk through what's going on. Why did you want to single this out?
Yeah, because they just took the Roshan before that, and their abilities came back online, both Exorcism and Shaman ulti, and this was a Blink Dagger reveal. So he lands an extremely... Jebs does such a good job opening, whether that's an RP or just a skewer back, to be able to open up the fights for Fnatic.
Which is something we spoke about beforehand, about having that Magnus ability to be ready to counter-initiate if they come and start against your mighty ball, I think you said.
Yeah, I think Lacoste said it perfectly. Just this chaos. Like, Magnus doesn't like when he's the one that has to start things, but he didn't really start that fight because...
Can you use the spare mic there, please? Because we can't actually hear you. I think it's knocking about. There you go.
Hello?
Yeah, let me just turn it on, maybe? Maybe you're not plugged in? I can hear it.
There you go, Jenkins.
I do this for a living.
Scrub. Absolute scrub. All right, we don't even care what you think. SVG, talk us through this next replay here, okay? Because we don't care what Jenkins has to say anymore.
I think this is another one of those fights. If Fnatic gets to anchor the fight where they want, that's part of the power of this Mag Shaman. Like, this Mag Shaman goes back to China. It goes back to a concept that Team Spirit also like to use with this Magnus, where you get 2 things about it. One is the skewer into the Shaman anchoring of the fight is super nice. Shaman also has the insta-hex off the back of it. So once that fight happens like that and Liquid has to commit into it, it's a nightmare. Because again, they had the frontliners in DP Wraith King, right?
Yeah.
These are some of the best heroes to just sit there and like, come into me, bro.
Right.
And the second they come in, the fight's super free for the supports of the Mag.
Especially because you have the tower push, right? So it's like you sit in front of a tower, you throw a bunch of skeletons, you use DP ulti, you use the Serpent Wards, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, now you have to show up because otherwise you lose your towers.
Indeed.
So that gives Magnus the ability to skewer back and to hit 3-man RPs behind the tower.
Let's have a look at the head-to-head Raven versus Matu in terms of damage done in this game. Any second. There it is.
All right.
So Raven 18.7k to Matu's 9, so twice as much damage. Obviously, Raven having a huge effect there. So not only presenting a front line, but also dealing out the deeps as well.
Here's the point that I wanted to get somebody fighting about. Maybe you two can fight about it. You can speak for Cinderin. Cinderin said that looked like a bad troll game. SVG said that looked like a great troll game.
Well, that wasn't exactly
He said
what
it
I
looked
said.
great. I mean, it's not
Troll
1k damage.
So the thing about Troll in that game that I thought was good is if he can get to his Manta, potentially BKB, and he has the Grim Shard behind him with the Dispels, if he gets in a point where he can man-fight the cores in that game, DP and Wraith King, he will slay them. The problem in that game is there's Treant, there's Shadow Shaman, and there's this Mag RP that can come out. And those are a nightmare for Troll to play into. So it's by no means a free Troll game. I think Troll can do well in that game if he potentially has more backup to help him fight through.
And if he has 2 times more items than the enemy carry. That's always the problem.
Let's just go, chaps, and let's have a look and see what Slacks has to say, because he's down there on the ground. Jake, can you hear me? He's not there.
He's on the ground.
Hello? Oh my God!
Don't worry, guys. I'm right here. I wouldn't go anywhere. Welcome back to the player booths here, where we're finding the players playing live. I'll give you the download, the real scoop. I'm gonna keep my voice down here. These guys were real hype, you know. They finished their game. They're all smiles. They're laughing. They're hugging. 2 of them did the little with the thumbs, like, we're having a good time. Everything's real chill in there, but Liquid, not so much. Liquid's like me when I try to talk to my wife, just ignoring. They won out, and it was kind of down. They were very happy at the beginning of the game, didn't talk too much afterwards. Coach looking a little bit. Go ahead and, if you want to show, Blitz is not happy, dude.
That is not Blitz's happy face.
No, so they're gonna figure it out. I did make a bet that if Troll Warlord lost, he had to buy me a hamburger patty, so I could have done something with it, but I'm not gonna say that. I'm a big part of it anyway. But yeah, any questions here? I mean, that's really the... I try to find some cool scoops. Liquid had some tissues in empty cups.
Nice.
Fnatic Jabs left his glasses on the table, so that's...
Hot. Yeah, that's good information. Thanks,
That's
Jake.
neat. Oh, there's Heather. Hey, Heather. This is the girl in Twitch chat. Every single time that they say, hey, can you start the game? She's the one who's in charge of starting the game, and she doesn't do it on purpose. Heather, why don't you start the games?
Why would we want to start Dota games?
That's right. What's your favorite hero in Dota?
Ashe.
Oh, you see? All right. Well, thank you, Heather. If you are in chat and you want the games to start, Heather is the one who gets them going. So thanks a lot, Heather. You're doing great. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jake.
Awful.
Good luck finding some more scoops for us, some more hot scoops.
You guys don't have to leave.
No, yeah, we gotta go. Sorry, brother, we gotta go.
Are you sure?
Yep,
All right.
cut.
I don't think that was who he said it was.
No, that was definitely not.
There's a bit of lying action going on.
I know who that was.
I could sense the kind of deception.
Well, Slacks is a liar.
Bit of a
He is an actual liar. We're going to go to break. We'll be back shortly with Game 2. So don't go anywhere, because it's going to be an interesting one. See you soon. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice break. Ready for game 2. The draft between Fnatic and Team Liquid has just started, so don't worry, you haven't missed anything. And we're going to look through the draft and make predictions. The lads were right last time. They liked Fnatic's draft, and Fnatic took game 1. Let's see what kind of draft they can come on with for game 2. Let's get into it, chaps. Into the draft.
Yeah,
There's the lads, there's the draft.
One thing to point out, we said there is Boom player in the tournament, there is Bet Boom, there's also Boom.
Yeah.
In this particular series, there is Jabs as coach, second coach for Team Liquid, and then you have a player named Jabs.
Indeed, lots of Jabs, lots of Booms. There's that Shadow Shaman again. Has Tree been banned, or are they just letting him do it again?
They're letting him do it again. I guess they think that the DK Hoodwink is somehow a counter to it. You know that they know this is coming, right?
Right.
I guess Hoodwink, Tree is standing in trees all the time, and so you get the free bushwhacks. You can hunt the tree down, strong lane with the.
And she can scurry to look for him as well.
Yeah, it's something. It's something, but that's not really what Tree's about these days. It's really about the living armor, throwing that on 2 cores. The overgrowth, which we saw in the last game,
was big, yeah.
For Abaddon instead.
All right, I like that a lot. I mean, it's a bit of a different approach because they decided to open up with the Dragonite, being able to remove the stun. There is a break mechanic, so Abba needs to be a little bit more careful. Coming up from the sharpshooter, you need to click it manually. Very hard to do. Press R on the keyboard.
Very difficult.
Sometimes it does happen. I like Dead Prophet as a response. Dead Prophet, after the patch dropped, people were they stopped playing it because, okay,
everyone said,
now it's
she got
actually
nerfed.
balanced, it's working how it's supposed to work, but it's still a very strong hero. We saw in the previous game. The reason why I mentioned it, because I love the AoE silence against both Shaman and Abba.
I think the one downside, though, is I feel like Liquid's kind of falling into a similar thing that happened last game, where you fall behind on this ball and team fight. I'm not sure Liquid is the best team at responding to these really early 5-mans. I think they prefer to play the lanes out, gain an advantage, and then play the map and not be forced to play reactionary or group up to deal with the early objective taking. And that's exactly what Shaman is always going to do, because people are always going to abuse those wards. So already you have basically 2 single target heroes going into a save plus the Shaman, where Fnatic can pick up even more AoE down the line. I just want Liquid to think about it going into the second phase, right? Like, what happens when they group up with the Shaman?
Right.
It doesn't mean you have to just run into them in 5v5. You can take the approach of trade on the map, play it out, but have a game plan.
Whenever there's a good Rubik game, they will pick the hero and they will play it from position 5 against Abba, against Shaman. I don't think you can ask for 2-3 better abilities that you can steal. Maybe throw an OD in there, a couple of big teamfight ultis, but it looks good. They can also play Rubik as a position 4, play Hoodwink as a 5. Teams do that, but
not going to happen with Liquid.
Not going to happen in Liquid, exactly.
Also, they have DK Hoodwink. That's a kill combo. Insania said you have to steal kills to play Rubik 5. There you go. You run around with these heroes and just yoink the kills.
He wouldn't do that to his team.
He would, and he does. And he probably will.
I mean, I really think you want some AoE or some team fight from your other support here for Liquid. The one that comes to mind is Undying, which is what Insania usually plays when they need that. But Shaman can do well, and you're kind of picking it potentially a little blind here. It depends what they see coming out of that phase. I think something even like Phoenix would be nice, but I'm not sure if they are going to have the slots and players to play it on.
Because DK solves a lot of the issues. This can also be safe lane, mid lane Dragonite. The hero has been all over the place pretty much, so still decent amount of flexibility from Team Liquid. But when you have Dragonite, we have a guaranteed stun. We don't have to worry too much about it. On the other side, there is Abba, so...
It kind of looks like Liquid's given up on the Nature's Prophet. It's something they were first phasing for the last 5 series that they've played, and just totally ignored in the first game and totally ignored so far in this one. And I mean, it doesn't look like a particularly... I suppose you can split push versus
I think that hero just had a rough early start to this tournament, and people kind of lost faith really fast.
You think it turned people off?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so too.
The thing about Furion is he's super hit or miss. You're either feeling the hero or you're not, and if you're feeling him, he's first pick, and if you're not, they have no faith in that hero. I would be wary of, again, Tide and Timber. in particular for Fnatic coming out here. I think these are their go-tos with the Shadow Shaman.
Both were banned in the first game as well.
Yeah.
They do go the Undying.
So they're taking this Dirge, like we said, to try and block some of these, you know, robust strength offlaners that are giving those AoE. I think it's a decent route to go.
These heroes don't hit Tombstone either, so it's like, it's good team fight if they actually do want to run into the Death Ball. It's like, if you're an Undying and they want a Death Ball, it's like, go for it. I'm going to drop a Tombstone and just destroy you. I feel like Fnatic wants to pick something that deals with the Tombstone now.
You can right-click it down with Shaman Wards. It's not terrible.
Terribly.
TB has the highest win rate in the game versus Dragon Knight. That is a very good matchup. It's one that is a pub thing, so TBs always end up getting the items to survive the burst from DK, and that's why.
And also Dragon Knights, like, they do love to go for Aghanim's, and then you just use Reflection on them, and plus Scotty, they can't move.
They can't.
Oh no.
Yeah. Even just the regular Dragon form plus the Terrorblade Q is enough. Back for the mag.
I mean, it worked last time.
It did. It really did.
Do they have enough to go with it? I feel like last time your whole point about, in fact, all of you were saying, like, they've got so much stuff to either put on the ground or present that the mag can then bring that hero in.
They've less this time.
It's not as comboable.
No. But still the Serpent Wards, it's something. Oh, they go for the Spectre against the TB.
Wow.
Yeah, that matchup is still rough.
That is not a good matchup.
The upsides are, it's one of the better Shaman jumpers, and when you're playing versus Mag Shaman, it's going to be similar to last game, right? Fnatic wants to anchor the front, they want to skewer you into the Shaman. Spectre, great at not really caring about that. She either jumps the Shaman, kills him off the bat,
yeah, but you need,
or
like,
she's disrupting Mag.
You need instant jump, otherwise Shaman hexes the illusion. Also, like, they don't have any kind of burst damage for Terrorblade other than Hoodwink. Like, their damage is very static. They need some kind of magical damage.
They can still get a last pick offlaner here. That's like the upside for them. It's usually a lot of these offlaners can shut down Terrorblade in the early game really well. At least historically, you think of heroes like Darkseer or Timber, so I think Timber could still be an option for them. Give them a bit more scale in the damage department, and it looks pretty good in terms of the tempo for the game as well.
Well, Twitch chat certainly conclusively thinking that Fnatic are going to win. In fact, it's only getting worse. People are backing them even more. 86 to 30. Oh, it just keeps going up.
Not a bad Underlord game either for Liquid against Fnatic.
Team Liquid, like, they do have a stun, they do have Bushwhack, but there's Abba Shield. Relatively limited in terms of, like, lockdown so far with what they got. So I'm like leaning towards Spirit type of a hero, or like a Batrider for Fnatic. I feel like they could definitely fit that in.
I think the other route Fnatic's thinking about is, I could see them put this mag mid and pick like Necro or something.
Yeah, against TB.
That's cool. That is cool. Wow, they really think something weird is going to come out here.
Yeah, that is not a hero you
Blitz is like, what
are
the
supposed
hell?
to ban, I think.
Yeah, they ban Zeus.
Generally.
Also having Zeus Spectre, it would make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
it could have been good. Yeah.
It could have been really good.
5 seconds remaining.
That's a classic.
Yeah. I think spirits are definitely nice because for Liquid, because they have the Spectre Haunt, so you've this excellent like scouting and setup for a spirit to, like, you want a backline jumper right now for Liquid. If you can, like, Queen of Pain, I guess Puck to a degree, like Ember Spirit, those all sound pretty solid. Storm obviously would have been great, but that's a top tier hero. It's going to get banned.
Oh,
They banned the
comes.
Underlord.
Fnatic's last pick, rounding out their draft. You were saying they could push the mag mid. Let's find out.
The one I would maybe consider is for this Necro, just because it makes the Undying lane a little annoying, and then this Spectre matchup is just so bad, and if they want to just play the slow-paced ball, you run into us, it kind of fits that.
Yeah. Pango.
All right. So they still have some lane flexibility, but this is another really good Magnus combo. This Pango with Empower can accelerate insanely fast, and it was something OG played around with a lot, where they had this Thompson Pango with the sub-mag, and they really like that. So it gives them a lot more tempo in early game, while at the same time, their scale got kicked up even more.
And similar to previous game, like, you have this Pango going in first, and then Magnus following it up.
Yes, another frontliner.
Another frontline that you mentioned that's gonna be.
It is mid Kotl.
Huh. All right.
How much does that change things?
It's a pretty nice pick here. There's not a lot of gap close. This hero destroys Terrorblade at a lot of portions of the game because he just outranges them with huge magic damage. They do have a Dispel with Abaddon, but it's a pretty, I mean, last pick mid coddle.
Yeah.
It usually wins, I feel like. It's really hard to deal with.
Did they address enough the Tombstone? Because like none of these heroes, they want to sit inside the fight and just kill the Tombstone, especially Terrorblade. And if we're talking about taking the fights where they put the high ground Tombstone, might be a bit difficult. I like Team Liquid's approach more in this game. I think they address some of the issues that they had in the previous game. I always feel kind of 50-50 when we were talking about the mid coddle.
Which way are you leaning?
I'll still go with Fnatic.
Fnatic.
I'm going to go Liquid. I don't think the TB was addressed either. I think that Undying is a pretty free game as well. And yeah, I like the TB versus Spectre matchup.
So that's Fnatic.
Or Fnatic, yeah.
Right. Okay, so you're saying Fnatic.
I think Fnatic will win.
Okay, SVG,
It's
same?
TB, the TB. The draft's gone on this
Well, I said Liquid will win game 2, and I'm going to stick with the
Nice.
boys.
Okay, we're going to go over to our casters, Suns fan and Cinderin. Lads, take it away.
Thank you very much. Can you believe that Jenkins gets paid to analyze games? He can't even remember what team had what hero.
At least he has other redeeming qualities, such as...
Man, let's get into the game.
You guys know.
Liquid versus
You know what they are.
Fnatic. I mean, I was going to mention his hair, but that is not an asset. I'll tell you what. I mean, he could probably sell it for a lot of money for Slacks to use as a wig. I think a lot of people would pay to see that. And then turn it...
That's a content piece in the making.
Yeah,
Hearing here.
exactly. Turn that into content. Fnatic with an early smoke here. So, talk to me about these lineups in there. We got the TB. We have Spectre is probably the biggest one. We've been seeing some teams like OG and Thunder Awaken use it to pretty... I mean, I think before this event, before this last patch, it was considered the worst position one in the entire game. Would you agree with that?
I think it had the overall lowest win rate out of any hero in Pub Dota, as a matter of fact, last
So
patch.
just the worst hero, period.
If you want to look at it from a strictly win percentage perspective, yeah, it was the worst hero of the last patch. Now, it got some pretty significant buffs in this small patch. It got better base HP regen. There was one other change. I actually need to look it up because nobody plays this hero until right now. Dispersion got buffed as well. Was that it?
You can look at the tooltips in there and see.
Yeah, I'm not good at
Cheat
that.
code. Okay.
I want to see, because it doesn't show all the things. Okay, it got 2 base agi as well. That's what it was. So base agi and base HP regen. And Terrorblade, good body blocks here from Zai.
Very good.
That's not enough, though.
Photic Shield helps him get out of dodge. And for the runes, did they pick them all up? No, not yet.
Yeah, so I'm kind of... I think some of the points they made on the panel are a good summary of what could happen in this game. Like, I think it's a very good Terrorblade game against most of the heroes he's facing. He's good against Dragon Knight and Spectre, but I do think until this last pick Coddle, I was clearly favoring Fnatic, and now I'm a little bit more like 50-50 because I see a mid Coddle that is largely uncountered. There's no like super good backline catch or jump. You're very much going to be relying on Armel to get a Blink Dagger on Pango to try to catch him, or maybe Shaman with an early Blink. But if Meke is... I don't know how good he is at this mid-coddle. I haven't seen him play it very much, but if he plays a very strong mid-coddle, this is the kind of game that he could dominate with an early, let's say, Orchid into Dagon build, for example, just killing Terrorblade. He could go for... We've seen some coddles go Vessel. I don't think this is the game for that. So yeah, probably that. What else would you get here?
And what about the other aspect of the game where you don't really have tombstone killers for Fnatic?
Yeah. That is very true.
I mean, how many hits does it take? I'll let you do the math here, Cinderin.
It depends on the level of Tombstone.
Okay, well, max level Tombstone with Serpent Wards. Because SVG did bring that up, so I'm curious how long
Isn't it
that
32?
32 hits overall?
Don't they do a quarter of an attack?
What? I'm the one asking the question.
Yeah. If you ask a question generally, you need to know the answers. You can tell the person you're asking if they're right or not.
This wasn't a trivia. I'm genuinely asking.
Then you have to start the sentence off. This
Armel.
is not trivia. Oh, Armel.
Pops the Fairy Fire. Got some shield crash damage mitigation as well.
Yep.
Meke off to a pretty good start here. Forcing him out. As Insania is going to suicide to the tower, it looks like.
Yep. Definitely a good start to the laning overall for Liquid here compared to last game, right? So they're already 1k raw gold up. Just from the laning stage. I think the bounty runes were 2-2 split, right? Yeah, they were. So this is just raw laning advantage. Especially, I'd say it's especially important that Spectre is having a great time. This hero plays very poorly from very far behind most of the time. It's had its time in the sun when it could just come back. I think lately, if Spectre has a horrible start, it just becomes a liability. In this game, Matsu's off to a hot start on that. Obviously, largely because he's playing with an Undying, one of the absolute bullies in terms of position 5s. This hero pairing is very strong.
Well,
so yeah, good start here.
We didn't get to... I'm going to ask you a question I guess you probably would know the answer to. What is the build right now on Spectre? I saw Aghanim Scepter like in the mid game, but what's the ramp up these days? Is it still like the Manta as first item?
The sample size is still kind of small, right? I think we had another game. I think OG played, was it Manta Scotty? Did they also have a Falcon Blade? I'm not sure.
We're not seeing like Diffusal or anything. That's a lot cheaper. It looks like bot lane.
Oh,
John Well in a lot of trouble. That's going to be first blood going the way of Zai.
Is John doing so well, Shannon? I don't know what's worse, that laugh or if you actually thought it was funny. It's probably even.
I didn't think it was funny, though.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
What was worse? If you had thought that was a good joke or if you made that
This
laugh?
conversation is worse. I think I'll bank on that one. Raven, applying a lot of pressure to Boxy here.
Oh.
Nice.
He's fine.
Job from Boxy. Looks like he'll be just fine. DJ taking a lot of damage in the top lane in the meantime. What was the discussion? The Spectre? Is that what we're talking about?
Yep.
Did we come to a conclusion?
Not really. I think in this game, you could... Can you go Orchid this game? I think your Caudle is going to do it, right? Because Spectre is one of the carries that can go Orchid occasionally.
Oh
boy.
Armel. He is so annoyed with Mickey right now.
This is a really rough matchup for Pango.
And we can see the CS. Obviously, a lot of this is the jungle camp, but it's basically double CS for Mickey. And he is absolutely dominating right now.
I think a lot of mid players, aside from the fact that this lane is really hard to play, I think you just hate playing against Caudle because it feels hopeless, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's some matchups that are hard, but against Caudle you can never even touch him. Like just don't get to play. And Stania here getting skewered into the tower. Nice pick up top from Fnatic.
I mean, that's kind of feels like the case for Pango mid in general. You don't really win the lane very often. Like obviously you're happier if it's a melee, but generally the range heroes, again, with Caudle, it's just like unlimited mana, right? You're just blasting. You don't really push the waves very fast because of the early swash. And it feels bad as Pango. But the question is, can he bounce back?
Good damage onto Raven.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Raven, he's going to get body blocked again. Pops the wand. Looks like he'll be able to live through the day. And gets salved by Jean-Well.
Once again, similar to last game, Jabs having a great start on Magnus. We did point out Spectre was having a good time, but this top lane is getting harder and harder. They do find the Shackle into Skewer here, so good damage. He will be fine, but...
Definitely a little bit tankier than Insania at this stage.
Those hurt. Actually dropped the Tombstone here defensively, Insania. Maybe a little bit of an overkill there, but it's okay. Gets a little bit of extra heal on the Soul Rip as a result. Foxy is going to
like 10 HP.
Go die to the tier 2 and kill a courier.
That's a happy accident right there.
Yep.
Tombstone, that's a lot of gold. 125 for Jabs, who gets off the skewer again into the tier 1.
I think he misclicked the Shackle, didn't he? I think he shackled a creep there.
That's unfortunate.
Because if you keep that Shackle going, you skewer him into tower. I think this could have actually been problematic for Matsu if he's still stunned when he is in that tower. But I think the Shackle did go off on a creep that time.
Yeah, now Arcane Boots online for Jab, so he can kind of dominate the lane a little bit more.
Regenerate top. Minkus just gonna grab that
as if he
no
needs
gain.
it.
Gets it away from Armel. So I think Caudle here, Minkus gonna rush boost of travel is pretty standard. And I still think we're looking at the Orchid for now.
For the Caudle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Matsu, I'm still not sure. So treads are being eyed up now. Treads plus wand, right? Pretty standard stuff.
Yeah.
I could see Falcon Blade into Ags. I could see the Manta Scotty build. I think what you need to consider here is you're playing against RP as well as the Terrorblade. So if you do get caught by this and you're playing without a save in your lineup, you're probably very fragile. So you could consider going tankiness or going elusiveness. You kind of get both from the Manta. So maybe you want to get that fast. You can like Manta dodge stuff or fake out spells. I think it would be pretty valuable.
Top lane, you see the Shackle come out. And even Mickey was here, but it might not be enough to save Insania as the Rolling Thunder coming through for Armel. Gets the shield crash off, and that last proc is enough to secure himself a kill, which is much needed, because like we talked about, he's getting dominated in the mid lane. Of course, Mickey's not really in the mid lane. He's been jungling for a little bit, which provides a lot of space for Boxy to kind of catch up on the level department for the mid lane. That's one of the huge benefits of having a Coddle in general. I mean, do you think this is one of those things that Fnatic needs to kind of invade the jungle to prevent this from actually happening? I mean, they have a ward on the cliff kind of close. They have an idea that this is happening.
I just don't know if they're capable, right?
Yeah.
Their lineup, it's hard to invade. You have an Abaddon 5, a Shaman 4, and a Mag offlane. I don't know if you can find this move, and a terribly carry for that matter, in case you did want to bring your carry as part of the play. Say you had something fast that could join, but yeah, I think you just have to accept that this is how things are. Try to defend your towers and get big, and then get some sort of way of catching Coddle. I think Dagger on Pango is going to be more or less mandatory. He will get the defusal first. I'm a little bit worried Mickey's game is going to be too free if they don't specifically try to target him. He is going Vessel still, despite being against Abaddon and I would say against no very obvious Spirit Vessel target. He still wants to go for it, regardless, instead of Orchid.
Yeah, that is
a little bit surprising.
That doesn't work at all against Thunder, right?
No.
Thunder is just purely HP removal.
Just a direct transfer, no fees.
Wow, that's great. This would be a good time for an ad. Well,
I thought you were going to say that's wishful thinking in the US.
Yeah, that is also very accurate. We're going to see the Dragon Tail set up onto Raven, but he's just going to focus on the Tombstone, it looks like, with a nice blinding light. So they can protect. They have ways to protect this Tombstone. Obviously, it's going to be taken out regardless now. But you can kind of see the game plan from Liquid, and it'll kind of be the big story is whether they can kill this Tombstone in a decent fashion. But Raven right now, in terms of actual net worth, kind of middle of the pack, just essentially aligned with Matu's Spectre. As he's going to get triple teamed here, making a quadruple with Matu popping that haunt. Aquatic Shield immediately onto Raven, though he's left to his own devices, and the Sharpshooter demolishes him. So nice pick off from Liquid.
Yeah, super overwhelmed there. Just a 4-man gank, one of them being the Haunt, makes that super nice and easy for Liquid. Get 2 kills there. And I think, honestly, Raven probably needs to get out of this bottom lane. He should have probably got out of here a minute or 2 ago, as a matter of fact, to start playing other areas of the map. He's not having a great time. Matu's wasn't much better, but he's Spectre, and he can still get involved in some of these moves his team is making. Terrorblade really needs to maximize right now. And bottom lane's just not the place for
They
that.
really want Mickey, but he is so fast with those boots of travel. And obviously no Blink Dagger in sight quite yet for jabs on the Magnus. Gets off a skewer, but he's going to get slowed perpetually. And with Zion and Sandy in the area, that is going to be another easy kill for Liquid, who are off to a much, 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 much better start this time around. They also secure the Tier 1 tower bot for Matu. And he is working on the old Yasha to start things out for him.
This is a commanding position. When you're 3k gold up with Spectre, you're feeling good generally. This hero doesn't commonly win early game. It's happy to break even a lot of the time. The way it scales with all the illusions, etc. You know, like Terrorblade is one of the carries that can hold a candle to it later. But given the game state, Liquid are in a very favorable position here. Being up 3k minute 10 is way more meaningful than with a lot of other lineups. So, look,
DJ getting scouted out here as well by Boxy, but
can't solo
him. Is going to be running out, so
he could maybe kill Armel mid with the help of an Illuminate from Mickey here. There might
actually with 2 spells on cooldown, but looks like he's
not coming over.
Out of arm's reach here. Yeah, DJ continuing to stack these Ancients. That's going to be a comeback mechanic with obviously the Empower helping out, take these out at some point, but. I mean, that death really hurt Raven, who is now, he was basically on par with Matu, but now 400 behind, still going for his Dragon Lance into Yasha, as he is going to be TPing to the triangle, so I assume the Empower will come. And yeah, that is, what level Empower is that though? That's level 3. So should be able to take out this Ancient stack. Of course, they need to protect him.
Who's going to tank that?
Well,
bad.
Liquid might, I mean, if they get a good jump here.
If this invade works, that is just flat out game-winning stuff.
Yeah.
You gotta be so.
Stania, he's the first one. Smoke breaks, puts the Tombstone down. Bushwhack is there. And you can see the rolling thunder from Armel. The Sharpshooter actually deletes the Abaddon before his ult can even activate. His Raven extremely low right now. And the Illuminate is enough to take him out. And now Liquid can try to focus on this Ancient stack or just continue to chase. The Liquid getting absolutely everything, and
Nice
the skewer is
blind.
canceled by the blinding light, so another kill for Liquid. But I don't know if they can take this Ancient stack, can they? It's not the best
Coddle.
team for it.
Coddle can do everything, Shannon.
That's true. I forgot that Coddle is a hero in this game.
Yep. Remember, these Ancients do have magic resistance, so Coddle cannot kill them very, very fast, only very fast.
That is true. That hurts big time. This was kind of the comeback mechanic for the TB,
Yeah.
and without that, Liquid are just rolling.
This was desperately needed for them.
This
now.
sharpshooter was
Big ult.
really nice as well.
Yeah, so keep in mind, Abaddon, his ult only activates. So when you get to under 400 health, borrowed time activates, but sharpshooter deals 550 magical, right? So if you hit it at the perfect timing, or if you hit him, let's say around 600 health or something, right? So he doesn't die directly from the sharpshooter, the break applies before the damage. So it means that if you push him over that threshold where other spells would activate the ult, this one doesn't, and you don't get time to react. Like, if it pushes you to 50 health and you're broken, you just get hit by literally anything and you die. So it is a pretty nice hero in certain situations against Abaddon, and that was one of them. Nice heads up, just a good read from Boxy that he could get away with that.
Yeah, now it's smoke again from Liquid. They want to keep the pressure on. Armel empowered. Has to shield crash to the low ground, so not feeling too confident here. But obviously Liquid fans happy to see that their team is with a pretty substantial lead. Of course, they did have mega creeps yesterday, Cinder, so I guess we shouldn't be calling any
from
game
what
or
I heard,
anything like that.
I didn't see that game, but they didn't have too long. Let's see if mid-fight.
Great call casting as always, Cinder, and as the TV gets deleted again, this time with the sharpshooter. Beautiful aim. The Rolling Thunder continues for Armel, but they're not going to be able to follow it up with much. The Solar Bind is there as well, so with the Shackle on the DK, do they have enough to actually get some kills here? Illuminate comes in, deletes another hero, and Fnatic are just getting pounded right now. 4 dead without any kind of trade, and the tier 1 to boot.
This last pick mid Coddle is just absolutely incredible this game. It's such a good draft call from Liquid, whoever suggested this. It's really what's tying everything together. He crushed his lane, he's part of the moves, he's super farmed, he's getting, he's just doing everything. He's pushing the waves, making sure that they can get these towers. He's part of 8 out of 11 kills, dealing tons of damage. You're gonna see, so this sharpshooter here, really, really nice from Boxy. Before Matsu could get sundered. Actually, Matsu also made sure to create enough
you could see John Well trying to tank it as well. That was really close.
He pre-popped his ult and ran in the way, but Boxy threading the needle there. Very nice.
So, from Fnatic's perspective, how do you come back in this game? Because this is an absolute shellacking right now, Cinderin.
It's tough. I think...
Well, we're going to see actually an RP used in the enemy triangle, all for an Undying. I guess at this stage...
And he didn't die.
Are you kidding me? That double bracer, it's not even 25 minutes yet. Imagine how tanky he'll be in 10 minutes when he still doesn't have any more farm than that, Cinderin. Incredible.
That's incorrect. He just got more farm. He got an Observer Ward and 3 sentries.
Holy Jesus.
So his net worth did go up by 150.
That's great.
Which will be spent. But currently he is holding on to the blue eyes.
That feels really bad for Fnatic, though. That's an RP, all for a support that you can't even kill.
Yeah.
Position 5 it.
That is not good. Whew. So to try to answer your question, what Fnatic need to do now, I think you have to try to, first of all, get Shaman his blink. And then I think you want to try to force a fight in the Roche Pit that either force a fight or catch Liquid off guard and just get it for free. But if you can get a fight there, that's where Pango can shine. It's where your Serpent Wards can do something. Maybe you can find a big RP. Trying to fight anywhere else on the map in like scrappy positions or with odd numbers, I just don't think you're favored in any of those right now. The good thing about grouping up at Roche is that all your heroes get a primary purpose that's obvious. Abaddon needs to try to block the sharpshooter and cover the TB. Pango needs to get a good ult. Shaman needs to protect his wards, and you need to find an RP. The tricky part about that is, oh, hang on, bottom, they actually want to find Matsu.
Yeah. Okay, the Manta does not get him outside of the wards, but the Rolling Thunder does. That's unfortunate. And they don't have that much damage, Cinder, and DJ is taking more damage from the illusion than they're dealing towards Matu himself. DJ attempting to TP out will be fine. Still, some valuable assets expended here to try to... That was 2 ults to try to kill Matu, and it barely did any damage.
Fnatic look a little bit lost right now. This feels like a no-purpose move, right? I think if they did everything correctly, he still doesn't die. So I don't know if they were trying to bait out Haunt, and then they want to use that for something. But considering what they expended, it doesn't feel very great. I think Liquid right now could actually just go Roche, knowing that these spells are on cooldown is pretty important for them. Senia is thinking about it. He could put down a Tombstone and use Flesh Golem for this. And it looks like they will be going over there. Manta on Spectre makes this a lot faster, of course.
Yep.
Desolate damage hurts big time on good old Roche. Keep in mind, the damage amp from Undying should just increase this damage that Spectre does with Desolate as well. The same damage type, so very, very nice and easy here.
Tier 1 tower is taken out bot lane, but Zai TPs in, gets the fireball off. Not going to be enough to actually kill Armel, so the Roshan obviously still goes the way of Liquid as Matu takes Aegis. And Boxy is actually going for an Aghanim Scepter on the Hoodwink after his Force Staff here. He's getting the Sharpshooter for a little bit of vision, not able to connect onto DJ though. And bottom lane, Armel gets off the ult. Is that enough to survive?
He doesn't monitor TP.
Doesn't have TP. That is unfortunate, but they might not end up chasing, assuming that he has the TP.
Sniper Squirrel, not gonna get it.
In the trees, do they
Zai.
see him? No.
Not check the right.
Armel lives.
Under attack.
They're gonna have to do a lot more of that to try and get back in this game. Now, other than the DK, I guess they do have good lane push. I mean, Spectre not exactly a great tower hitting hero in general. That's one silver lining, I guess, for Fnatic. I mean, I don't think they're gonna, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think they're gonna lose, if they do end up losing this game, before second Roche. I think second Roche is kind of the timing for Liquid.
Yeah, it's not going to be that quick of a push. Oh, bottom. Yeah. Armel.
Field crash.
Tombstone's hounding him here. They see
no
him.
ult. And they see him. Continuing to right click. Another swashbuckle though. Not by enough time.
Didn't have enough mana to get the stun off in time.
Either way, they're going to get this tier 2 tower, and Liquid are completely dominating. It is going to be a trade for the tier 1 top.
They're not going to get this tier 2 tower.
Okay, like I said, the tier 2 tower will die at some point. I didn't say when.
That's correct. You did not say that.
Armel, Rolling Thunder, going for Zai. And just going to kill.
Oh, nice glyph.
Like,
that's
yeah,
going to connect the Coddle.
Coddle is here. Armel, TPing out. He's going to be fine. So just trying to be an annoying little Pangolier as a tier 2 tower now will fall.
All right, they found Boxy, buddy, Sharpshooter.
TPs,
Wait, what?
top lane.
Force
Boxy, Bushwhack is going to connect. That's going to be an easy kill onto the Shadow Shaman. TP's out galore, though, so Fnatic doesn't lose anything else.
Boxy quick to Force Staff before he got shackled out of the Hex level 1. So he repositioned himself, got out of range of the Shaman, and that move is just over.
So as expected, the tier 2 tower does survive for now, Synderin.
Yep.
Will be going down eventually, though.
Yep, you didn't say when.
Before this game is over, it will fall.
Raven's closing in on BKB on his Terrorblade. Perhaps a little bit of a bright point for Fnatic to look forward to in this absolute beatdown of a game they're facing right now. You gotta try to find timings when you're far behind, and the only way you're coming back in this game is by fighting with some sort of meaningful item. The challenging thing is, if Liquid ever are the ones to initiate, they can just press Haunt, and Shadow Shaman and Magnus just suck, right? Like, if both of their daggers get cancelled, you can isolate whoever you want on Liquid, basically, and just start off the fight that way, get your heroes in position, and once the Magnus and Shaman get to play again, well, you might have already found a kill, or you might have, you know, information about what angle to cover. You have Tombstone. It's just very, very difficult. So I think Fnatic, you wait for the BKB on Terrorblade, and then you try to smoke and kill Spectre. I think it's your best play on the map right now. So maybe it could open up the top tower as well.
The panel kind of brought this up during the draft, but you saw some chuckling from Liquid during the draft before they picked Coddle.
Yeah.
Because of the Zeus ban. Do you think Zeus was viable? I mean, because Coddle has been very good.
I will say there is basically no way Zeus would have been better than Coddle for this game after seeing it play out. Zeus could not have done this. It could have also been a good hero for the game. Like, Fnatic's logic behind it is they have Spectre, where we have dagger-reliant heroes, and we have a Terrorblade, so Thunder God's Wrath can be a really big problem for us. It scouts us out, lets them know whether they should haunt or not. and takes a big part of our team fight away. So Zeus was a good ban, but the fact of the matter is what they avoided by banning Zeus is not even the type of game they're playing anyway, right? Coddle has just totally transformed it into something they just can't handle this amount of pressure. Raven with the BKB now. Doesn't look like he's part of anything anyway. DJ
Dragon Tail Fireball. E-Blade there.
Yeah, Mika with the E-Blade Dagon 1. And now he's going for Eon Disc. So
that's
never
when you
went
know,
for the
when there's a hero that buys Dagon, like semi-consistently, you know that that hero is a degenerate design. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because nobody buys Dagon.
Dagon is just degeneracy to the highest extent. Swashbuckle from Armel, but Flesh Golem popped immediately. Here comes a Rolling Thunder. They actually want to commit any further. Looks like the Sharpshooter doesn't really connect this time around. Armel trying to buy as much time as the Aegis does get consumed. And not a whole lot happens there for either team, really. Zai does pop the BKB, so that's kind of a big deal. Maybe that's enough for Liquid to play a little bit disciplined here.
It's such a strong Tombstone placement. I think Fnatic have no way of accessing that fight, even with that Rolling Thunder forcing a little bit. You just can't get in there with your heroes. And Liquid are fine with this. It's like, okay, we can keep farming. We've got Ags coming out now from Matu, so he can join fights. And I believe he will have this ult, or this Ags, basically all the time, because he can just get Chakra from Coddle. So he can keep having Shadow Step non-stop. Did his courier die? I'm assuming his courier is dead, because I'm not finding it, and he is not eyeing up the components, but he has 2 of them, so they've got to be flying out sometime soon. Probably
Maybe he just likes collecting raw components. I've seen that in some pubs. It's the ultimate taunt, and they're
Maybe
winning with just raw
against
components.
Matu Smurf, and he was training for an official match to play with half an inventory. It's kind of like training in a gravity chamber.
I'll take your word for that one.
Gravity chamber. Gravity chamber.
Okay.
There you go.
Good joke.
It was it wasn't a joke, it was a haiku.
Good joke, Cinderin. Haiku. 12k lead here for Liquid. And Fnatic just really struggling to find anything to go their way. I mean, we can kind of talk about their item progressions. Armel, he's had the Desto Orb of Corrosion for quite a while. He's going to be going for Lincolns right now.
Yeah.
I guess Dragon Tail to lock him down.
Yeah, definitely a concern for him. The Dragon Knight. Box, he's going to find jabs.
Will he, though? Okay. The Skewer comes out. The RP as well. And the TP.
Clutch.
All right.
We'll get out.
Jabs gets out, but now no RP. I mean, how much was actually expended from Liquid? Do you try to take advantage of that timing, or are you just waiting for Roche? Is this like a pretty clear-cut game from Liquid?
Yeah, I think you can chill. I think getting next Roche is you know, just playing it safe. You can give the Aegis over to Spectre and get Coddle his Eon Disc, and then you can consider starting to look at high ground. Probably, yeah, I think knocking on the front door at the top tower in the meantime is fine. You know, like step by step, it doesn't have to be super fast. I think Liquid could play quicker than this and try to press the issue, but I'm not like worried about this game going later. And I'm saying that against a team with Mag Terrorblade, which might sound a little bit crazy, right? Like, who wants to go late against Mag TB? I just think Haunt is just so good this game that you actually can deal with these threats.
Still trying to create some space here. Not able to take out that wave, but very least does survive and connects with the rest of his teammates. And the next, this is actually a pretty long spawn. Another 2.5 minutes for Roshan, so I guess that's good news for Fnatic, although maybe they want to fight in the pit. Maybe that's their one way back, and the fact that it's kind of delayed means that Liquid are just going to continue to grow this lead in the meantime.
I'm not really sure who it favors more. I think it's largely irrelevant right now. If Fnatic can't break the games to... Oh, well, okay, the Lincolns was actually broken there on Armel, so if Sai connects that stun, he could have been dead. Yeah.
It feels like this game is, if Fnatic were to try and come back, the RP, the pit, those are the two things that are almost necessary. I'm trying to think of a scenario that would make sense, other than like Liquid, you know, just starting to play like garbage all of a sudden, just giving them everything over a consistent period of time. We're just going to assume that's not going to be the case, but Yeah, the RP is going to be extremely important here.
I mean, I guess historically speaking, something Fnatic can play for is just delaying out the game and seeing how late Liquid wants to take it. Because if a team that likes playing it slow when they're ahead, a lot of the time that has been Liquid. I think they've kind of combated that, I would say, issue of theirs that they had in the past of struggling to close out games. They've got better at it. But when the stakes are higher, perhaps you can, fall back into old habits a little bit. And Fnatic are maybe hoping that Liquid will choke a little bit on the high ground.
Yeah, Matu ends up popping that borrowed time from John Well as Raven. Attempting to TP out is fine. Aghanim Scepter on Matu, so he can kind of be everywhere. But Haunt was also used.
It's resources every time, right? Sure, your heroes survive, but you use maybe an RP, or you use a BKB, you use TPs, you use Abaddon, and you're not, progressing in the game as Fnatic. You're just maintaining the status quo. I guess it's commendable that they're not really falling further behind on gold. So they're still floating these 12k. I just wonder this would be one of those moments that would be really cool to hear in on the comms, DJs and huge trouble bot. Yeah. He was very quick on the Hex, but Matsu instantly reality to his Shadow Step. Or rather, that was actually the Haunt, not the Shadow Step that time, I believe. Or actually, it was rather the Shadow Step, not the Haunt. Please don't confuse the audience, Shen.
Good effort, Synderen.
Yeah.
You can just call it Mini Haunt if you want.
Mini Haunt?
Yeah.
It reminded me of Baby Bell.
What?
Never mind, you wouldn't know.
Great joke.
You can't just say that every time you don't understand something.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
Well, I think I just proved that it does work like that. As Roshan number 3 is being attempted by Liquid, and this feels like the last chance for Fnatic. I mean, they can try to go for the high ground defense, I suppose, but it's just such a tall order. I think they have an idea that this is happening, but Roche is already about to die. That's going to be the Aegis for Matu. And who takes the shard? He didn't have shard before, so I guess he just consumed it as well.
Yeah, they had the one on Dragon Knight, so I think they gave it to Spec. And Spectre shard, as everybody knows, because this one doesn't get changed every 3 months, is every 300 damage absorbed, you trigger a dagger to be launched at the last player-controlled attacker, occurring at a maximum of once per 7 seconds. You knew that.
I actually did know that.
All of the details?
Well, I mean, I'm making a custom game that requires me to know all the spells, so yes, I did know that, Synderen. Thank you. Thanks for the free advertisement, by the way.
Absolutely. That was what
Synderen really sucks.
I definitely set that up.
All
Great
right.
joke.
Blade, Fire Blade. I agree.
Sorry, I didn't get it. All right. John.
Oh, all right.
I got excited
Borrow
there.
time was already activated, so didn't need to get excited there, Synderen. Nice try.
True.
Will we see 420, though? That's what everybody wants to know.
More than likely, at the rate this is going. Let's have a look at the, what's it called, the win expectancy. Not for the sake of that, but to see when Fnatic got their last kill. That was minute 22. Armel killed Insania.
It says okay, do you agree with it? 97%.
I thought it was longer ago.
Win probability.
That sounds about right.
All right, Abaddon's dead. So it's 4-17.
Just 3 more to go, Shannon.
Yep.
Just make sure Insania doesn't die to Armel like he did about 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Was it 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
That was their last kill. I mean, if you think about it, they have about a kill per 10 minutes. So it's not like that.
So to update people in terms of the group stage that's occurring right now, nobody can be eliminated from this group because of Mind Games being eliminated from the tournament entirely. Fnatic came into this series with a 4-2. Oh. Okay, we got the skewer back, the first action in quite a while. Rolling Thunder to follow, as you can see Spectre just demolishing everybody. Raven pops the BKB.
Zai's dying!
Zai is dead, so the 420 dream is dead with him. Make sure to tweet at Zai with your disappointment. As the buyback comes out now onto Abaddon.
Zai, I was getting ready to rip a fat one and you died of EK, dude.
Zai, poor Zai. He's such a nice young lad.
They did get a buyback out of a bad and a mid-tier 2, though. So even in defeat, the worst outcome that Liquid have had in quite a while against Fnatic in this game was trading 1-for-1 and getting a buyback in a tower.
Indeed.
That was the worst. And meta was used, and Pango was used, everything. Well, not RP, I suppose, but now you can't fight again as Fnatic.
That is something to... Okay, think about this, Synderen. When Liquid lost... while having mega creeps, did you see any of it? Because I watched the
I did not see that game, but I heard they didn't have Mega Creeps very long.
Right. The Mega Creeps didn't last very long, but the thing that was crazy about it was obviously Liquid were way ahead. And it was like this was it a skewer into like double Batrider ult into Fountain? That's how they came back.
Wonderful.
You do have skewer. Not a whole lot else though to reposition. But the skewer is pretty scary, you know? Something to fear. We saw that Zai died there because of that.
Oh, there's a tombstone. And a sentry ward.
That is
my favorite. This is prime Undying aggression. You walk up, you drop your stuff, and people don't care, and life goes on. That is pretty much Undying in a nutshell in a lot of situations like this. But they did care after all.
Sure to follow. RP as well. You can see the cleave come out. Thanks to the Empower, is Raven able to clean up one, but he's taking a lot of damage in turn. Sunder not doing that much.
Did he Sunder
wrong?
wrong?
Walk it away. I don't know what happened.
He must have Sundered a Spec Illusion instead of the real one.
Yeah, possibly. Either way,
I don't think it out.
Dying is the only death thus far. Shadow Step. All right, looking for the Magnus. Matu going in quite deep. He's learned his lessons. I think PTSD is kicking in just a little bit
No Batrider
here.
that time, though.
That is true. I mean, he's seeing Batrider in his nightmares after yesterday, no doubt about it. Still has the Aegis, of course, but I think he had Aegis last time and he had Wraith King, and he died 3 times in the Fountain. Okay, let's see what the Sunder was on.
Armel's dead. Just a parenthetical comment. He got ganked top by Coddlespec.
And
yeah, he Sundered it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean,
for what it's worth, it wouldn't really have changed much. Matu still had Aegis, and I don't even think he would have killed him anyway.
Yeah.
So, it's just that strong.
Those hitboxes sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, Fnatic, they're not technically falling any farther behind. It's 16K. It's been 16K for quite a while.
Yeah.
Scotty now online for Matu is Liquid.
I wonder what he buys next. Abyssal or... Okay, it's going to be Bloodthorn. He's going to upgrade his Orchid. I think Abyssal, Bloodthorn, or Butter were the obvious choices. Terrorblade does not want to buy MKB in this game, I think. So the Butter could have also been nice. Abyssal would allow him to instantly try to snipe Mag in the backline. But Bloodthorn also a very nice value upgrade for his Orchid.
BKB getting relatively close. Actually, clicking on the wrong hero. BKB has been online, of course, for Zypher. Who's building the BKB right now? Let's see. Just clicking on literally every... Oh, there we go.
Wait, who's buying it?
Rasta.
Why? I was checking out all of Zai's allies. I was like, who are you talking about? And then it's in the other team.
Yeah, I saw DK's face. And
I should have known.
Fake news. DJ is 400 away from BKB, so he can get these long duration shackles if he chooses to do so with that Blink Dagger initiation.
Yeah, I think that's a value reason to go Abyssal here on Spec, I think, is that you can hard counter Shaman opening your teammates, right? You can just instantly Shadow Step in and Abyssal as a solution for that BKB. An alternative path, which it looks like Matu will take here, is just get a BKB of his own so that he can just go in confidently and start the fight. I think if he gets RP'd while he's BKB'd, he still doesn't die to Terrorblade.
Right.
The Spectre is just that tanky. 26 base armor, you've got Dispersion. It's really, really tough to bring him down. There's no break on the Radiant, except actually Terrorblade does have his own Silver, so I guess BKB a little bit healthy in that aspect. BKB now coming out for DJ. Oh, Gaben has flatlined at 5% though for Fnatic, so it's not got worse. It is
flatlined. Okay.
Flat on 5%. So 1 in 20.
He likes Magnus, especially after TI. We're seeing it again here. This is going to be a nice kill. Although Zai jumps in with the BKB Dragon Form. Shadow Step as well on top of the Haunt. And they'll be able to clean up at least one. Okay, nice. Ult coming out from John-Noel. And the Boomerang comes out as well. Skewer onto the high ground. Matu seeing butterflies. RP as well. They don't have the refresher quite yet.
He's broken
for
though.
the Magnus. He is broken. No Aegis. He might die here. Still be close. Good bushwhack though, keeping them at bay. So it ends up being a 2-for-1, and Matu just barely lives.
Oh, almost got the horn toss.
Yeah, good attempt.
That was actually
Zai wants to go really deep. He gets the Dragon Tail off. E-Blade on top of him, it looks like, and that is a huge Illuminate, but the double kill goes the way of Matu. Buyback now into jabs, and this is where Liquid probably tries to reset.
Dude, that was close. They almost got the kill on Spectre, and who knows what that would have developed into. So Liquid are not home and hosed just yet. I guess... I don't know if if DJ should have popped his BKB. So I think this is after. Yeah, DJ's already dead in this instance. So Jabs gets the skewer up, then a long distance RP into the Silver Edge, but there comes the halberd from Zai above. Really important.
Yeah.
In that instance.
And a big bushwhack.
Without that halberd, he's actually dead. So heads up from Zai. Very quick to react. Nice attempt though from Fnatic. I'm always very impressed when teams are far behind and they pull off these kind of attempts, because it shows that you know you're losing, but you're game planning around like some sort of specific conditions.
Yeah.
That you just premeditatively know what the goal is, and they almost accomplished it there. So very nice try.
So Roche is being taken out. Looks to be a freebie for Liquid. Aghanim Scepter available, Cinderin. I was gonna say it's obviously gonna be Zai. What about Mickey? Will-O-Wisp against Magnus? Isn't that quite good? It will be Zai.
I think the problem here is that it's ineffective against 3 heroes, right? Terrorblade has BKB, Pango has his ult, and Shaman has BKB, so I don't know if it pressures enough versus having the Black Dragon form. I just think that's more value. Right, Fnatic are going to go for it again. They have RP in 10 seconds, and there's a double damage.
Oh boy.
This is
28k lead though for Liquid.
It's a bottle DD.
The Aegis is on Zai, Cheese on Matu. That's interesting. Why did they take Aegis on DK? I mean, Mickey has, I think he's 6 slotted, right? He has a null talisman. I mean, that is a very good item.
I don't know why, actually. I think the Aegis on Dragonite is also a little bit... I'm a little bit unsure here. Like, maybe they want to just, die and buy back the Spectre, so this way they get extra lives in the fight in case.
Okay, Horn Toss Skewer back. That is a huge one into a nice RP as well. That's the real Spectre. Rolling Thunder on top with that shard from Pango. They're just ripping right through the Aegis.
That's why he has the Aegis.
And that is DK form down. So the Aegis, he's a human form, Cinder, and uses the overwhelming blink. So will survive, and now into the base they go. Looks like the Shadow Shaman is going to be the first to fall for Fnatic. This might break things up.
Matu didn't even have to use the cheese there. They used so many spells. Blind.
Okay, Jabs is spotted out. This will be a nice kill, but he takes the Aphotic Shield and skewers to safety.
Oh, it's a 25 Coddle. He has the Blinding Light stun. That talent slaps, by the way. It is so good. Very low cooldown spell. With your own chakra, you push people out of position and then stun them. Usually what people do when they get Blinding Lit is that they use BKB, right?
Right.
But you can just get caught out and have nothing to do about it.
Okay, the game seems to be slightly extended. Cheese is still there, though, for Matu. That's the big deal, but no DK form quite yet. Try to take some building.
This time he doesn't have Aegis.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. Mickey uses that Dagon.
See you, Pango.
Gets rid of Armel. Does have buyback, though, as now the buildings are starting to fall. But again, without the DK form quite up yet, this is a bit slow. Fortifications popping out for Fnatic. And Liquid, I mean, you can tell how disciplined they're playing. I guarantee you that if they did not lose yesterday, they would have been a little bit more aggressive. There's the tier 3 tower down, and now focusing on the racks potentially. DK form pop by Zai. Raven. It's off the Silver Edge proc.
That
Doesn't
is
have
a
his
huge
meta,
dragon.
Though. Yeah, he's quite big. Okay, the Horn Toss back with the skewer. Do they have enough damage to actually take out Zai? There's the Rolling Thunder. It is basically 5 versus 1 as the buildings are falling, and the rest of Liquid are just running.
Cute try.
Liquid. All right.
I like that TP attempt. That was pretty cute.
Two siege creeps on the barracks, Cinderin. 2 siege creeps. You need to kill them. They actually redirect to the range.
Easy
and the melee racks with 80 health, and they will regenerate.
That is true. All right, they hold. Magnus on defense. Something can always happen.
Slightly surprised they didn't just finish the racks if they were just going to run away. All 5 were in the fountain, essentially.
Yeah, calling that a fullback when Zai is getting gone on that far away, I agree. That seems a little bit too overcautious, but... Oh, we'll see. They're just going to go for more. Yeah. They have RP, and no Zai. This could be big.
Yes.
If Zai buys back, even the connection time of the TP can make the difference here. Because Fnatic do have pretty quick burst damage, and now they have the safety of not getting Dragon-tailed when they get a pick.
Yeah, I think this has been spotted out, though, as Liquid.
They're playing very safe.
Yeah. I mean, do you agree with what I'm saying? If yesterday didn't happen, They wouldn't be playing as passive.
Probably. It's probably in the back of their
monumentally-
minds. Yeah.
All right, Serpent Wards to help secure this tier 2 tower. So Fnatic gaining some ground here. I mean, this lead is still redonkulous, though, for this time of the 42 minutes. And Raven
Wait a
has
second.
Satanic, Scotty, BKB, Silver Edge, Hurricane Pike going for Divine Rapier next.
Dare I say we may have a miracle? Oh, hang on.
Okay.
I was just forcing a battle note. I was going to say, dare I say we may have a miracle on our hands if this is a comeback? I think this graph was down to 0% 2 minutes ago. I'm pretty sure that's 100. Because it took a little bit of a... It went up a little bit to 99, and now it's 98. I think it flatlined on 100% there for a good minute and a half, if you see that.
Okay.
Which isn't technically 100. I've won one game 0 to 100%. One time in a pub. I have not won a game in competitive Dota with 0 to 100. I have, as a matter of fact, not won a competitive game in a very long time.
Yes, I was going to say the exact same thing.
Nor have you.
Good joke.
But you were good at CS once in a while. Well, once in a while. Once upon a time. Nowadays, once in a while, maybe.
Zai. Oh, he gets the double damage right in front of Raven. So Raven not able to secure that for himself as the Dagon.
Oh,
was
1
basically
second cooldown
global
borrowed
range.
time.
Yeah, borrowed time not there in time. I would
Great
call
joke.
that a pun, but it was just terrible.
Yep.
Even I'll admit that was terrible.
Good.
Raven, if he gets caught out, Cinderin, it's be a pretty big deal. Gets off the Silver Edge, and that will buy enough space.
He's out. Okay.
All right, is it down to the next Roche? With a 32K lead for Liquid.
I can definitely see why this is difficult for Liquid, right? They, like you pointed out, their only real siege hero is Dragon Knight, who isn't the best anymore at sieging relative to the game state, and he can get blink skewered at any point.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's just go and hit the racks, lol, you've won. Even though the win expectancy is super high for them, of course, because they have such a ridiculous gold lead and a very strong late game
I mean, we
competition.
talked about it, like Spectre as a hero, not great for high ground taking at all.
Yeah, it's definitely got its issues with that.
But having said that, Cinderin, he is quite tanky on the Spectre, and if he is the one hitting the buildings and they try that skewer shenanigans, eventually I feel like he would get out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, DK is super tanky. I mean, okay,
That's
let's
5K
say
health.
if they go for the, okay, that is a divine. So did actually commit for it, going all in, and I can't say I disagree with this at all. This is probably the right play in this
This is the
situation.
1%. Here it
And
comes.
Divine Rapier. What did he get rid of?
Another item that he had.
Good joke.
Hex.
Rolling Thunder. I hear it. There it comes for Armel.
No tombstone.
Not going to connect on Stadium. Finally does on the rebound. Bushwhack actually does hit. But no actual follow-up.
He got rid of his treads on Turboblade.
Oh, he's bootless. That's true.
Yep. But he does have Pike as well as Silver Edge.
Silver Edge, yep. There's the Horn Toss Skewer. This will be a big kill.
Disc.
But Disc.
They
proc-
RP'd the
RP.
Disc.
Unfortunate timing there.
No, it was on purpose,
Sharpshooter
I
goes through
think.
the BKB. So it looks like Raven will live as a result. Armel still connecting on this DK, but he's just so tanky. They don't do enough damage right now. Looks like they'll need to reset. So Fnatic, back to the high ground defense they go. Raven
Okay.
looking for a potential Sunder. Instead goes for the right clicks onto the Undying. Not quite enough to get the kill, but the Illusions are doing a lot of damage.
He got him.
And Raven ends up securing himself that kill at the very least. Matu with the Shadow Step. They really want to focus the Magnus, but very, very tricky hero to kill right now. And Liquid resetting again. It feels so weird to watch a game where it's so hard to take high ground when you're this far behind.
Yeah.
Magnus Gaming, I guess.
Honestly, I feel like it's pretty telling that Jabs chose to RP and A on this Coddle. Like, they 100% knew the disc was popped. They 100% knew it was still running. They just wanted that 1 second stun into hopeful repositioning.
Yeah.
Because they know at the moment the disc runs out, Coddle dies to like 3 hits from Terrorblade. But it does have the E-Blade that you also need to worry about, and there's no nullifier in their team. So I feel like that was a little bit ambitious to go for that.
Zai with another double damage. Abyssal Blade now online for Matu.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Roshan is up, Cinderin, as we see the Dagon Express come.
Oh, he
Dragon
could
Tail
come
to
in.
follow. Is this enough to actually take out Raven? It is. No buyback.
And no John Well to
And
cover in that time.
should do it. One would think, Cinderin, is Armel with the Rolling Thunder trying to take out the creeps. He's going to do a decent job, but there's a fortification, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Okay, blinding light. You see that stun like he talked about. Goes into his little shell with that shard. Gets off the swash as well, extremely slow, and the boomerang is there to finish him off.
All right, that's got to be it.
Yeah,
so
Divine Rapier on DK. Now he can push.
Terrorblade got caught without a Baton alive, and that's just the difference maker there. There's nobody to get that aphotic shield so he can pop BKB Sunder. Liquid take full advantage of it, get the Rapier on Dragon Knight, and it looks like this time...
Wait for it! Oh,
right.
The blinding light
Good
just
blind.
in time. Beautifully done. So no Divine Rapier shenanigans being turned around again. Big boomerang, my goodness. And that is a buyback down to the Magnus, but Liquid looks like they're going to get their first victory of
Pre-stun.
the Stockholm Major.
That's it.
And that should do it. GGs are called. A 47-minute game. 56K net worth lead at the end. Liquid dominated from start to finish, but Fnatic, they made him sweat a little bit thanks to the high ground defense and all the Magnus shenanigans. But I do think that yesterday's game against Thunder Awaken might have affected Liquid's psyche just a wee bit.
I mean, I think there's a lot of positives to look at in this game. First of all, for Liquid, I really think their draft was clever. I think the last pick, Coddle, was really the glue in getting them this far ahead. It gave them everything they needed to give Spectre time. This time they played their lanes very well. They crushed mid. They did very well top with the Undying Spectre lane. And they also got First Blood bottom, I think, with their Dragon Knight and Hoodwink lane. So all the lanes went well. For Fnatic, I think the bright side here is, considering how extremely far you fell behind, you held on for a good 20-30 minutes in a game that was incredibly hard to play. You still looked at the one or two conditions you had to find a favorable fight, and you executed pretty damn well. Like, in a lot of these situations, if the difference in gold is maybe like 5k, 10k less, they'd do a full-on comeback here. But Liquid had done a good enough job to make a huge advantage to give themselves the buffer to not drop this game. But yeah, this is what I want to see in a team that has the chance to get, you know, a really high placement in the tournament like Fnatic. Is even in the hardest of games, you can still tell that they're not lost, you know?
Right.
Everything felt, for the most part, okay, there were maybe a couple of things where I was a little bit questioning it. The Spectre attempt they had bottom that I pointed out with the Pango and Shadow Shaman that wasn't even close to a kill. That one was a little bit iffy, so sure, maybe not completely clean in terms of trying, but in the big fights, there was an idea, there was an execution, just a little bit too far behind.
Spectre wins again, Cinderin.
Yeah, it does. It has also lost, though, hasn't it?
It has, but it's had a pretty good win rate, I feel like, in the games at least I've watched. Maybe it's confirmation bias, but if you win early game with a Spectre on your team, generally that does work out quite well.
Yep.
Matu ends the game 9-0, and the craziest part, and I think the person that set the entire tone was Mikke on the Keeper of the Light, who actually goes deathless. Yep. 8-0. I didn't realize he hadn't died the entire game.
It's a great Coddle game. There's nobody catching him.
It really is. It really, I mean, you can't, again, first victory for Team Liquid. They end up splitting this series. Let's see what Pyrian and the others think of this series overall.
Thank you, guys. Liquid pulled it back. That's to tie the series 1-1. We're going to take a short break. When we come back from that, I'll have Lacoste and SVG run over the game and tell us what happened. And I'll see you guys in a bit. Ah, 1-1. Yes, Liquid pulling that game back against Fnatic, but they didn't make it easy for them. Fnatic were in that one till bitter end, despite Liquid having a colossal lead, and that Liquid's first win on the board, I believe. So good for them. SVG, you called it. Fnatic will win game 1. Liquid will adapt and win game 2. Well done. That's why you're here.
Thank you. I appreciate the satisfaction of being correct.
So Fnatic did make that hard for them, didn't they?
Yeah, a little bit. I think one of the problems was this last pick, Keeper of the Light, because like they didn't have the catch. Problem was Pango was pretty much the only hero that can cut into backlines, and he didn't have the hero to play with. Like if we're talking about the mag, they did punish him in the lane. His Blink Dagger this game was delayed, and also like even if he plays with the mag, I don't think he should be playing with the mag. Like both Shaman and Abba, they can't be playing with the Pango early on, especially because like they lost the lanes. Terrorblade's not the hero that wants to join early on, so that was one of the issues. Like if we go back and check the score of Fnatic, they had 4 kills in like 25-30 minutes.
Yeah, it was not great. Let's have a quick look, because we do have a replay of just one of the mag plays, just a nice little play here, I think.
I just thought this was a cool moment that it showed some glimmer of hope. Like he skewered him to the high ground, and then Matoma couldn't get back down, so it allowed him to blink out. Then he blinked and RP'd him back in,
right?
Instead of just blinking somewhere random.
It was close.
Like they almost got this kill off.
It was close. I mean,
Yeah,
that was really the thing that was
come through.
Oh, it was so close.
Which is insanely
I feel
clutch.
like the thing that was keeping them in this game was that threat of mag when you're going high ground with the skewer.
This is something that Team Liquid seems to be struggling against when they were playing against Thunder Awakened. They had Tiny plus the Batrider, pulling them back into the fountain, and yeah, now with the Magnus, same thing. Team Liquid, they do struggle still with closing out the games, considering like how far ahead they were in this game, but still a good boost of confidence coming into the next series.
Well, let's see if an interview with one of the players reflects that. I'm not sure who Slacks has got, but let's go find out. He's always down there at the hotel sniffing about. Jake, come in, Jake. Can you hear me?
Hello, Pyrian Flax. Time to test your knowledge. What player is this, Pyrian?
That's Zai. Come on, dude.
Okay. Well, I don't think highly of you. Zai, welcome to the interview. Congratulations on that series, sir. Got to be feeling good. I guess I just told you how you're feeling. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, we got our third win of the day, so feeling good.
He's feeling good, guys. All right, fantastic. Let's talk about the real questions here, okay? Did you purposely throw the 420? You died as Dragon Knight. You dove the fountain almost behind the Ancient. Did you do that on purpose?
To be honest, I don't think I dove. I think someone forcibly kind of moved me. A few times this game, I was forcibly moved from one spot to another.
I'm not going to take Team Liquid's definition of didn't dove after yesterday, my friend. So, but did you feel all right? You didn't do it on purpose then?
It wasn't on purpose. No.
Okay. All right, fantastic. Zai, I've talked to you so many times. I'm interested to talk a little bit about your team. Who do you think has the worst taste in the arts on your team? As a man who I highly respect for his movies and music tastes.
Maybe William?
Yeah. Why is that?
I don't know. He mentions his music taste is kind of what sad girls listen to. So, yeah, make it that way, Will.
All right. I do believe it. Fantastic. All right. Last question for you here. You guys feeling okay? As, you know, getting a lot of wins. How's the team morale? Did yesterday affect you guys at all? I mean, that was kind of a pretty wild game series that we saw.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're definitely a little bit shit at the moment.
Jesus!
But we're working on improving, you know. And I think, yeah, slow start. But I think now with this one win, which was, in my opinion, quite dominant, you know, hopefully we're on the right track, and yeah, we'll pick up more wins.
It certainly seems like you're on the right track. Thank you so much, Zai, for your time. Matamba Man's here. He's eating a candy. A bonus interview? Say one word.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy! Back to you.
Thank you, Jake. Shout out to Zai and Matthew there as well. We're going to go to a little break. When we come back, we have another series for you. Don't go away.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
Gaming Gladiators against Liquid, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think in esports, it doesn't really matter for the sake of longevity of your career that you play support or carry. It only comes to motivation.
There you have it. Wise words from Matu. But Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid. Let's see how he matches up against these boys, because they looked pretty good when we saw them yesterday in Group B. And Team Liquid have looked decent at points, but Gaming Gladiators have looked really good, lads.
They did. They definitely did, beating Team Spirit 2-0. Didn't even feel close. Like
No,
they were just so dominant, and just playing in the DPC, like first tour and second tour, even though they like won the first DPC tour and in the second, like they just keep improving. Like with every single game, Gaming Gladiators, they just get better.
Yeah, I think it's perhaps the most impressive team we've seen in terms of growth in the last half year. I don't know who else I would point to, especially in Europe. They're just the #1 in terms of improvement. So it's really cool to see some of their players are, a little bit more old school, some are newer, a healthy mix. And I think in this series in particular against Team Liquid, I think these are two teams that know each other pretty damn well. Yeah. I would imagine they scrim each other quite a lot. So perhaps we're going to see some surprising strategy as well.
So you think these teams not only sort of know each other quite well, but would that also build a kind of rivalry between them, like the Game Gladiators just want to crush everything in their path, I assume?
Yeah, I mean, of course, but I think it's not on the same rivalry tier as, the organizations that have fought each other for a long time. This is still, still a newer rivalry.
Of course.
But I think these are two teams you're going to be seeing playing each other a lot in the higher echelon of European Dota, because it seems like, to me, Gaming Gladiators are here to stay. I doubted them Season 1. I was wrong. I'm not really doubting them anymore, because they just keep delivering, right? It's hard to...
Yeah, there was a chance, coming in and... dropping down to Division 2, there was a possibility, considering this was like a new team, but every single time I just get surprised with how well they play.
And if you haven't been watching too much of the DPC until now, Gaming Gladiators are Team Tickles, so maybe if you have a little bit of a gap in memory, or there was a time you weren't watching, this is the exact same roster. They've just been picked up by an org. They keep rolling, keep winning. And they're well on their track to starting in the upper bracket.
I feel like you were talking to me directly there, Sind, right into
I wasn't,
my soul.
but if you do
have a bad memory and you're old and you don't watch as much DPC as others, here's what's happening live. He's updating the old man on the panel. I appreciate that. Let's hear what Boom has to say, because apparently he quit school to focus on Dota. Let's have a look at that.
Okay, so when I was starting to play Dota competitively, I knew I wanna, do something in this game. I wanna make this my job, and so I told my parents that I don't wanna study anymore and I wanna quit studying and just go full-time Dota. And they didn't like that, so they basically told me you have to move out or you have to finish your school. But I quit school and I moved to one of my Dota friends. I was basically broke at that point, not making basically any money. He just let me stay at his place for free. And but then, like after a bit over a month, my parents calmed down and they let me come back. And like a month after that, I joined Viking GG and start making some money. So that's when they kind of start to understand when I make a living out of it, like they're fine with me doing it. They just didn't want me to waste time.
Yeah, it's a big gamble, I think, for every player, especially when it comes to convincing your parents that this is right, guys, I'm making the right choice, trust me on this. It's a tough one for any young player.
They threw him out, and then he was like, then 1 or 2 months later, he's like, I can pay for my own room. All right, son, welcome home.
That's it. I mean, they look very impressive. They've certainly got a lot of confidence. I think it takes a lot of confidence to pull off that hairstyle, I'll be honest with you. Look at it.
Well, looks good on him.
It does.
Now, after hearing that he got kicked out, I kind of want him to win.
Yeah.
I just like these kind of stories, you connect with the players.
And like you said, Pyrian, it is high risk because there's other players that go on similar ventures and don't find the same success. And it's not necessarily because the players haven't got that X factor. Dota sometimes is also a little bit about luck. Like, do you get the right opportunity? Do you get the right opening? Are you clicking with your teammates on your first or second try? Like for Boom, let's imagine in his first or 2 team ventures that he just didn't find the right fit. That might have been the end of the road. Like, then he might have had to commit to something else.
Yeah, you also lose confidence if you're playing like you quit school and you want to go in full Dota. You fail. Like teams don't pick you up, that might just be the end. Like you might keep trying, but the opportunities that you get are not as big as you could if you like had a successful just a stand-in. Like as you said, there needs to be some luck involved because one guy can't come, visa issue, health issue, whatever. You stand in, you show up, and other teams might pick you up.
Well, let's see if they have anything to say to that point, because we have a little pre-game statement from Gaming Gladiators.
Yesterday we kind of had a bad first game, but it was also our first small stage game. But after that we had good series, so a good first day. Today I think we're also gonna have a good shot at the series against Liquid, and hopefully stay in this upper bracket position. But I'm confident that we can have a good run here. We're excited overall for just this event and being in the place with all the teams playing here, but yeah, we're super excited for the arena. I hope we can secure a spot there.
There is Tofu himself. Confident. I think they're obviously talking about trying to keep that sort of impetus going, or momentum, I should say. Liquid sort of were recovering some momentum coming into this series. If they lose both these games, that could really knock them for 6, couldn't it?
Yeah, so I just cast their series that they had, and they came off a win in game number 2 after being quite handled in game 1. But they had some really cool strategies to solve that second game. Hopefully, get some confidence. Feel like some of their strategies are going to work here. I don't know what you guys think is the most likely result. I think a draw is actually pretty likely here. Liquid 2-0ing would be surprising for me. Gaming Gladiators definitely a favorite, but maybe not by that much.
I gotta see the draft. I'm still favoring Gaming Gladiators. For me, I think they're the best European team, the best we can offer. But sometimes Team Liquid, they do have Gaming Gladiators' number.
Okay, well, we're going to head to a break now. When we come back, we will have that draft, and we will hold these gentlemen to their word, and we'll get some analysis and predictions. I shall see you guys soon. Don't go away.
come over, let me drink for free, call me
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your short break. Team Liquid, of course, also just had a short break. We saw them just play against Fnatic. Now they're up against Gaming Gladiators, who, according to the lads, one of the best teams in the European DPC at the moment. So Liquid have their work cut out for them. Chaps, what kind of things do Gaming Gladiators draft that Liquid need to be most worried about?
Treant Protector.
IO?
Speaking of salary, I mean, this guy, he reached top 10 in Europe by playing position 5. You know how mentally strong you need to be able to do that? How many healing salves that is? How many times you need to keep on playing, guys, we can win this one?
God, that is actually, that is tough. That is a Herculean task, surely. DK straight out of the gate.
For me, it's actually not necessarily that much about the picks that Gaming Gladiators are going to go for, but more like the pacing of the game. Because to me, Liquid as a team have these games where things stall out a little bit, and I find Gaming Gladiators to be very aggressive in the early mid game. And if Liquid don't have the ability to stand their ground, they just risk getting run over. So I really like this response. Right, I said IO is going to be a pick for Gaming Gladiators that they would really rate highly. They will first pick Dragon Knight, and Liquid are going to respond with a lane counter, as well as the IO that Gaming could have gone for. So I think they're already gearing up for a bit of a brawl here with these 1-2s.
During the last series that Team Liquid played against Fnatic, they did split up this combo. Like, they did not want them to get IO plus Razor. And I think Gaming Gladiators, they are well prepared for this series, so they do have a response. Like, seeing this Dragon Knight, probably the response is, oh, they just gave us 2 heroes that we want to play, and also you have Razor against Dragon Knight, but this Dragon Knight has been played on multiple lanes. We've seen him being played on the mid lane, we've seen a safe lane Dragon Knight as well. So this might not be the matchup that Team Liquid is looking for.
Chad, it is time to get your votes in for who you think is going to win the game. Are you #glad or are you #liquid? I'm feeling pretty glad right now. About to have some food.
I'm kind of thirsty right now, to be honest.
Yeah, okay, well. You can have my drink as long as I get my food.
Where's #bold as an option?
That is not one of the teams playing here. They did not qualify. They are in.
10 seconds.
No, I just wanted there. I don't want to.
That's a good question.
I don't even want
they were playing
relate to a
tiebreakers.
team. I just want it as an option. Since we got so many new members of Bold Boy Studio already at this event, seen plenty of bold lads knocking about.
The game, and I'm going to grab Bane. A hero we have seen banned in some series, but maybe not given as much priority as it maybe deserves. I think Bane is still very, very strong right now. I like it as a response to IO. Enfeeble with the healing reduction should not be underestimated, and just a general way of solving relocate plays. Bane, very good by having, you know, whenever they relocate, and you have a Nightmare and 1 grip on the other. And you're a strong laner to boot, which is a very important aspect of playing against IO. Is if you can beat IO in lane, a lot of its power.
That's the problem. How do you deal in the laning stage against IO? Because like, you need to have a strong lane. You need to have like kill threat. If they want to pair up Dragon Knight with something, I think anything that can stop Razor from getting close, if they want to play this lane. So like Skywrath Mage, Hoodwink comes to my mind, and you also have like a hero to play with. So you will have duo from the off lane playing together, going for the kills, especially once Dragon Knight picks up a Blink Dagger. And you also don't need to be too afraid of Razor getting on top of you with the static link.
Seeing some I would say pretty standard ban in the Leshrac. It's a hero that a lot of teams are running together with IO. Extremely powerful pairing. You get the Spell Lamp and the Tether, and you get the with the Shard, you get the Mana Battery for Lesh, which he really benefits from. So get that out of the way for Gaming Gladiators, not having to worry about that.
Have you been seeing much Lesh in any of the games you've been casting?
Not too much, but together with IO, it has definitely popped up.
Specific pairing. More.
Yeah, TSM FTX, for example, really love this pairing. They've already played it, even though they have a stand-in on mid and Quinn. It was him playing it instead of Braille. I believe they won that game, if I'm not mistaken. It's just a really, really powerful combination of heroes. And teams are picking up on that really fast, right? When certain teams are rating IO very highly and they play strategies, teams try to copy it. Maybe they run it to 90% of the potential of the other teams, but if it's still good enough, it can win games.
Right.
So yeah, they get rid of that. Gonna see the Chaos Knight here taken out by Liquid as well. It's one of the melee carries that can kill Razor the fastest and also poses a really big threat to IO. If you get pulled in with Reality Rift, you can get burst in the blink of an eye. Relocate will not be a save. So pretty strong ban here from Liquid. I like it.
One thing that you always need to be worried about when playing against gaming gladiators is tri-lane. Aggressive tri-lane. If there's a hero that can be left alone in the safe lane, they do tend to do it from time to time. They did it more throughout the DPC. I mean, they played 4 games here. They did it once, but leaving Dragon Knight Ace alone and then going for an aggressive tri-lane is still potentially going to be the thing.
It's absolutely an option. I think what Liquid have guaranteed themselves here is if they do play musical chairs and they get the lanes the way they want, they can get Razor 1v1 against Dragon Knight in any lane. It's very good. I think IO tri-lanes have the potential to flat out suck sometimes though. Like IO doesn't offer that much in a tri-lane. You want the levels, you don't have much damage. You're generally playing 2-1-2 setups where you're enabling some sort of carry to have a good matchup and just farm. So with that in mind, Gaming Gladiators might actually already be thinking in that direction that perhaps it's worth it.
Because I'm getting some flashbacks from the regional finals Tour 1. It was Team Liquid against Gaming Gladiators. When Gaming Gladiators, no one could match like the tri-lanes that they were doing. They always got the most out of it. And then Team Liquid, they decided to 2 games, put Matu against the Ace. That was the thing. They still lost in the BO5, but when they won the BO3, that's what they did.
Is this an answer to the Bane getting a clockwork in there?
Pretty much. And also having like a guaranteed lockdown, BKB piercing ability, scouting Bane, and also being able to lock him down with the hook shot so that there's not going to be a grip in a fight.
It's a decent hero against Dragon Knight too. Isolating him, you have a lot of magic damage, and you set up relocate. So, yeah, I personally, this is one of my favorite heroes. I've played so much Clockwork, and I haven't really been having that much of a Clockwork vibe for the last few months. I haven't felt like the hero was amazing. When you pick it this early in the draft,
maybe because you were playing it.
That is entirely possible. I'm not going to rule that out as a possibility.
I'm going to back you up here. Okay. I love playing Clockwork. He's one of my most played heroes, and I don't think he's in a particularly great spot either. It doesn't feel as good as other offlaners.
So I think part of the problem the hero has right now is it's not very good level 1 and 2 in a lot of lanes. And if you can't stabilize and get yourself a good lane for your offlaner, then maybe you're not the only one having a hard game. Maybe that guy suffers too.
Yeah.
So from my perspective in Pro Dota, I think Clockwork largely belongs as a later pick in the draft when you can really see some value, especially if the enemy cores have no way of escaping your cogs, or you have an amazing lane partner like, say, Viper or Veno, you know, some sort of true killer lane where you can just own the opponent and really build an advantage. In this spot, I can definitely see the logic behind it, but I'm just worried for Liquid that the Clockwork is going to get counterpicked and not find much of a footing. For example, the Hoodwink matchup is pretty bad. Like, Hoodwink can kite you around.
Yeah.
If you catch her in the cog, she can knock herself out with the ult.
Yeah.
She can catch you with a tree. And Clockwork is about these like extended running at people longer fights that you can just disrupt very easily. Also, the Bloodseeker match is pretty annoying too, actually, for Clock. So we'll see.
An Enigma pickup.
Yep.
Is that to pair with the Clockwork?
Yeah, I think so. So if you play Clockwork 4, a lot of the times you want a very strong laner as the 3, or someone who can, you know, just kind of neutralize the lane. And
this is
Enigma with the
also
conversions can work.
Like potentially a response if Gaming Gladiators want to run a tri-lane. They did run it with the Bloodseeker, so then you have Enigma against whatever they leave, and Enigma will stop that matchup. Like Enigma did get buffs, his Eidolons are super strong, you don't get as much XP nor gold from it, and yeah, the Hoodwink that I mentioned, just a good pairing overall with the Dragon Knight. Like both Razor and Clockwork that you mentioned, they don't like to play into. You can also get knocked out of your cogs if you're trying to set things up for either like a static link or the battery. Very elusive hero. They do have Midnight Pulse and the Rocket to scout things out, but where's the jump? Like there is, you know, Clockwork Rocket, but the follow-up is kind of meh.
Let's entertain the idea that Gaming Gladiators run a tri-lane here. How would you lane as Liquid? Like, what do you do? I don't think you can play IO, Razor, Clock, for example, and expect to win that tri-lane. I just don't think your lane is good. I don't think IO, Clock +1 is a strong tri-lane. So
I don't also think Bane is strong in the tri-lanes. Like he's just a couple of right clicks, shines in mostly 2 versus 2. So the tri-lane from Gaming Gladiators is also not as strong, but their tri-lane is potentially stronger if they do go.
Here's a question for you. Let's say Sin's right, they do run this tri-lane. Would it be a big mistake of Liquid to just say, well, we're not going to face you with a tri-lane. We're just going to put Enigma Clock here. Your heroes are going to be mana starved because we're going to Eidolon the range creep every time. So you're sharing XP 3 ways and you're getting less. And if they go on you, Clock will just cogs and you'll be wasting your time. Something like that.
I definitely think it's one of the ways Liquid can address this is to just not take the fight. And I do think Clock Enigma can actually do it. I think if you leave Enigma there alone, Enigma just gets dove and killed over and over. I don't think that's a solution. But if you have
like
Clock
a
as
little bodyguard Clock.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If Clock is like a buffer, we'll cover this in a sec. So if you have Clock as like a buffer and you can put the Razor against Dragon Knight either mid or bottom, I could definitely see it as a solution. But now with this last pick Brood from Gaming Gladiators, you're essentially kind of forcing Liquid's hand that this last pick has to be able to lane against Brood, but you don't know where the Brood is.
Right.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So,
I think they can go with Kunkka. That's like a flex pick for them because like they can put Kunkka on the safe lane, they can put Kunkka on the mid lane. Both Razor can also play both of these lanes. So I think that's one of the heroes that can.
So you're just gonna chase the Kunkka wherever the Brood goes. Kunkka's going with her. When it comes
I think
to
you have
laning.
to.
You have to, but once Brood gets level 6, then it gets tricky because none of their it's not like Tidehunter Axe with a Vanguard hero that can just sit there and not care about Broodmother at all. But I feel like this might be the hero to go for. Because like if you think about hero like Sven that has seen some rise, got some loving from the Frog as well. I don't think he's the hero that can just stay in the lane, because what you want to do with the Sven is farm the jungle instead of just sitting at the tower and waiting for people to get.
Another way to do it.
There you go. They've gone for the Sand King.
The thing about Liquid's draft now is it's very magic damage heavy, right? I think you can itemize as Gaming Gladiator, so you can even go pipe on your Brood. And I'm a little bit worried for Liquid's ability to actually take fights. I see where they're going here. It's kind of the Kunkka logic, right? Sand King can go to either lane. It's played by Mickey. It's a good core. But I am foreseeing some serious potential damage issues unless Zai comes up big as Enigma in this game.
They don't have anyone that like buys a Basher that can stop the Enigma with the BKB Black Hole. I mean, Bloodseeker can get it, but oh, never mind. There's Bane.
There's Grip, but
there's Grip. Never
it's not
mind.
always reliable. Like Bane could have been caught by Clock. You know, there's like things that can happen, but.
You like in Game Gladiators draft?
I do. I do. I put a lot of faith in Broodmother. Ace has been playing extremely well, and the itemization that you mentioned, getting that one pipe, will get them super tanky, and they can play tempo with the lineup that they got.
Yeah, I like Gaiman here too.
You like Gaiman? Okay, well, let's find out if the boys are right. We're going to throw it over to Cap and SVG. Lads, have a great cast.
Thank you, Ted. We will. It's Game of Gladiators versus Team Liquid, and the Liquid have been brood-mothered. They have the answer to this? Because the panel doesn't seem to think so.
They didn't get last pick brooded, though.
It's true.
There's a little saving grace. You know, you at least get one pick to feel better about yourself, and you try and force the lane matchup and play the musical chairs, you know. It's not as bad, but it was a pretty good brood pick.
So it's going to be very important for them to get the hero-to-hero, lane-to-lane matchup that they want.
Yeah, 100% this game.
So we should probably, as soon as the game comes in, we're probably going to see some 5-man smoke, some deep vision. People are going to be playing to get the right kind of, because this is going to be all about lanes, right?
To a big degree. Like, if you end up in a scenario, I mean, you cannot lane this Enigma versus Brood, cannot really lane the Razor past the early stages.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe Plasma Field. I feel like it does not deal with it, so you really need the Sand King to get like a matchup, and ideally use that matchup to accelerate the Sand King. Like, that's the more important part.
Yeah.
Because if you look at Liquid's lineup, who's going to activate early, get online, and control the map? Clockwork on his own with little damage follow-up, it's not going to do it. So this Mickey Sand King needs to have a good game, and the easiest way to do that is put him in the matchup that he's designed to excel in.
Right. Looks like we're going to have a quick little pause here to be able to start out so we can actually talk about some of the context of this match. Team Liquid, rough start to the group stage so far for them. Losing that initial series against Thunder Awaken has got to hurt a lot, I'm sure. And now they kind of desperately need to be able to prove themselves against the other Western European teams, which I feel like they are well equipped to do. They have a pretty decent win rate against all the other Western European teams. So
it's definitely a matchup they're familiar with.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
And this interregional stuff is always, I don't want to say a crapshoot, but it's a different breed of Dota.
Okay.
Like it goes back, at least when I was playing in NA, every time we play EG struggled versus us. They go to LAN, they get like a top 2. the disparity can be really large when you're playing teams from your own region because you get used to each other, you understand each other. This is a series where both these teams, they know exactly what the other team wants to do. They've scrimmed each other and played each other in the league 1,000 times. It's a more individualistic meta, and maybe not developing the meta for the tournament as a whole, right? You're going back to the microcosm of EU. Oh, what worked against Liquid when we played them for the 20th time last month, you know?
Yeah.
And that's going to look vastly different than maybe what they're going to play versus other stuff. But this Brood pick caught you sleeping a little bit, maybe.
Maybe. So we want to be able to see the Sand King eventually matched into the Broodmother at some point in time. Maybe they can put the Razor in that lane initially, but eventually we got to see Mickey go through that. And right now, it seems like very little information is being gained by Gaming Gladiators. We saw, for example, our Bane, Celery, just kind of like sitting on the other side of the river, offering a high five, seeing if anybody will show themselves. Nobody did.
There's a couple interesting things about this lane dodge they're trying to get. It's Ace. He's going to run a high route here going bottom.
The battle begins.
Potentially showing this Observer.
You're going to be able to take away this bounty rune and try and get some serious damage onto Insania. Oh, who actually has Spirits first, so that's going to be a first blood as the Hoodwink snipes that one out. Tofu picks up the first blood. A good start here for Gaming Gladiators.
Did he want Spirits first?
I cannot imagine that was the case.
It's pretty rare. I feel like especially for him, to me it's kind of an adventurous build. I feel like Insania tends to just play the lanes how he wants to play them. Conservative, solid, give him a Tumbo start. This is definitely very aggressive, and they're getting Tri-Lane too. So you can't really play aggressive early on with balls versus a Tri-Lane.
Yeah.
This hurts a decent amount. And at the same time, Gaming Gladiators won the lane matchups too, right?
Yep.
They got the Brood versus the Enigma, who he is getting zoned, but they got this 3-on-2. In general, they should be pretty happy with the conceptual outplay in these lanes.
So now it comes down to a bit of execution. Like maybe this Clockwork can somehow keep Ace away, that he can give the Enigma enough of an advantage that maybe the lane matchup goes a little bit better than it actually should. Because I don't think I think Clockwork's one of those heroes that he really, really needs the levels. I'm not sure how good you're going to feel about tri-laning right away, so.
No, he doesn't want to go up there right away. When you end up in this scenario, you definitely play on the 2-on-1, and you play this. You just survive the 2-on-3, which is what Liquid's trying to do.
Yeah.
And that's where the tether would have helped a lot, because your goal in this lane is to just survive the early waves until the clock comes up and tries to fight with a higher level.
Yeah, and abuse your regen factor, which unfortunately they're not able to do just yet. Ace is going to be a little bit caught, but unfortunately he had so many webs to be able to lay down, so he's going to hide away while the Battery Assault takes out. It does mean that Zai can get plenty of denies in, and should be getting like near perfect CS in that regard. Boxy now has level 2, so now with the battery assault plus cogs combination, he's a little bit more of a threat.
This lane's up pretty far here for them though, and this is good equilibrium for Gaming Gladiators, because this clock IO, even Razor, it's all about running you down the length of the lane and getting the damage in an exchange where you can't trade back.
Yeah.
The deeper this lane is for Gaming Gladiators, they're super happy about this. Does not allow Matumba to do what he wants on this lane.
But they're not stopping the hard camp pull.
Yep.
Boxy managed to get that, so that is going to be crucial for being able to reset things, as he did the pull straight up, cut down one of the trees. So Gaming Gladiators, perhaps a small little slip up there that may cost them a little bit of control.
They were definitely fighting for that small camp, but this is a good pull, and this is exactly what you want to do. Get aggressive on this pull, abuse it.
Yeah.
Kill.
They want to be able to like do something about this hard camp pull and get some of that CS, and that's exactly when Liquid gets aggressive. As soon as support puts himself out of position, they still have some CS they maybe can snatch away here. Boxy really wants it. Oh, the clap goes down. Oh no, Boxy slowed down by the clap. He does manage to get away from Duraccio, as he doesn't have high levels of thirst yet, so he's going to be perfectly fine, it seems.
The big question mark though is, again, this Enigma lane bottom. This tri-lane to me, it's a bit of a wash lane conceptually to some degree, and this Razor, he's so low CS. It's like, it's about surviving for Liquid, but what are they surviving for? Because I don't think their other two lanes are going to exert natural pressure on their own. So they're kind of stuck here, right? And generally in Dota, when you're stuck playing reactionary, it tends not to work out that well.
I don't know. This like Broodmother, it seems like the advantage that the Clockwork gave here, he can't actually stay in lane long enough to get the lifesteal, to get full health, to be able to, like, it's a snowball effect, right? If he's low health enough that he doesn't feel comfortable getting the full effect of his lifesteal, he's just kind of like constantly low from this Eidolon harassment.
It's definitely done a huge amount of work. These 2-on-1s, if you play them well, are super debilitating. And the interesting part about this matchup is actually that Brood does not have a way to deal with the Eidolons until level 6, right?
Yeah.
He's not a summons hero until that ultimate. Whereas Zai, he just gets to punish him. And these Eidolons are stronger than they used to be.
Yes.
They're no joke. So he's actually getting a huge amount done in this matchup. You know, he's going to get to a point where he has Black Hole before this Brood has his spawn Spider.
Cutting him off, Matumba Man from the other side. Celery gets sandwiched in by Liquid. A second kill on the board for them.
These are those little, like, cheeky kills that Liquid needs to get in this tri-lane to even out the fact that Matumba's had a rough early start to this lane.
Yeah. Chasing them away. We haven't talked about the mid lane matchup at all. That is, of course, Mickey playing the Sand King mid. He's going up against Boom's Dragonite. Big reason we don't talk about it is because it's a Dragonite lane. Most Dragonite lanes are pretty boring.
So say you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Give me the excitement of a Dragonite lane.
Ask these Chinese mid laners about that one, you know.
Okay.
Old Chicken and some of these other guys. Super back in the day.
Super back in the day?
Yeah.
God, he was Vici Gaming Super, man. He loved his Dragonites and Vipers. He was like the Chinese version of Fada, you know?
Maybe it's time to make a comeback. The meta suits him.
Maybe it's, I mean, he's been doing the coaching bit for, isn't he coach now of RNG, I think?
He might be.
Yeah, I think that was a recent switcheroo that happened, but man, Ace is just getting pummeled by these Eidolons.
This matchup does not look fun with the leads I had, especially since he can deny XP against Brood. Brood is not a hero that wants XP denied.
Yeah. That's
so where I still feel like this in-game matchup is pretty bad for Enigma on the map in general. This early game is going his way by a huge margin.
Yeah.
That is one way to make up for it.
And it's going to get even more dangerous with Mickey playing a mid Sand King. We're going to have a super fast Blink Dagger online. So there is a possibility of that this Brood doesn't have a good lane and then also maybe gets further shut down by the fast Blink.
It's definitely possible. This is the type of early game that Liquid wants. Something that causes this Brood to get slowed down, kind of chaotic. Their cores get off to a good start, at least the actionary cores, which is Enigma being able to push lanes down and this Sand King with the fast Blink, as you said.
Yeah.
Those are the heroes that's going to make stuff happen, allow for the reload to come through. Liquid really likes this Razor Isle combo. They've not lost with it in a decent amount of time.
Yeah.
So they're very comfortable playing the style and scaling off the back of this.
The highlight for Gaming Gladiators is that Boom is doing really well in CS. He's actually topped the entire board off of playing off of the easy camp all the time. And Duraccio is still doing much better than Matumba Man when it comes to that net worth as well. Ace is finally level 6, so that is also now where things can turn around. They've actually set up on the Razor here. They're going to try and TP in. Mickey is going to be able to come in. If they can heal him enough, Mickey can turn things, and then it is Fairy Fire plus the heals coming in from Insania are enough. They keep Matumba Man alive. Mickey ensures the kill on Celery. And all in all, a rotation forced, but a failed gank from Gaming Gladiators.
It's a big Sand King TP, though. It was on this Arcane rune, so not as punishing, but it's going to open up some space mid for this DK. And Boom, already starting to take advantage of it here. Pops this ult. He's going to go to town.
Yeah, he's going to
Mickey to run back.
Push Boxy out, actually gets him super low, so you can see Duraccio with the thirst stacks is also appreciating that. He's actually using it to his advantage right now, going for the kill on Insania. They're trying to train away the damage, but it doesn't happen fast enough.
So
Duraccio is so damn fast. Mid lane, they're going to go back into it. Mickey is rotated back into here with the epicenter, but a Nightmare is just a little bit of distance caused, but they still pull him in with the Black Hole. Zai with the correct read on the range of the Black Hole. Or perhaps the circumference, SVG.
I only studied physics for 4 years, not qualified. Let me tell you something, Zai, we're going to see Matumba go down again.
Yeah.
He's having a rough early game, I'll tell you that. I mean, his net worth it's okay, but they do not feel, I'll tell you, they don't feel good about the way that this tri-lane necessarily went, but
no.
I was gonna say, Zai, he'll get that black hole reach. There's a lot of players who wouldn't. That's all I'm gonna say, you know?
Oh, really?
This guy...
You calling somebody out, or are you just singing Zai's praises?
Oh, I'm just singing his praises. Right place, right time by a millimeter, you know?
Man don't miss?
Exactly.
Ace is going to start making his comeback big time. Orb of Corrosion, Soul Ring, working towards Arcane Boots. He's actually now ahead of Matumba Man when it comes to net worth.
Yep, and the panel was talking about he likes this pipe utility potential build.
Yeah.
It's going to do work for a large portion of this game, because where is the damage from Liquid going to come out for the big portion of this mid game? You have some nice spells from Sand King, you have some nice spells from Enigma, but your 2 supports are extremely low damage.
Yes.
So the follow-up is not necessarily there in terms of burst or dealing with the heroes quickly. It can give a lot of extra value to this Brood pipe and the timing they potentially hit with it.
Yeah,
forcing objectives, forcing Roshan, something like this.
Sand King is always been like, I felt like he's just ruined by pipe in many ways. And there was the recent C nerf as well that came in. Tofu, he tried to get off the bushwhack before Boxy could catch him, but unfortunately the battery assault caused a little bit of problems for him there.
Who wants to fight up here, though?
Yeah, they are. With the Rupture still on the Razor, they're going to try and go for the kill on Boxy. He tries to go for a very optimistic TP out. Matumba Man is going to be relieved of the Nightmare. Insania may have to give up his life for this one, but here comes Mickey with an Epicenter blink in. That's going to do enough damage to finish off the Bane support on the side, and they'll be able to get Boom rather easily with all this magic damage. A worthy trade for Liquid as they give away their 2 supports and counter Gaming Gladiators. Big move with the Dragonite.
Super nice counter rotation from Mickey, using that blink to full effect, and he's already halfway to bots off that, so he's having a great game along with Zai. And again, this is what Liquid wants. These are the 2 heroes they're going to be able to stem the tide after Matumba. The downside of that trialing is both these carries are going to be lower level, right?
Yeah.
So they're not necessarily going to have the highest impact.
No, they can't afford this. Fortunately, Celery,
though.
He's in the right place. A beautiful grip that is going to be able to get the Bloodseeker out of there, and they might be able to go back in, but no Blood Right mana or cooldown, so they're not actually going to be able to get that kill. Boom, at least collects the Insania pickup. Same time, looks like Boxy managed to find Tofu. So, trade-off of supports even still.
In a strange move, Ace, he rotated mid during all that. He even took one of the runes. It's kind of unconventional to see Brood taking a 10-minute mid rune when he's laning in a side lane, but his game flow is a little awkward. I think traditionally his Brood hero, ideally, you know, he's kicking people out of lane, he's taking early tier 1, swinging behind mid. Ace is kind of having to play catch-up mode this game, and it's forcing him to just take some of the safer farm away from his team to progress his game, which it can pay off later for sure. It's not necessarily the wrong decision here.
I wonder if like
it's an awkward spot for him.
Yeah, it is, right? Especially if you start in the off lane and take the safe lane tower and then take over the jungle and then start sweeping into the mid lane. I feel like it's a lot more natural, but just doing this.
Well, he got the tower, so
yeah,
that's the downside of Mickey playing on these side lanes. Give up some early tier 1s and they'll find Hoodwink again.
They will, Tofu.
Or will they?
Nice use of the ultimate there. Just sort of like in a way defensive like Hurricane Pike. He just pushes himself backwards away from the danger and barely survives. And he's going to TP out, but it does mean they're going to have to give up on this tower. So Mickey, if he secures the last hit, even closer to that Boots of Travel. It's actually already coming out to him. Zai, Ether Lens, early pickup by him, so these black holes made even easier. And early black hole usage, right? Like, you just kind of throw it down whenever you see an opportunity, right?
Pretty much. I think there is some value in holding it up this game in terms of dissuading some of the aggressive corp movements coming out from like a Brood or this Bloodseeker, but he's happy to just keep accelerating his game. I mean, he's top net worth. Early Aetherland's kind of an interesting pickup. He's going to rush that Octarine, and it's going to be nice for him just keeping Eidolons up on a higher rate. And
big collab.
Big kill.
Liquid making, was that a smoke rotation by 2 and then a
relo in?
Relo in.
It's also the bots up on Mickey.
Oh, yeah.
He has a decent window to take over this map.
And that rotation is timing so well with Zai pushing in the mid lane. They're even going to be able to find the extra kill on a Tofu, who unfortunately puts himself in the firing line of some Eidolons. Mickey completes that kill. They keep the pressure up on this
Blank
tower.
from Gladiators, though.
Boom. finding Boxy, and boy, those spiders just tear these supports apart. They have to be a bit afraid of this Broodmother wherever she shows up.
Honestly, Liquid, I feel like they're playing this game extremely well, extremely fast-paced on what they want to use their heroes to do. Abusing the reload when it's off CD, playing around Mickey, choosing where to go, not overextending on the other parts of the map.
Yeah.
Interesting itemizations by them. They went for this Midas on the Razor, which I can understand why. Again, his early game, he was just so gimped from the levels in that 3-on-3. Midas, people, you know, the gold on this got a little nerfed, but the XP can still count for a lot. And that's mainly what it's going to be here for.
And particularly when he's also paired up with the IO already, who's a constant sap on his experience anyway.
Yeah, even more so.
Yeah.
I think it's decent. It'll help him scale as well. This item's by no means necessarily bad on this hero. And Liquid wants to fight.
Yeah, they're going to make a nice 3-man smoke move. Doesn't find really what they're looking for. Celery. Prime position, breaks the smoke. Ace is still playing around here, though, so they got to be careful of the Spiderlings who quickly come in. They're trying to deal with the Caustic Finale. There goes the Spiders. They also catch Tofu at the same time, thanks to Boxy catching him with the nice little hook in. Fortunately, that Burrow Strike was a little bit shy of finding another kill, but still 2 supports. Back into the mid lane they go. They continue to keep this pressure focused around the middle of the map.
And every one of these fights Liquid takes, even if they don't get a huge amount out of it, I feel like it's a win, because I think this is the part of the game where Brood, he's going to want to start fighting soon and exerting his presence with these Spiderlings in those core matchups, the Razor Enigma, along with the 2 supports who can't deal with it. He's going this Orchid build. He'll have it pretty much off this camp. Again, not the pipe, which would be the team fight orientation, but the more aggressive Orchid. It's going to help you kill cores, focus down the Enigma for a long time, because he did go this Octarine. But they're going to have to get something done with it here, I feel like.
Yeah, certainly. And he will be having it come in soon. Mickey actually cleans up a host of spiders. Actually, he shows up, Burrow Strikes, hits the spider, sandstorms, and then immediately boots and travels out. So he's just trying to relieve that pressure, kind of get ahead of it, but he doesn't want to stick around too much in this lane. Orchid now complete. So Game of Gladiators, their time to start making some moves.
Especially before Matamba finishes his BKB. That would be ideal to somehow get a fight.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy, though. The benefit of this IO hero is you can always play the map to your advantage with numbers. They have the bots on the Sand King, and the benefit of the Octarine on Enigma is these Eidolons have a larger uptime, right? Which means your lanes get shoved in a bit faster, gives more info towards Liquid's side. This itemization is coming together for their game plan in terms of, we don't have to 5-on-5 you.
No trees to be able to hide away in. Zai just kind of casually cuts all those down with a Midnight Pulse, but at the same time, a double damage next to a Roshan pit somewhere. Nahaz is just rolling in his grave as he's going to be able to get an Aegis for Duraccio thanks to that.
I was saying, Liquid, they don't have to fight Gladiators, but Gladiators have their correct read. And that Orchid Brood timing, hey guys, they don't want to fight us? Take the next best thing. That's a second life on their carry.
And now we could use that Aegis to force more objectives. Like, do you think they're going to try and continue to take, like, some tier 2s off the map and, like, continue to force Liquid? Like, hey, are you going to fight us or not?
I don't think so. I think forcing tier 2s is just way too slow, and you're going to get out far into the map. You're not going to achieve anything. Enigma Sand King would love to take a fight around a tower with Razor porting in. It's like a dream scenario for them, you know. If Gaming Gliders overextend in this game, it's going to set up for the big AoE counter initiation.
So it's not that straightforward. So instead, what does Gaming Gladiators do to try and get the kind of fight that they want?
Ideally, you find the heroes that are trying to shove out the waves aggressively and limit where Liquid can go. Use the mobility of this Brood, who can usually cut between 2 waves. So in this case, if he wants to go top and mid, or mid to triangle, you need to play around it and use it. Ideally, not just run into these Liquid high, damage ultimates that are going to destroy you in a 5-on-5 at this point, but they have a lot of potential to take these skirmishes, especially if they start them off with the numbers advantage.
Well, they're doing just that. Ace is kind of moving back and forth between top and middle right now, but Liquid do still have that advantage of the IO, so they can play bottom lane and still maybe defend that tier 2 if there is they're presented an option.
I mean, this is where Brood can force the towers just with the summons, though, which is what Ace is doing. And this is part of the strength of this hero. And he's kind of saying, like, you want to show for this, you know, maybe we poke you and try and get a numbers advantage fight. And Mickey, he doesn't even want to have any of that. He just bots his bottom.
Yeah, they set up to make sure that, like, okay, you're going to get that tier 2, but let's also make sure that we get the trade-off here in this bottom lane. They bring all their heroes down here, commit to finishing off the tier 2, so that way they can get their own outpost.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Blink Dagger complete for Zai, and he's going to be going for BKB Linken's next. So obviously they don't have an answer to BKB outside of Fiend's Grip. So if he has both Fiend's Grip and BKB, it's guaranteed black holes.
Map's just pretty much getting traded right now. Gladiators are going to have a decentish BKB timing on their DK and their Bloodseeker here, potentially in the next couple of minutes. I'm not sure how much the BKBs let them fight. I feel like Liquid's lineup doesn't care too much about them. They lose a little bit of damage, but they do not lack in the control department.
Man, smoke up. A dangerous time here for Liquid. His game of Gladiators still have that Aegis. They're feeling strong. They're trying to catch somebody here. Spiders kind of being sent out to scout things as much as possible, but they don't find anybody in the triangle, and the rocket flare is being particularly annoying as well.
Boom really wants a target here, but nice discipline from Liquid, not giving them that fight on the triangle where they don't have the vision control. If those spiders get sent in to scout, you have to back off, and then that high ground ward cements it.
Yeah. And Mickey's doing a good job of just constantly pushing in the bottom lane into the tier 3, so no one's defending. So it's like Gaming Gladiators, they know Gaming Gladiators is hunting for something. They're trying to catch some sort of team fight.
Mickey, he comes back, and this is the smoke from Liquid. They're ready to fight. This is uphill, though.
Oh, straight into the BKB of the Bloodseeker. That's a disaster. Miss Burrow Strike. They're going to try and use the cogs to be able to disengage. They'll relocate out. So that's their answer to the Rupture for now, and it looks like it's going to be a full-on reset for Liquid here. Matumbaman's actually really far out. I guess he does have the BKB.
I mean, there's high ground vision here for Gladiators.
Yeah.
Don't have Bloodseeker BKB, though.
Hook shot. Going to be able to catch Celery. And it seems like Gaming Gladiators, I don't know what it was, but Liquid seemed to feel like they were really strong. It can brute force it, and Gaming Gladiators did back down, even though they had that high ground vision you were talking about.
I think they're just not confident enough to fight without Thrachio's BKB. I can kind of understand why. At the same time, there was no reload. That ward is so powerful there, you wish you could hold it.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a big loss for it to go down. It's another good link.
Starts getting a drain. They have the Malefice, but Boom actually responds and gets a Dragon Tail with the Orchid, with the side damage coming in from the side. But both of them wink. Is it going to be enough with the Blood Right? They might just, and they do get him. The Enigma falls, but at the same time, the magic damage coming in is going to be able to trade off into Boom as he can do nothing to be able to get away from this BKB Razor. Oh, what a Fiend's Grip. Right underneath the tier 2 tower. The rest of the team is trying to focus down this Broodmother. The BKB wears out. They catch him with the Bushwhack, and Thrachio now commits in with his own BKB. Finishes off that one core. Does manage to stop Boxy from being able to TP out with a Nightmare. Really, really good catch from Celery, and the buyback from Tofu kind of ensuring the swing there for Gaming Gladiators.
Just a very well executed fight from Gladiators, playing that poke game on the Enigma. Exactly how you want to do it. I mean, that dies to like the Soulburn and Spiders on the back end, and Mickey, he has a great Burrow Strike with Epicenter here. Liquid's feeling super strong at this point, but again, how much gas is left in the tank? This grip, there's no reload because that reload came out on that earlier engagement.
Yeah.
And that's the best reset from Matumba in these fights.
It's
and
like,
at this point,
it's like literally a
Ferrari.
step, like 100 distance too far forward.
Yep.
You know, if they back off just like a half a second sooner, then it probably looks like a brilliant fight for Liquid, and they're very happy.
Pretty much. That's why Dota's a game of very tiny numbers.
Yep.
You just hope those little tiny numbers on your side, you know. That's
I mean, I
payback for
I
Zai's Black
prefer
Hole.
a bigger number personally, but
well, we all know your
their own.
preferences, Cap. Nice hook shot.
Nice pushback. That's going to ensure that no one's coming to save Tofu not anytime soon. 60 seconds, because that was a dieback as well, so it does mean Liquid have a significant amount of time where they're going to feel good getting out there. We did see, if you have not seen an Aghanim's Broodmother before, this is a new ability that was put in a couple matches ago called Spinner Snare. It's this line of webs, and they basically act like a version of techies. It's this trap that is laid out, and you can't actually see it. It's like Stasis Trap. You may have vision there, but it doesn't go off until you walk into it.
These things are super annoying. It's also better the earlier you can get this item.
Yeah.
And like 23 minutes, it's pretty decent, so you have to watch out for these on the supports, particularly IO. Like even Enigma, Zai doesn't have BKB or anything, you know. You get stuck in this, it's a 4-second route. It's just insanely debilitating. And it's more spell damage he can throw. Like we saw in that earlier fight, if he gets some flank maneuver or he gets on the back line,
yeah,
he throws it behind someone, it's more spell damage, poke damage that he doesn't have to commit into a black hole or an epicenter or link. Could be the name of the game.
Once again, right, like the difference in their objectives in team fights, Liquid wants committal team fights, right, where they get a static link and they all in BKB, just, you know, black hole and just like run at the enemy. Guardian, like Game of Gladiator is going to do a lot more of this like poke, play around certain areas of the map, try and play with these Silken Bolas as much as possible.
Yep, abuse the vision, abuse this DK jump into the follow-up, like Bloodlight, Rupture, the Hoodwink spells. This is a pretty decent find. Free Clockwork.
Yeah. Free Clockwork kill. You do have the Dragon form being used, but it does mean Gaming Gladiators, especially when you have a Broodmother on your team, just immediate map controls. He just is able to send the spiders out everywhere. Liquid got to be scared of any vision, any heroes that are showing.
And I think Ace should be consistently doing these spiders into the jungle areas. I think the vision is super valuable for this game. They ever find an opportunity of a hero alone, it's amazingly good for them. At the same time, it kind of protects them from some random smoke from Liquid and just jumping them.
Right.
I mean, these summons are just so annoying. The players that do this, it's taxing on your focus in the game. But the payoff can be very high.
Yeah, we're seeing Zai actually try and do the same kind of with the Eidolons. It's just not nearly the same.
Yeah, they're just a bit slower, you know?
They're slower. They give away more golds, whereas the spiders are like, it's like the Bill Gates thing, you know, like how much money needs to be on the ground for him to stop and pick it up. That's what one of these spiderites is like. Is it worth killing? Nice catch though with the hook shot. This is a big catch for Team Liquid. Oh, was that a rocket flare scout from Boxy? That was no vision. That was just pure reads right there from Boxy.
That was pure grit.
Nice.
And instinct, as we like to call it.
Those gamer instincts.
I mean, that's a crazy good find for them. You have to know that Ace is like, oh, guys, it's warded over here. You know,
yeah.
What is this play? There's no way I'm supposed to die here, but that's a big pick-off with Roshan up.
Ava Boxy's like, I got him.
He's like, damn, I'm good. I didn't even know I was that good.
Hopefully we'll be able to get a view of him hitting that hook shot a little bit later. Liquid with this advantage, the Broodmother being down. Oh, nice Force Staff. That's certainly going to help things out. They're immediately going to go for the Rupture. And oh, look at him. He's getting torn apart. The Rupture back, and they're going to be able to get him out. He gets away ever so barely with a beautiful black hole from Zai on top of that one. And just him and Boxy with the Midnight Pulse, they're actually winning the fight. They don't need the Razor's damage, apparently, as they come back in. It was just a small little jump away to the side here. But with the Bloodseeker gone, they feel okay to be able to come back. Insania.
These two supports are just fighting everybody.
Jump. He needs the distance in, and Zai finally gives it to him. Oh, this there. He got him in the end.
Yeah, even he's smiling about that one.
He's like, all right. Good work, Ace. And that's what Tofu says, too.
It's like, yo, Boxy, go find this guy again.
Yeah.
Done with this guy's shenanigans.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't talked in a bit about Zai, but he is closing in on that BKB, and that was a beautiful black hole by him, and it's only going to get worse if he does get that BKB, because then only Celery can stop it.
Yep, and he doesn't necessarily want to be gripping Enigma or like having to play like that.
Yeah.
We're going to see Insania. You think you're safe?
Oh, nah. Catches them both. Perfect timing.
The thing is, he saw Zai run into it, but not enough, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you got to scout that stuff for me, man.
Oh,
Meanwhile, though,
you said Boxy go find him. Well, it's Matumba Man who got the kill. What a beautiful bushwhack, though. Insania's going to be able to come in, heal up Matumba Man. But yes, they need to be able to rupture out because they're a little bit afraid. This Bloodseeker chasing down the Razor has been a bit of a problem in some of these team fights. So once again, they reset with a relocate. We'll see whether or not Insania can get himself out. Doubtful. Bushwhack, Dragon Tail, so many layered stuns being thrown out, so he immediately dies. Zai actually thinking about going in here with the Midnight Pulse, the Burrow Strike catching at least the support,
Nice
but Tofu, what a force staff to the side, swings over. Now Mickey's overextended himself, perhaps. They're going to be fighting with the Sandstorm, but Doraccio has no problem with that. He tears through the Sand King super quickly.
No black hole on the back of that. Clockwork's dead, so counter initiator's gone from Liquid. Easy re-engage from Gaming Gladiators. This Bloodseeker is looking like a beast this game, I have to say. The more I watch this hero, the more interesting it becomes. I think this level 15 talent especially, it turns this Rupture into just a 600 or 700 damage pure nuke.
Yeah.
And you see it at the start of the fight, like that earlier one. He throws it on the Razor. It's like getting Finger of Death by something, you know? And all of a sudden, Bloodseeker's powering up himself. And that's a huge deal for this hero, so something to look out for. Like, Matumba's build, it's a classic Razor build. You know, refresher BKB, a la Eternal Envy style, but the downside is he doesn't have much survivability if his HP just starts getting chunked at the start of the fight.
Yeah, Matumba Man's making that read with going the Satanic now, so that will help, but we'll see if it's enough. I mean, if he gets, you know, caught with a Dragon Tail at the right time.
But the other big thing is this is a Bane game, and
Nice
you're gonna find Foxy.
Foxy, who's trying to take the outpost. Didn't maybe expected Gaming Gladiators.
Doraccio wants more.
Oh
yeah, he's Matumba.
You know, he can't just rupture straight up.
Gets the bash if he
Oh,
gets
the
in range.
spinner snare actually slowed down the Razor. You know, he doesn't want to blow his BKB, but he may have to with a second spinner snare. Actually catching him. They managed to get the bash. They managed to get the Fiend's Grip as well. The Cogs to push back a little bit of delay. Doraccio gets pulled into the black hole, and so does Boom.
Reload
oh,
out.
no, the reload back. But Tubman Man was ready to go. He was in prime position to deliver the damage. Doraccio was going to have to mind fight him for a second time here, but it's the minus armor that does. It makes a huge difference there. Jump forward once again, this time into a spinner snare. Zai is not able to get the extra hero, but Mickey can. Finds the Broodmother, slows him down for a second. A Yule's out, but the spinner snares are actually slowing down the rest of Liquid. They weren't able to catch up just yet. Mickey's going to go for another blink in. They try and stop that with a sharpshooter of the Hoodwink, but he's got, there it is. The blink comes in the second time. He's got the epicenter trying to ensure it. The Bushwhack tries to save Ace, but it's not going to be good enough. Even Tofu actually dying to try and save his core, but it's just one more corpse on the bonfire there as Team Liquid cleaning up several heroes. What a great fight for them.
If this Isle dies, I think you can take this fight, but once Athenia gets out here, you have no Rupture. This is a huge man up by Doraccio. He does have 2 lives, but you're given a decent link over, and Matumba's he's a lot tankier than he used to be.
Yeah, and that was a fresh BKB. You saw actually Ace made a really good read, and he orchided Zai. You know, seeing, okay, Black Hole's coming, I'll stop it, but, you know, fresh BKB, he quickly deals with that silence and saves Matumba Man as a result with a beautiful Black Hole.
This is part of why Liquid, they just feel unbeatable with this IO Razor. It gets to a certain point where there's just too much EHP on a hero that is able to deal so much damage over these long fights.
Yeah.
That's what IO's usually going to provide you. It's not that easy for Gaming Gladiators to burst this Razor anymore, as we saw. It's going to take mispositioning from Liquid, which can happen if you get the vision, but it's not a guarantee either. Clockwork's decent vision for Liquid this game, as well as, you know, some of these Eidolon scouting.
And thanks to the Octarine rush of Zai, not only has it improved his farm time by quite a bit, as he just has Eidolons constantly going out, but he already has Black Hole back up again. So it's not even like there was much of a window for Gaming Gladiators to take advantage of. In fact, it's Liquid who are going to make first strike here.
The spinner snares, rooting all of them off that smoke.
Oh no.
If anything, it's done some decent mental damage this game, I'll say that much.
Yeah, yeah. And it gives Gaming Gladiators an alarm bell that goes off, lets them know there's Liquid trying to make a move. Liquid are just going to boldly force down this tier 1 tower. I'm interested to see if they're ever able to use this spinner snare to stop Insania from going for the defensive relocate.
I mean, if he accomplishes that mid-fight, I'll be highly impressed.
Another pick. Seller looks like he was maybe trying to get some vision down, but scouted, hook-shotted. And 70 seconds where it's a 4 versus 5 to the favor of Team Liquid. So Gaming Gladiators just going to hold real close to this triangle.
You know what I think would actually be good for Gaming Gladiators here is if Liquid tries to force these aggressive fights.
Yeah.
You blink stun this Razor and you force him in. Because I think forcing the fight really deep for Liquid to take might be obnoxious, and you can get a really deep, good grip. And then it's just canceling reload, right?
Sure, yeah.
It might be a way they can take these fights, but
and if
I
he's
think people
ruptured,
are.
I mean, that's just a little cherry on top as well. Yeah.
But I think people are hesitant to use these aggressive forces. I also think people forget about them a little bit because, I mean, the cast range got nerfed, so it's harder, but it could be an interesting tactic if it gets to a point in this game where Liquid's trying to go high ground.
Now, one thing that's always a big deal in Razor matchups is being able to have a Lotus Orb. So that is a big swing. The fact that Tofu now has a Lotus Orb to be able to try and deal with this Razor, so they can put it on the Bloodseeker. Static Link is not going to be nearly the same kind of deterrent it was before.
Lotus and Force, these are anti-Razor items. Some of the best ones. So Gaming Gladiators are always big on trying to help their cores in what they want to do.
Yeah.
It's just a question of where's the damage going to come from. Like, how are they killing this Razor? There's double BKB, double Satanic, and IO behind him who Insania does not have to position aggressively, right?
Yeah.
He can just wait, buy his time. They have 3 counter initiators that can stall a go on this Razor, so he doesn't even have to be the first one in to save him. Fight feels fairly straightforward for Liquid unless there's just some crazy amount of spellcasting and burst that comes out.
I like it's read a Butterfly too. Like my thought was like, oh, go with Scotty or something like that. But Butterfly is a great choice because Dyrachyo, he's going to be the one going a Scotty. He doesn't have room for an MKB. So this has significantly increased the effective HP of Razor against Bloodseeker.
Everything about this Razor is just survive.
Yeah.
Let the spells do the work. I mean, his spells will also do a lot of work in terms of DPS. He is stacked at this point.
Yeah.
This Butterfly, like you said, very nice timing. They can end this game in the next 5 minutes here off the back of this itemization without a chance for Dyrachyo to even respond to it. And even if he does have MKB, I mean, it's not guaranteed he's getting in there and man-fighting this Razor to the death.
That, I feel like, is the potential coup de grace there. Lincoln's complete for Zai, so if he plays this right, guaranteed black hole.
And I think it's on that Bloodseeker every time.
Yeah.
I mean, who else is threatening his front line in this game? Nobody. And so...
Yeah. So Gaming Gladiators...
Play patient too.
It feels like you almost need a chaotic fight. Like, you have to force mistakes out of Team Liquid, right?
Yeah, or force them in.
It's a force, one way or the other. Mass force staffs, that's what they need. 5 force staffs. Sounds a little bit like EG, not all EG versus eHome. You know, just mass daggets. That's one way to deal with it.
That was a very different game at a very different time.
True.
Also, you know, they got Mega'd, so I don't know if Gaming Gladiators want to get Mega creeped in order for their 5 force staffs to swing them back to victory.
Yeah, but well, they might be saying hello to at least some super creeps coming in soon. The bottom tier 3 is under assault. Gaming Gladiators are going to go for the defense here, but they're not pulling back Dyrachyo. They're going to see if they can call Liquid's bluff and keep Dyrachyo out on the map farming, I guess.
I mean, that's pretty much all he wants to do at this point. He just needs more items to power himself up to a larger degree.
Like, what does his full 6 slot look like? Because doesn't he need an MKB?
I mean, he's thinking Swift Blink, which is interesting. A lot of these games where you feel like you can't just, run in the fight, Swift Blink allows you to pick your target better.
Okay.
Maybe start it on a 5v4 or dodge some of these spells too, right?
Yeah.
Like, he has this Basher, so he might just be able to blink, go on this Enigma, for example, and they have enough long-range burst that they can deal with him. It's an interesting itemization. I think it could work out really well. At the same time, it's an expensive item and he's a long way away.
Okay, so pick your target, but like, who is that target? Is he giving up on going on the Razor now? Is that like the idea behind Swift Blink? Is he just gonna try and kill everybody else, basically?
I think conceptually Razor's hard to go on in this game.
Sure.
You're just giving all of this Liquid team fight free reign.
Yeah.
Like, especially if it's the Bloodseeker hitting it, because you're happy to just black hole him if you're confident that this Linken's BKB is going to hold up, which I think you should be. And then once this Bloodseeker's black hold, I don't see enough damage coming out from the other heroes. So I think it's about finding this backline, but again, that's where Matumba, this guy's a pretty experienced player, you know? And I will say a lot of his experience is frontlining.
Frontline, the
very
green
notable
heroes, right?
players.
Yes.
So if anyone knows how to do it, it's probably him.
You know, interesting little note is that Blitz recently told me that he feels like Matumba Man is like one of the most valuable players in the world to have on a team.
Well, yeah, he's on his team.
Like, I'm just saying, like, he had incredibly high praise for Matumba Man, and just saying like what he brings to a team is like people don't recognize how much he does.
I agree. I think this guy has always looked like a crucial point of every team he's been on.
Yeah.
Going back to those early Kuroki team. And this guy's map understanding and what he wants to do with this hero is just always top tier.
The crucial part for Gaming Gladiators is this Ace Broodmother, but it has not managed to pull through early on, and now they're going late game. And they just use a straight-up black hole to catch him, plus the gem.
Dyrachyo wants to fight, though, on the back end.
He does, and he may catch some Liquid heroes a little bit disoriented here as they've already relocated back the Razor, so it's pretty much just a free grab of whoever you can get. They're probably going to die on the Liquid side. So far, it's only Boxy, though. I would have really loved to be able to find somebody else here. Oh, maybe they did. Mickey gets ruptured. He's got BKB, Yules. He could do that, but he can't TP out, and there's going to be bashes coming in soon. Dyrachyo commits for this kill. They actually try and keep him alive with the heals coming in from Insania. They managed to do for a little bit longer, but he finally does finish off Celery, though. He goes down. Dyrachyo's got to get out. Same with Boom. They're just going to mass TP away. Liquid actually double buybacking there. Thought they were perhaps in a little bit of trouble. I'm not sure if there's enough weakness for them to go like high ground or anything. Oh, they want to secure Roshan. That makes sense.
Definitely nice for the Roche, but at the same time, Dyrachyo TP out so early. His buybacks might have been a little preemptive. I don't think Liquid's too happy with that exchange, but this Roshan is a refresher shard, so definitely insanely powerful with their lineup.
Oh, beautiful combination there. The Rocket Flare to be able to give the vision. Zai gets the Malphus stun. Boxy with the follow-up, so they get a +1 on top of the spoils of Roshan. It is going to be a refresher shard, not an Aghanims.
Yep, so that goes to Zai, and that's double black hole, double Linken's, double BKB. Aegis on Mickey, that'll make up for the buyback there, and maybe not the the theoretical optimal way that they would have liked that Roshan to go, but they'll take it any day of the week, I think.
Yeah, still an amazing advantage for them to be able to have. So at this point, like, it feels like Liquid have so many easy mode ways to win a team fight. Gaming Gladiators, this is going to be complicated for them.
It's very hard.
If they win this fight, it's off of them forcing a lot of circumstances that are perfect. And Orchid trying to stop the Cogs push back here, but at the same time, they're going to use the black hole to ensure that they manage to get Boom, and they're even pulling in the Broodmother in as well on top of the support pickup. They are going to use the Rupture and buybacks here. Boxy's going to be stuck. They commit for that one pretty easy. Matumba Man, he's got the Spinner Snare as well as Rupture on him, so they're actually poking at him a decent amount. They forced out Satanic as well. Oh, but the jump in from Mickey.
There's another hole, remember.
Nightmare. He managed to get off the BKB, but here comes that second black hole, just fully committed to finish off the Bloodseeker. They get him. That's a dieback there. And without the Bloodseeker, do they have any kind of damage to stop this assault from Liquid?
No. And he's so close to buyback, too. He's 270 off, but
Liquid are going to respect it.
Yeah, it looks like it's enough. Not sure if Liquid should be so afraid here. Maybe they're worried about this Bloodseeker buyback, but at the same time, do have that reload to kind of bail out your Razor if somehow it comes to that, right?
Yeah.
I would have liked to see them push that a bit more, but at the same time, you got double buyback from Gaming Gladiators. You use 2 black holes. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with waiting for this black hole to come up and, conceptually never taking a fight without your best spell in this game.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair way to go about it. And again, we saw there, Zai's perfectly happy to black hole his Bloodseeker every time. He doesn't really have to do more than that.
Yeah. The fact that he's got the shard and it's pulling in some of the supports and some of the backline heroes is just a cherry on top. But as you said, really just needs to focus on the Bloodseeker. And they don't have the saves for him. Like, at best, they have a 1 second, like, Nightmare save.
I mean, that ain't not doing anything, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
And Matumba, he has Ags now. So this is Refresher Ags Racer. He can melt the buildings. And he also has Trickster Cloak. So his evasion is up to 50% almost.
Oh, jeez.
This is where you really need to MKB in terms of who is actually killing this guy.
That's not going to come for, well, potentially ever. Gaming Gladiators are going to have to, very likely here, find some way to win a team fight in order to get the network to have an MKB possibility for the Bloodseeker.
I also want to say that this IO hero, this hero's always super interesting to every meta he's in.
Okay.
One of the things I like about him in this patch is I think this meta's a lot about the Roshans you get and how much acceleration these second and third Roshans actually give you in terms of net worth.
Yeah.
One of the things I think can be underwhelming is cheese. I think a lot of lineups actually have issues using this item to full effect.
Yeah.
It looks really good when you see it, but I feel like there's a lot of times you don't. IO is the best cheese user in the game because he gets to use it for someone else with his empty item slots on top of the amp. So, you know, he's all about the heals. He's all about sustain. It's one of the things where when you get this cheese, you feel pretty good about it when you have the IO lineup compared to a lot of others. And Insania, he basically has the get out of jail free card, right?
Oh,
tether cheese, boom, there's another hero.
Yeah, and that shard is really broken with Razor, too, who's, like, getting off the spell lifesteal is insane. Coming in from the back, though. Gaming Gladiators are trying to set up so they could, you know, sweep in from behind and catch some of the backline of Team Liquid, but they didn't quite catch the IO like they were hoping to.
It's
Team
just a
Liquid.
good idea, though.
Yeah.
Again, you have to find the backline.
Team Liquid, hey, they're smoked up themselves, and they're going to try and start knocking on the door of this Radiant base and say, like, you have to come back and defend. You're no longer can catch us from behind. You're going to TP in some of their heroes.
Rupture on Mickey.
It's a start. A lot of damage there. Long range hook shot coming in from Boxy, committing to try and finish off Celery, but it don't quite get it. Forstaff gets him out of there.
Bushwhack in the
take a lot of
back.
damage, but a really good Bushwhack actually catching both Mickey and Insania together. They're poking at him from a distance. This is exactly the way Gaming Gladiators wants to be able to take this team fight. Tofu committing. Sharpshooter misses. Tanked up by Matumba Man. He wanted to be able to get the kill on Mickey. Nice Bushwhack, though, catching Insania, but nobody from Gaming Gladiators ready to go to bite.
Though.
Oh, yeah, he is. But he doesn't have Rupture.
Yeah, use both.
I don't know how they stop the Razor without the Rupture. That feels like a core component of it. He's got to quickly blink away from the potential black hole that was coming in. Another hook shot, once again, trying to catch the supports. A lane ward that is spotted by Celery. The hook shot made it pretty obvious.
Well, the way these teams are posturing does not feel like Liquid feels like they're up as much as I think they are.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators being very bold. Finds the IO. A massive kill if they can get in, they do. Just enough. Boom, now going to start backing away from this Razor. And without the IO, Team Liquid are really skittish about taking any sort of fight. What a jump in from Boom. That was a massive pickup.
That's exactly how they want to take the fight, too. Find a target, poke him, don't commit the Bloodseeker early.
They're going to commit for it. They're going to try and bring down a Black Dragon. They have the Midnight Pulse. They're doing a lot of damage. A two-man Black Hole. Once again, a hook shot that misses, but the Black Hole is more than enough to secure the team fight because they've got another one after that, and that's a dieback on the DK. That's why they were willing to all-in commit there.
Crazy to think about. Boom was doing all of that with no buyback. He's down for 2 minutes now. And there's another black hole up because Zaya has already had his own refresher.
They're going to try and catch some heroes while Liquid are a little bit separated here, but the black hole in response. Oh no, they couldn't get through that Lincoln's fast enough.
Dyrachyo used in the back.
Dyrachyo's going to be forced to use his BKB, but a hook shot stops him from a successful TP out, and that's going to be it right there most likely. They do have the buyback on the Bloodseeker, but it's going to be a 3 versus 5.
No black holes.
True.
No Razor ult. Maybe you can take it. It's going to be a tough one, though.
Maybe they can at least hold for their throne. It's going to be Megas, and Team Liquid are not going to slow down. Buyback now used from the Bloodseeker. Let's see if they respond. The Rupture They're going to start poking at the Razor, but
Nice
making
burrow.
two-man stun. Follow up from the hook shot of Boxy. They're trying to keep on some of these heroes, but unfortunately they're elusive enough. Gaming Gladiators able to reset back to their fountain. Liquid. Are they going to stick around for this one?
You
and
stick
keep
around.
it going?
This is your time to end the game. You should push it.
Oh, yeah, they've got the ultimate backup for the Razor. Once again, Lotus Orb actually pulling in the Broodmother. That's a little awkward. Cog's pushback as well. He's in no man's land, and Matumba Man happily welcomes him to the grave. As now, with that ultimate, they're going to start tearing through these buildings. 25 seconds for the Dragon Knight. It's just not going to be up fast enough. The throne is going to get focused down. Even if Gaming Gladiators could get in there right now, they can't stop the building damage. Horacio does all he can, but Liquid, objective focus, bring down the throne and take game one against Gaming Gladiators.
I don't know how many ruptures they needed, but it felt like they needed a lot more by the end of that game. I do not think that Brood pick had near the impact they were envisioning.
No.
That was a rough start. I think Liquid played that lane phase correctly with the setup that they ended up in. Like, you're not going to get that lane dodge off, especially they just sent the Mickey Saiyan King mid. So they're already thinking, like, you know, screw it. We're not going to try and get that.
Yeah.
They just played the 2-on-1, which I think is pretty sad for this Brood, to be honest. I mean, the tri-lane went well for them early, but again, you're picking this Brood to be your map controller, your tempo hero, run over the Razor, run over the Enigma that you have those good matchups in. But if he can't get there at any reasonable point with any strength, Brood for what?
Yeah. I mean, the Clockwork zones him out, and then I feel like Enigma is going to be the hero that takes the most advantage of that, right? He
For
creates
sure,
Eidolons, and he's not just denying one creep, but he's then using those Eidolons to deny all the other creeps.
Yeah, and he's brooding the Brute with the summons.
Yeah.
He doesn't have AoE to deal with them.
Yeah.
It's an ideal scenario for Zai. He just got ripped off that lane. Ace is just so far behind. His items, like, they're decent, but the timing that he's getting them at is just all skewed, and it just throws it all off. You know, Matumba gets to play his Midas game into the earlier BKB. Suddenly that Orchid's not having maybe the impact you want. This IO has a faster mech, so your damage isn't adding up as fast. That's why all those little timings matter, and it kind of goes back to these 2-on-1s. You have to think about them a lot, because these 2-on-1s can destroy your game conception if you don't play them well or do the 2-2 on the start and then trialing, right?
Yeah.
It's something you really have to think about, and I think Gaming Gladiators, they're really good at their laning setup. They put Ace in the safe lane a lot.
Yep.
But I think it's something they have to think about in terms of it getting punished.
Yeah, all TPC, they were known for their aggro tri-lanes and giving Ace a really good start. Liquid, very familiar with that matchup, and Gaming Gladiators do manage to counter it here in Game 1, but Gaming Gladiators still put up a hell of a fight. See if they could do better going into Game 2. Check in with the panel.
Thank you, Cap and SVG. Terrific cast. Great game. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with some special guests. I'll see you guys in a bit.
You were here at the request of Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
I intend to push your limits. Show me what you're made of.
Nice.
Having any fun yet?
like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad.
Game 1 of this 2-game series has gone the way of Team Liquid. Gaming Gladiators under the cosh for much of that game. We'll find out why and how when we talk to the panel in a second. But honestly, I've got to say, Team Liquid turning up here on day 2. Lacoste, your thoughts about that game? Oh, but first, let's introduce who this mystery man in the middle is. It's John.
That's me.
That's John. All right, so you literally arrived this morning, John, didn't you?
Yeah, afternoon.
Afternoon.
Before we casted, yeah.
Right
then.
And you had never met Mike before,
no,
despite having worked with him for 5 years.
Absolute stranger, no.
Let me just make it very clear. I don't want anyone praising John X5 for coming in and being jet lagged and casting straight after. Listen, he was late. We haven't met in 5 years. We've been casting. We haven't met. And could you believe he had the audacity to show up late on me? Unbelievable.
It's your fault for co-casting with Filipino. This is what we do. We're 15 minutes late for everything we appoint. I am 3 days late for a flight. It happens. That's what we do.
It happens. Well, what was good about this game, I think, is that it was bang on time. It was actually a pretty good game to round it out. Liquid didn't mess about. They did what they've struggled with, Lacoste, for a few games now, going high ground and closing things out.
Yeah, they did close it out this time around, but I think we need to go further back, go back to the laning stage, the way they set up the lanes. Once again, regional finals, Tour 1, they had their number. They knew exactly how Gaming Gladiators are going to play in terms of the lane setup. They knew that potentially there's going to be an aggressive tri lane from them. And once again, Gaming Gladiators, they did it. They put the Enigma there with the Clockwork. So Clockwork zones out Ace a little bit more, gets level 2, rotates, tri lane works well. I think the problem is with the Broodmother, if you're not dominating the game, the hero just falls off. And also, Broodmother has been playing the safe lane, so like even if you decide to take that tower, you just don't gain more map control killing that tower. And also playing Broodmother from behind, it's very hard to itemize. Every single time it's the same story pretty much, having this Broodmother going in and like what's your second item, what's your third item if you're not snowballing? I've seen this Aghanim Scepter, you know, it was cool getting that kill on Insania, but it's more about if you're playing from ahead and then having that Aghanim Scepter, so there's a certain area of the map where the enemy team can enter. This time around, it just doesn't feel as impactful.
Indeed. There were some moments there in the start. We're just going to look at a replay, guys. I think it was before you actually joined us in the green room. A little replay here. This was when things were maybe looking a little better, I think, for the Game Gladiators. They turned a fight round here when Liquid were on top, and we all kind of thought, oh, Liquid are doing it again.
No, these relocate plays so many times. Insania, Clutch, they use the BKB on Bloodseeker plus a Rupture, so he resets the fight. Gotta give credit to him, and also Boxy, how many times he found a hero with his hook shot. It's just unbelievable. Like, he couldn't even believe it. We showed him on camera. He's like, how the hell did I hit that hook shot?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Clockwork spammer myself.
Right.
I've got to tell you, Boxy, I mean, he's playing a hero that's not very good right now. I dare say it's a bit of a trash hero, but he puts on a masterclass every time when he's on the Clockwork. And when you're playing against this in this kind of meta where it's all about BKBs in the late game and the mid game and whatever else, having something that can go through those BKBs and just, you know, pierce and stun, and even right after that, once the BKBs are gone, getting those cogs pushbacks and blocking off choke points, it's just so damn important. The way Boxy plays this hero.
Yeah, Bloxy. He blocks off a certain point.
Well, Cloxy was the other thing we came up with, yeah. Let's have a quick look at the player versus player matchups. We've got a couple of players to compare here. There it goes. Duracho versus Matumba Man. Wow, that's actually ridiculously close.
Yeah, considering there was an IO helping up Matumbaman, he felt a lot tankier. I'm surprised it's that close, like 2k difference in damage received. Duracho was regaining a lot in some of those tight fights, you know, getting some of the kills with Bloodthirst. It just felt like the Razor had a much more consistent presence, right? The healing coming through from Insania was just wild.
It was wild.
Really hard to burst down that Razor.
Let's see who Slacks has found, if he has indeed found anyone, if anyone will talk to him. Jake, how's it going over there, brother?
Good, man. Just checking in on some people here. How are you guys doing over there?
We're doing great. Oh my God!
How do you like that, huh? Yeah, I planned that one out.
Very cool.
Anyway, no one's here anymore. Everybody was, a little tired after their game. It was a very stressful one. Nobody is anywhere near me. If they were, trust me, I would try to get them on camera as hard as I could, no matter what they were doing. But considering that no one's here, they all kind of left quietly, They're like, let's take a moment. Both teams. Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, they were both very calm, just walked down away from each other. They gave a little glance, but it wasn't a big deal. I thought I'd take a moment here, though, to show you guys the meme department. Now, these two people in here, they work on the Maymays. They are
all right, show it to me, Slacks.
Look, this is a fresh Maymay coming up right here. You're going to see this on the ESL something. God, that is hideous. Oh, my God. They don't pay these guys anything, to be quite honest with you. I know who it is. I get it. Look at that. Now, this is one you're not going to see on the official ESL. Yeah, zoom in. Show the people. Show the people this one. This is good. He's been looking at this for 8 hours straight. Literally doing zero work. I'm not going to say what their names are.
I know who that young man is, but yeah, we won't dox him.
But yeah, the report here, the sun has gone down, the moon has gone up, the other lines from the song, and it's getting really calm and quiet. Let's go check in on Gaming Gladiators and see how they're doing. Give you guys the real tunes. Oh, they're looking relaxed, actually. They're nice and calm. I think they're ready for their match. We're going to keep our voices really low so that they get into a zen state. Good luck in your match, guys. Woo! All right, you got this, boys. All right, fantastic. Anyway, they're hyped. I'm hyped. Everybody's hyped. Tsunami has no better place to go. He's been sitting here for 6 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, he finished hours ago.
He did. He asked if I wanted to hang out with him, and I told him no. So he's just sitting here waiting. But anyway, you guys, so good to see you. And if I can, John, it is so good to see you on the broadcast. Great elbows, man. Your elbows look really good, buddy.
Thank you.
Anyway, have a good one.
All right. We're going to go take a break, and then we'll be back with Game 2 of this series. Join us then. See you in a bit.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
You know what happens to you if you go through with this. I have everything I need to have you court-martialed and dishonorably discharged.
The end is inevitable, Maverick.
What are you gonna do?
Here they come! Over the air! Over the air!
crispy hero shots. Ace. Celery. Dratrano. Gaming Gladiators in a nutshell. Die. Matumba Man. Fist pumped. That's Team Liquid. You think there's only 2 lads on Team Liquid, but honestly, I thought they were fantastic in that last series. I thought they really, all of them came together and played as a team, but they needed to, didn't they?
They did. We didn't mention Zai in that game, but he was on fire.
He
with
was.
his Enigma. Like, they didn't have many ways to stop the black hole. There was a Fiend script, but it's similar to Doom. Like, once you get to your item timings, he had, like, Octarine core first item, then he had, like, Blink, BKB, Linken's to Refresher. Like, you just can't deal with that. It becomes way too difficult.
Well, we're into the draft for the second game in this best of 2. Go ahead and vote. #Glad, #Liquid. Storm and DK bans coming out of Liquid, but Gaming Gladiators straight away banning that Wisp.
Yeah, it did way too much in that last game. We saw that EHP coming out from Razor. Basically, not just Razor, anyone he linked up to was just so hard to kill, and the lack of burst from Gaming Gladiators did show through. So, very happy about the IO ban. Should make it much more manageable now to kind of deal with the damage issues here.
It did feel like other than the Bloodseeker, they were somewhat lacking in damage, didn't it? And as you said, that Wisp just made it even worse.
I think Gaming Gladiators of all teams can really appreciate the IO. I mean, you saw strategies yesterday with the IO and the Underlord, and that's very, very scary, having that kind of mobility across the map. And of course, we all know Insania plays this hero to just a masterclass. He just knows like the back of his hand. Better to just not give him that comfort. But speaking of comfort, he loves the Grimstroke.
This is one of his all times, yeah, absolutely. I've spoken to him a lot about this hero, because I also enjoy playing Grimstroke, and any little tips you can pick up from a pro player who also shares a favorite hero with you is like, please, teach me everything. I learned, Wagger taught me a little trick on this hero as well. It's just, there's so many little things. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't get picked more. We were talking about his win rate, Lacoste, in the green room. If you can remember, we were just chatting about that. But it's higher than you'd think. I think Jenkins said in high-level pubs you don't see him as much, but his pro win rate...
It's dropping down. Like, it was at over 60%, now it's down to 52, and we're getting to that Grimstroke territory. Even below 40. Oh, right.
Okay.
This is what they opened up against TSM FTX the other day. They did lose the game. Same opener, followed it up by Pango and Keeper of the Light, but yeah, leash mechanic against the dogs, against the Lycans, gonna be okay. But like, this is something that Grimstroke struggles against, any kind of summons in the lane. Like, yeah, Stroke deals more damage the more unit it hits, but I feel like you know, they have something prepared on the side of Gaming Gladiators. We just didn't see it to full potential yet.
So they've hinted at an idea.
Yeah, they definitely do think that it works. So they're going to give it another try. But the good response from Team Liquid, being able to kill all these summons, Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, and also Rolling Thunder, I think this is going to cause a lot of issues.
Yeah, and they've banned the Bloodseeker. Sorry, Mike. I was just going to say they've banned the Bloodseeker in response to that.
Yeah, I was going to say, they already, like, they kind of covered the counters anyway with the Grimstroke being picked up, so the Pango can just roll freely.
Right.
I mean, I'm a real sicko as well. I love these Chen Lycan heroes. If it was up to me, Necrobook would still be in the game as well, just to add that.
Just
stop.
Stop.
It was a beautiful time. It was a beautiful time having all those units just running at the damn supports, just making their life even more terrible. And I love seeing these heroes, like Chen Lycan. Imagine, what year is it?
Oh God! Please let it be some dark past we can forget about, and not some dark future that's headed our way.
Yeah, it's I mean, we were talking about EHP before. The Chen does provide a lot for the entire team. Not as focused, right? And you do have that added heal now over time.
Right.
1 tick per second isn't amazing burst heal, but in a prolonged fight that can work out. So I want to see how much value the Chen does come out, because from the games I've cast at the very least, it feels a bit underwhelming in comparison to some of the stronger sustained heroes, right? So you've got to play around the lane more. Activity from the Chen is going to be really important for Gaming Gladiators, maybe even early mid rotations with the creep you do pick up, the Holy Persuasion, and some aggression in lane as well, I think you have to watch out for.
It's one of those heroes where it feels good when you're playing ahead, but if you're playing from behind, if you can't get the creeps, get the job done, get your certain amount of farm, hit the timings, sometimes it does feel like you're playing 4 versus 5. They are banning out everything that could potentially counter the Pangolier, so I assume this is going to be the mid Pango. Even though Team Liquid does love to run it on the off lane, I feel like the value from the Pango, especially in this game with the disarm, is going to be super high, but there's still Bane in the response, and now they end up with Chen Bane as a support duo, which I'm not a big fan of. All right,
oh my, wow. Liquid are absolutely rushing to get this draft finished, just hammering these heroes out. I feel like every time Gaming Gladiators pick a hero, Liquid are like, pop, pop, we've got this, here you go.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they get this solid combination of Matumbaman special and the Bristleback, along with a Coddle. So you could just spam all your spells from the Pangolier and the Bristleback, no matter which position you want to run that Coddle on. It's always going to be a great lane. It gives you a great way of dealing with the summons, with the cold sprays. So you've got a lot of bases covered, and it gets really tough for Gaming Gladiators. Like Lacoste pointed out, the Chen Bane support duo, it's not the most active. Like, you do have to play around with your creeps well. Past that laning phase, if you're behind, there's not much play potential there. There's good counterplay. Maybe if your Bane gets an early Aetherlance, there's some good offensive plays as well, but it's harder to pull off in comparison to just rolling in or just running your Bristleback forward here.
Right, much simpler execution for Liquid so far from this. So what is the idea with the Lycan Chen? Is it literally we're going to ball up and be a huge army and just march towards you? But here there's some play, and early on, Void Spirit.
I mean, they needed some kind of tempo setter, some kind of stun, some kind of disable, because like Lacoste said, this support duo doesn't really do anything up until they hit level 6, and even then, you've got Bane with Fiend's Grip and Nightmares, so you do need someone to set up the team fights and set a tempo in the game. Honestly, I feel like Gaming Gladiators already have kind of drafted themselves into a corner here with this this opening duo. I don't know, it doesn't feel good now, like against Grimstroke, Pango, and Coddle, and Bristleback. Like, how are you ever going to abuse the creeps?
Difficult game for Gaming Gladiators, I would say. They did pick up Void Spirit, so win percentage is on their side. So far in the major, Void Spirit 6 out of 6 game.
Wow.
Unbelievable strong. Like, this hero was not popular during the DPC, at least in the regions that I've been following closely. But yeah, Bristleback, Matu Classic, Team Liquid, team that does stack the most. And now you have Bristleback, and you also have Keeper of the Light, so you know that there's going to be those stacks coming up. And I don't think they have the heroes to invade the stacks with. Like Chen Bane, Lycan, they do need levels. They need levels to be aggressive. And this is Vanguard Buyer on Bristleback. Their damage output on side of Gaming Gladiators is very, very low. So this last hero needs to be something that Bristleback is going to be afraid of. What is that last ban? I can't see.
That was a Timbersaw ban, and is that Doom? I can't see from here. That's Doom. So the last ban from Liquid was Doom, and the last ban from Game Gladiators was Timber.
Yeah, also something that Bristleback struggles with, if they have like Spirit Vessel buyers and stuff, like a lot of things that can kite him, which they even don't, but you have a Grimstroke on your team that once he buys the shard, you're going to have a Dispel mechanic, you're going to have even more HP on the Bristleback on top of infinite mana coming up from Keeper of the Light. I'm really worried for Gaming Gladiators.
It's a lot of protection for that Bristle. I'm not seeing a last pick that kind of ties it in for Diamond. Like, the Mars was banned out early, one way to kind of maybe keep that Bristle facing forward to deal with, but banned out early by Diamond themselves, so I'm actually not sure. Like, do you want to go for something like a Viper just for break? It doesn't feel amazing.
Do you not have the opportunity as well to like throw Bristle mid here, and you could like go another safe lane pickup? And cause you know, if they do find the counter towards the Bristle, then at least you have some kind of backup, some kind of actual pos one. Like, it might feel a little bit greedy, but you could use the Bristle just to be able to make sure they can't hit their timings and just push down structures. And they might have just done that with the Visage.
Because this is a flex pick as well. Like, they do have other options, but I'm just not really seeing the hero that's gonna, you know, say this hero is gonna counter both Bristleback and Visage. They do need like break mechanics, something that can build into it, or if they want to get something like a monkey to be able to stand in the middle of it. Just play the tempo as well, because like they do have certain tempo with Chen plus Lycan. Like, they can hit the certain timings, but still very difficult pick. I was thinking about, you know, we get into this Slark territory, and then, you know, things are not going well for one team.
Yeah. I mean, the Visage last pick, not just the flex, but seeing that potentially being pause one excites me. We've seen a lot of silly things with Visage on the pause one with the Ags pickup
Right.
and the talent tree going for the right damage talents on the familiars. Just Melt tree. They do close out with PA on Gaiman.
Okay.
Not quite the break. I mean, I guess with a shard.
Yeah, but that does take time. Question is, can they buy enough time to get to that point?
Yeah, I mean, the PA felt like maybe a bit of a desperation pick at the end. Like, I agree the shards is going to be great for that break, but I kind of side with the cost. Like, how do you buy that time now against this draft of Team Liquid to actually allow the PA to get to a state where it can fight the Bristle and it can fight the Visage? Because even with this Chen Lycan where you can push down towers, it doesn't feel like they're going to get away with that. And going against the Visage, which can be incredibly strong in the right hands, it could be kind of disastrous for them.
John?
It's going to be a tough one. I'm not sold on the PA pick. I think farming up for Battle Fury against the lineup you have on Liquid is really tough. They're not going to give you breathing room, which is funny because that's what the Gladiators want to do with their Chen and Lycan. But their fallback, it needs a lot of room. That timing for the PA is just so long.
Okay, Lacoste, we're going to start with you and we'll come down the line. You favor Liquid in this draft?
Oh yeah, for sure.
John?
Liquid.
Mike?
Liquid.
Okay, well, panel is unanimous. I remain neutral, of course. Liquid favored here. We're going to Cap and SVG. Have a great cast, guys.
Thank you, Ted, the arbitrator, of course. Pure neutrality out of that man at all times. There's no favors or preferences whatsoever.
Mechanical.
Absolute monster of a host. What do you think, though? I mean, they just a full panel going for Liquid.
About Ted or this draft?
Either one. It's up to you. You
Well,
decide.
one of them's under my standards, that's all. So I won't say which one.
I mean, Liquid did just win a game, so...
I think this draft's pretty interesting. I think it's like, I was thinking of it as Liquid's second gear, you know?
Okay.
First game was gear 1. That's like their IO Razor. We're going to scale. Enigma, play kind of slow for the late game, blah, blah, blah. This is like gear 2. Oh, yeah, Matumba. Remember, he can also play all these super fast tempo semi-carry carries.
Okay.
Bristle's
Have we
his bread and butter.
seen them successful with Gear 2 at this tournament? Yeah.
I don't know if they've tried it at this tournament, like this committal. I think this is the most committal they've done it.
Okay.
Bristle, Visage, Coddle. Let's go. Ball it up. Run at them. Take over the map. Take over the early mid game. Get an early Roshan. And just not give any room on these Ancients to the PA. That's the name of the game.
So I would argue then that this game is critically important for Team Liquid just for the rest of the tournament in a way. Would you agree with that? Like from your captaining experience, like when you do like a different strategy than what you've done, isn't it really important for it to work out so you have different looks to throw at people?
In terms of confidence, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, whenever I tried this stuff, I lost. But, you know, I didn't have... This Matumba guy he's some way, he's one of the few players in the world. I think the Hawk also comes to mind. They're these guys who, they grew up playing some of this style. You know, it's in their blood. Like, he's very comfortable doing this. And not only playing the Bristle for him, but leading the team in terms of making the calls, deciding where and when the fights are going to be, and having the confidence to just go for that. I mean, you're going back to this guy playing on those Kuroki teams where they were all about that too. Just the early 5-man ball, Chen, Darkseer, Bristle lineups, right?
I mean, the best early game team in Dota at the time.
That's true. The fastest.
According to Nas.
Well, they did win TI, so
yeah,
he's got a ring for a reason. And to me, this is a game where he can lead his team to victory.
On the other side, we do have Gaming Gladiators with a bunch of stuff that is, I mean, you're talking about their playstyle being in their blood. Celery, he's going to be playing Chen. They've got an Ace Lycan that they're going to be playing with. I mean, this is through and through. I mean, I feel like even Duraccio is a really good PA player. So through and through, I feel like this is very much Gaming Gladiators. Like, this is... If I saw this lineup, I would take a bet that Gaming Gladiators were the one behind it.
It's definitely a very interesting lineup. They got a lot of ball and push with this Lycan Chen PA, and then at the same time, some nice catch and pick off between the Bane and the Void Spirit.
Is he dead? No.
He's chilling. But this is a lot of damage. And this is a tough lane because you can go the Quills aggressive early with the Chakra behind you. This is a very tough matchup for a lot of summons offlaners. Lycan's up there with them, including Beast, I think, is the other one where Matumba sees that. He's just instantly asking for that Bristle. Honestly, this does not look like a fun Chen game to me. I'm going to say that right off the bat.
There's so much AoE wave clear, like anti-summon tech on Liquid's side.
Yeah, Stroke of Fate and Illuminate just from the supports.
Yeah.
You're going up against a Bristle.
Who can rush Vanguard and just front line.
Yeah, Pango if he gets any damage through a Swashbuckle. I'm not sure if he's going to go that route, but...
Most of what I've been seeing out of this Chen is, again, people going like Medallion Vlads type items.
Right.
Because he's this early Vlads buyer from the support role, which a lot of these teams are prioritizing Vlad's drums super highly this tournament since it got buffed. But Lycan is, and basically, he's an automatic HOD Vlad's buyer. So I'm also curious what Celery wants to go in this game and how he's going to try and have impact on his Chen. Because right now, he's not doing a whole lot.
Okay.
And I'm not sure the mid game is going to be that much better for him.
All right, so you sound pretty pessimistic for Gaming Gladiators. The panel all went for Team Liquid. So how does Gaming Gladiators make this lineup work?
To me, it's if Boom can get off to a good start and be aggressive and make some space, that's amazing.
Okay.
I think there's not an insane window for that to happen, but it's possible. The other chance is they just play lanes really well, get into that mid game, and get Dyrachyo to a point where he can man up, go in the fight with the buffs behind him. And he can clean up some of these heroes insanely fast, incredibly with the break later. It is a great break game. And
oh, good kill. They get it, but the wand charges were just enough, and now Dyrachyo's the one in trouble. As long as the stroke lands, Dyrachyo's trying to juke it, but Boxy, pump fake, finally lets it go. It fires true and gets first blood.
This is not the core you want to be having to go down in the laning phase if you're Gaming Gladiators.
No.
It's just strong lanes from Liquid. Both these side lanes are just so much nuke damage to deal with. Side gets another double shield crash here.
Yeah, that's going to be a big saving grace for him in this constant harassment battle. Especially the wand charges that he's getting. I always feel like that's one of the things, like the more you threaten denies and force the PA to feel like she has to use Dagger to CS, like it's such a big win for you in the lane. Nice pickup though by Tofu, does manage to at least eventually get the kill onto Boxy, but damn, Dyrachyo's already really low.
Just getting harassed down, 2 points in shield crash. Spell's pretty efficient in terms of trading on the dual lanes. So I put it to good use. That said, you know, Gaming Gladiators, I think the very early waves are rough for them, but as these lanes progress, some things that start to go better. That said, Ace is going to die TP now.
Oh, he was TPing out?
Yep.
Oh, no.
And it was as Celery was coming back with this ice armor, so it's the power of Bristle versus these matchups. This is not a lane that really gets better for the Lycan over time. I think the Void Spirit one can do okay, and, you know, PA is a hero that just really wants her levels, but at the rate this is going, might not get to that point.
Yeah. Well, that means all eyes on this man right here. Boom is going to have to do a lot to be able to save this disaster of side lanes for Gaming Gladiators, and we're going to see him pick up that level 6. We'll see how successful he is with it. Void Spirit, not really a hero that I connect with Boom so much. In fact, it's far from one of his most played heroes, and he actually just has a straight 50% win rate with it. So, Tofu, sleep, nice nightmare to be able to dodge the Inkswell damage that was going to be landing on him otherwise.
It's just good space.
And Stroke actually does connect, and Boxy gets the kill. Is that a level 2 Stroke of Fate?
That is.
Yeah, I was about to say, that was way more damage than I expected.
Honestly, though, some free waves for his PA. And a lot of man out from that dueling. Not the worst trade.
Yeah.
Bigger question is Matumba. He's shoving this in again.
I mean, you may have the frost armor, but Matumba Man is keeping your armor still nice and low. What? He got ogre stunned.
Don't see that every day.
I mean, he probably didn't
They're
even see
keeping
it
in
coming.
Boom here.
Oh, this is a really big kill. Boom rotates in, sees the opportunity on a massively overextended Matumba Man. Why? Because he got ogre bruiser stunned. What a beast.
I was talking about how Celery's going to have impact.
Yeah.
That was probably the best use of that creep I think I've ever seen.
Why did he tip Mickey out of all of that?
I mean, sometimes you just gotta throw it to someone random, right? Because then it's like psychological edge of why are they taking this guy?
You know, like, oh, Mickey, you should have been there.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have, but you know, that's one of those tools you can use. It's pretty nice, right? Just tip the guy who's never at the fight.
Yeah.
Those are the high IQ tips.
I always like that tip for sure. Tipping the carry that you know is AFK just farming the entire time while they're losing team fights.
Right, that kill was pretty big though, because Ace got a bunch of XP and solo XP into the tower. Same for this Chen. Like, these are two heroes that really need the levels. One thing I was going to mention about this Lycan, this is a hero that's coming back a little bit in pubs. We're going to see Dyrachyo.
He needs to be able to jump away. Nice, very smart jump over to the range creep to dodge the ink swell. Right, it was about to explode. Tofu was too far away to give him an escape otherwise.
Gladiators are pretty strong here.
Yeah, they're going to rotate the Void Spirit in. This might just be a double kill opportunity, but Zai does manage to get the swashbuckle out. Boom is still going to be able to connect with the nice Astral Step jump
forward. Another dagger soon?
Dagger in a second to be able to slow him down. Shield crash on 2, but he's already so low. Boom wants this one really badly. He's got a Dissimilate coming up. He's going to have to land this one. The dagger slow allows him to land the Dissimilate, and a double kill indeed for Boom. He is doing exactly what we said he needed to do. When it came to bumping up these side lanes. Beautiful performance so far.
The downside is this Visage just takes your tower. And this hero has gotten a lot of buffs in terms of how much damage he can output to these objectives early.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Ogre Bruiser. Boom!
I mean, that thing is a decent spell if you land it. I'm sure Matumba's like, what the heck was that, dude? Who plays for this, you know?
Seriously. Oh, Jesus. We watch an instant replay of Ace being dove. Now we're going to watch Ace get dove again. And again, he goes for the TP out and dies anyway. Oh, goodness. Ace is having a rough day.
I feel like if there's one carry player I don't want to play a summons offlaner into, it's Matumba.
Yeah.
And probably on Bristleback. With a coddle behind him. That sounds like a rough one.
That really is rough.
And I mean, these is 2 early tier 1s down.
Yeah.
And it's like awkward tier 1s too, because now we're talking about this triangle getting invaded by this very fast Liquid lineup. You have no tier 1s to protect it anymore.
Yeah.
And this is a PA lineup. PA needs these Ancients after this battle period to really accelerate how she wants to. So this is pretty big early losses for Gladiators. And the road to recovery is not going to be crazy fast here.
That means Boom is more like, you know, he did a good job. He did some nice heavy lifting, but now he's going to have to go for set number 2 because he does have an Arcane Rune, so he's got the tools to be able to make a big play, perhaps.
I think it's turning bottom around. I think Dyrachyo actually has to stay in this bottom lane.
Okay.
And they have to look to counterplay, turn it around. It's not the easiest because this Pangolier roll is so powerful, but I feel like if he leaves and they lose their 3rd tier 1 here, there's just not going to be that much elsewhere to go. Like, this Bristol is not really touchable until you have grip. And Gladiators, they kind of have the read. They're lingering down here with this Lycan. I think this is the correct play. It's just a matter of can they convert on it.
Mickey is sitting behind Zai, so they're actually going to see Ace make this rotation, so both teams are kind of aware.
They're bringing the Void Spirit.
They're going to go for it, but Mickey is super fast. And yeah, Zai, I mean, they're underneath tower, so nothing's really going to come of that. Pretty fast reaction, good use of the Grave Chill there from Mickey on the neutral creep.
And now Dyrachyo, he leaves because that was your Void Spirit TP and your Lycan ult, so the turnaround potential was kind of used there, and now he can't just stay down there alone. This could potentially open it up for Zai to shove it in and take out this last tier 1. At the same time, while all that's happening, this Matumba Bristle, he is getting fat, hitting his timings. This is a hero that abuses stacks. Coddle's a great stacker. He's going to have an amazing timing this game.
Oh, yeah.
He's just rushing Ags.
Yeah, the Ags is super, like, it unlocks the carry potential of Bristleback, but even this game against the summons, right? The Chen, Lycan, it's just you're going to get free viscous nasal goo on them all the time.
I mean, it also just makes it so you can permanently run around with the stacks.
Yeah.
So you farm a lot faster, you hit a lot harder, you always have it up going into the fight, and the stacks are larger.
Yes.
So the item's just amazing for the hero. It's honestly, there's almost no downsides to it anymore.
Yeah, I think you just basically can't carry Bristle without being able to have those high-level stacks.
Yep.
Which is what the Ags gives you.
But it makes this hero a lot better of a carry than it used to be. Because now your right-click is... It's like you're a Sven or something. You know, you're gonna chunk people.
I mean, honestly, they've been buffing Warpath, I think, for the last, 5 years. The damage on that. And at some point in time, it eventually got to the point it was just like that. They also increased the number of stacks you can get. Then they gave him this Aghanim Scepter. It was just like all things that led to a carry bristleback that we now somewhat regularly see. Boxy, is he actually going to survive? Jeez. They're still trying to finish up this tier 1 tower with the Chen push.
And Celery, he got a lot of this solo XP top because Ace went to the jungle, so he's decent level this game. Decent net worth as well. It will end up getting Boxy here.
Yeah, they eventually find him.
So little bit going their way.
Yeah, something small. Aghanim Scepter being rushed by Boom as well. Braccio not actually getting hit by the swashbuckle, only just that last tick because of a turnaround dagger that he did for CS. They've got some really nice minus armor combination with the physical damage, right? They got Panko, minus armor coming in from him. They've got the Viscous Nasal Goo, and then Vistage comes in and just throws a bunch of physical damage around with the with his birds.
Yeah, he can even get the armor corruption level 15.
Oh yeah, forgot that was
one of the newer talents. So a lot of synergy here for Liquid. This minor armor allows you not only to just kill the heroes with your early net worth, but you can give them an early Roshan too.
Yeah.
And that's what Liquid's, they're thinking about the early aggression. It's always on their mind. Already in the triangle 12 minutes.
And if they could stop Boom, it would be really good. They got the silence, but oh, Zai!
Bird.
Roll wrong direction, but they did really good drops. He still managed Astral Step 1-2. The roll is still after him, but he does run out. Boom! He's trying to get up to this high ground area, but it looks like Liquid are just not going to let this one go. Dissimulate's not up for another 3 seconds, and that is 3 far too late.
I mean, someone has to pay the iron price of this period.
Yeah.
There's not really two ways about it. The Gaming Gladiators need to kind of just stall for some early item timings and try and take a fight around their Lycan ults.
Oh, okay. They do catch Zai here. It's going to be a nice little pickup, and maybe with the rest of like that pickoff plus the ultimate beat, never mind. I was going to say maybe they could go for the tier 2, but big bad Matuma Man's here. They do use the Eagle Song Ripper to try and push the Chen away. That was cute, Celery, but ultimately both you and your army are dead.
This is the strength of the Bristol Chen matchup too. Anytime Matumbo wants to just run at this Chen and he gets on him, it's basically guaranteed his army goes down, he goes down, his entire game gets reset.
Yeah.
And that's the worst feeling is Chen. Because there's not going to be a lot of creeps for him to take when he comes up.
Yeah, I mean, PA's farming a bunch of them. You've got a Lycan who's taking a Helma Dom creep as well. You've got limited map control because Liquid have taken all these outer towers. Yeah, this is a massive problem.
Yeah, his creeps actually did survive. So,
okay.
There's some upside there. I'm surprised they didn't chase him down a bit more, but I mean, honestly, it's pretty early in the game, and I mean, these creeps are not super high impact versus Liquid's lineup anyway.
Liquid maybe have bigger objectives on their minds, like the Roshan.
Yeah, that's a better creep to kill, you know? Don't waste your time with some troll that got nerfed anyway. It's garbage now.
Yeah, what's Rally to an Aegis, you know?
Yeah, remember those days where Rally was so imba and everybody took tier 1s with skeletons and then it was like one armor and no one does it anymore?
It is kind of weird how that happened, yeah.
I mean, there were some other changes like Enchantress and whatever, but
yeah.
It's funny how Dota works sometimes.
Well, they have a Bristleback who's 3,200 net worth ahead of the PA. He's got Vanguard Aghanim Scepter, nigh unkillable, and now he's also got an Aegis. I don't know what Gaming Gladiators do besides just split push and dodge fights as much as humanly possible.
That's about their only option. Dodge this Bristle and try and make him pay economically on the map. Celery's, he's looking for wave cuts, backdooring the tier 1 mid. This is the nice cheeky stuff you can try and do.
Roll in through the side. See if they can chain stun Tofu here, not let any spells go off. Liquid catch him. They're going to be able to find Celery here as well. Is hoping to be able to backdoor the tier 1 tower. He does get that. Okay, not bad. Show a lot of heroes. Pick up a tower. Maybe give your cores a little bit of space to farm. It's not the worst.
Not the worst, but that's a hand of God and his army for a tier 1.
No, Tarachio doesn't have a jump. The creeps, they're not going to spawn for another 5 seconds. He's got nowhere to go to. Oh, no.
there's just no space on the map. The tier 1s died so early. This Bristol is immortal. He can always just run at this PA wherever Matumba wants to.
They gonna go high ground right now?
And why not? This guy hits for almost 400 and he's hasted. It's an absolute beast.
Okay, that though, I mean, the Bane's slowing him down a little bit.
Turns him into a normal strong hero instead of a crazy broken one.
Yeah, they still have the Visage Familiars.
This is your tier 3, it's 16.
Yeah. I mean, they're not even up that much net worth. That's the crazy part, is Game of Gladiators are doing a good job of finding farm in the, around the map and making sure that like this doesn't totally spiral out of control, but there is this this feeling of helplessness for them when it comes to fighting right now, and I don't know when that changes.
It's just a problem of, okay, you can eke out some of this net worth on the split push, but what is it doing for you, right? The net worth only equates to actual teamfight impact if Dyrachyo can join and deal the physical damage that's needed to kill his Bristle back. Otherwise, he just goes in front and you have to smoke and find the backline, which is what Boom's looking to do. He has an Axe. This is their best time to try and turn the game.
And the best heroes to be able to find, maybe Zai would be a nice pickup, but Zai, defensive blink and gets off the Rolling Thunder. Boom, he tries to get away. They look at the Coddle, but they need to be able to get away from this Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, Matumba Man's just, whoever he can catch is probably dead. The first is going to be the Bane support. Now it's going to be Celery. Tofu and Celery both gone, and Matumba Man ready to go for another round at hitting these buildings. Gaming Gladiators. I mean, they're going to poke at Mickey, but like, he's super tanky. That's not going to do anything. He gets silence. He's in trouble. Astral Step out. You know, like, you survive, but...
Your buildings aren't surviving.
No. Survive another day. Survive for another lane of barracks.
Maybe for another series if they don't find an answer.
It's kind of looking that way.
I mean, this Aegis is just the problem. Like, maybe they could take a fight where they get some crazy good grip on this Bristle.
Yeah.
It's one of the best spells versus this hero, but just not while he has that Aegis.
They don't have a reposition tool. Like, you know, like we talked about the combination that Spirit likes to do, that Magnus skewer back with the Bane ready to go. And they don't have a break mechanic either.
I mean, they do have it on the PA now.
Oh, they do have the shard now.
He rushed it.
All right.
But
that's something big. I mean, it's percentage-based damage and a break.
At the same time, is the trouble you can't break the Bristle, or is the trouble you can't man-fight the Bristle?
Yeah.
I don't think Matumba's turning his back this game. He's just running and hitting you from the front.
That's true.
Dire are scanning.
Everybody on the run.
Celery, you're in the wrong neighborhood.
He's running the wrong direction, straight into the arms of Matumba Man, who leaves the kill to Mickey. Very nice of him.
I mean, this is just a game of run down the lanes one by one. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
I don't see anything stopping this Bristle back.
Amazing what you'll find.
Mickey tips him for his kindness and giving away, sharing some of the kills, sharing some of the load. He's got an AC coming in for the Bristleback, so more, you know, physical like armor against the PA, minus armor, stacking up like crazy.
And this early AC is like one of the biggest power spike items for these push lineups.
Mickey's.
Oh
my God.
1v5ing.
They've got a goddamn Wraith Pact.
They do.
They've got a Wraith Pact to Boots of Bearing for Mickey. So, like, you were running out of damage before, and now you're fighting into a Wraith Pact as well? Oh,
and
God.
double 4-staff.
Oh, God.
It's a rough one. We'll kill it maybe, though. Oh, you didn't even get it.
How much gold is it?
I don't know. That's why I was looking. I don't think we've seen this item too much.
I'm going to guess 50 gold.
Maybe it's some ridiculous number. You know, it's like 600 gold. Valve's like, yeah, no one wants to buy this? Okay.
$9 to $12, 8,000 net worth lead. It's not the biggest net worth lead. Again, like if Team Liquid, it is one of those lineups where, right, if they screw up once or twice, they could be in really big trouble because the PA is just going to like climb back into the game very quickly. But right now, it's hard to see how they can win those fights.
There is some promise at the end of the tunnel in terms of exactly that. PA shredding people with the break and the Helm of the Overlord and Lycan buffs. Lycan's one of the better heroes at buffing a carry. See Boom trying to make some space bottom, but
yeah, he's already used double
eventually going to go
Astral
down.
Step. Assimilate is not going to be able to get him away. Oh yeah, that's a nice combo we didn't talk about. Inkswell on the Visage Familiars.
Yeah, they were using it earlier. And
they just smoke up to run into the base that much quicker.
Damn straight, and they're dropping your voice line. I'm sure you're happy about that one.
Hey, Mickey is like literally the only person in the world to have spawned it, so thank you, Mickey.
Well, he counts for a couple, you know. Yeah, that's another set of racks. No contest.
Oh, the smoke up Inkswell Rolling Thunder play that's going to be able to chain stun the PA to death, who was trying to invest into the BKB as quick as possible, so no buyback gold. Liquid are literally just going straight for the throne.
Split push is not good if you're out of the game.
Yeah,
Matumba, he wants to go to bed early tonight.
He really does. They're trying to close this out nice and quick. Do a little bit of fountain timing. Careful, Liquid. Remember what happened last time. Dying to the fountain is die. They do have a jump in from Boom. Gets a decent amount of AoE damage out there. Ace is trying to focus. Oh my God. He tried to focus down. Shit. He got focused down. He just died in half a second. It's like Liquid all turned around and clubbed him once in the head. Jesus. Team Liquid.
Matumba sending a message. Don't pick your summons first, me.
I guess so. I mean, this was... I don't know if this was one of the fastest games in the major. I'm sure it was one of the fastest games, but it felt like one of the most dominant, that's for sure.
I mean, that was like a 15-minute game. That game was over at 15 minutes, it felt like. They went mid, took a Rax, and there's no answer to this Bristleback with all the buffs behind. I honestly think it's just a strategical outdraft. Like, there's no way you go Chen Lycan into a Matumba second phase Bristle.
Yeah.
One of those two things needs to change, you know?
So was the problem, like this 4-man setup, was like the Visage last pick, it didn't even feel like it was necessarily the like, aha, gotcha pick. I mean, it certainly helped for the draft, but it felt like this Bristleback was totally uncontested.
I mean, I think Liquid probably could have unplugged a couple keyboards that game, and Matumba might have 1v5'd. He was just chunking everything. This Bristle's he's honestly a terrifying hero. If you get in a game where you can kind of give him this good early game into the stacks, especially with Coddle, who's in the meta. This is not this old school Bristle. This is a Bristle who will hit you for 400 damage a hit at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
You have to respond. He will deal physical damage at a higher pace than almost a lot of any carry can get to at that point.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to think about this hero.
Team Liquid, a very, very solid day 2 for them to be able to bounce back. Gaming Gladiators probably not feeling as hot about it, as they are in a group that they want to be able to like get to that top 4 position. And today does decrease those chances a little bit, but there's still 4 slots. Gaming Gladiators are still in a decent position. Team Liquid climbing back up and might still be able to make that upper bracket spot as well. But that was a nice, clean finish to that series. Team Liquid taking a 2-0 over Gaming Gladiators. Let's check in with Ted, shall we?
Geez, I'm amazed Cap was awake enough to throw it back to the studio. We're going to throw to commercial now. We'll be back to analyze the game and wrap up the day after that. See you in a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smooth like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world. Baby, it's so hard. It's a woman's world. Little bit of lady, whole lot of boss. Money comes easy cause she calling all the shots. Got it from her mama, beauty in the brains. Hustle like a champion, like she in the game. Like she in the game, like she in the game. Ain't nothing to it cause it's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's all hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's all hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world.
So there you have it. 2-0 to Team Liquid over Gaming Gladiators. Liquid looking really good, especially in that second game, getting back to their form that we were expecting coming into this tournament. And guys, that was a dominant win. Mike, you had a stat for me. Let me hear it, baby.
Yeah, I mean, the stat that came up in the game, 13 minutes in, Matama Man, the highest net worth hero of the majors so far. He had Vanguard, Aghanim Scepter at 13 minutes. What the hell are you meant to do against that?
I don't know. I mean, we knew this is going to be a tough game for Gaming Gladiators in the draft, Lacoste.
Yeah, it just feel like they didn't respond to this Bristleback pick. I feel like throughout the whole tournament, Gaming Gladiators, they're not going to go back to their like Chen plus Lycan opening after losing 2 times in a row. And also that itemization, like having the bongo boots and also the raid pact on Visage. So the items that usually you don't see, but they understood their timing and they just went in the full force. Like having the damage reduction on a PA and this Bristleback picking up the Aegis being too tanky to kill, like just strategically outdrafted, I would say.
John, you agree? Drafting just absolutely outdrafted them.
Yeah, the draft, and it kind of goes back to someone of game 1, right? The EHP of the Razor was a big problem. This time the EHP of everyone was a big problem. They had 3 tanky cores. The Rage Pack did a lot of work and just not enough burst on hand.
Well, we know who was responsible for that draft, and I wonder if Slacks can get hold of him. Jake, are you there? Do you have Insania with you?
I do have Insania. Thank you so much, Pyrian. He was listening to your guys' entire segment. How did you think they did?
Wrong. Everything wrong.
Oh, that's a shame. Shame. Anyway, what got you guys the power to win that series, Insania? I mean, you came out of the gate on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's our 2 guns. The Monster Energy right here.
Yeah, he asked specifically to do the interview here so he could sell out. So congratulations, well done. The best, most valuable player in many ways on Team Liquid there, my friend. Questions for you. I don't think of any. I mean, you having a good time?
Yeah, it's been very enjoyable. I love playing Caudle Bristol. You know, we haven't gotten to play this in a while. So yeah, I mean, yeah, great question. I thoroughly enjoyed playing this game. I mean, Malta is crazy fat, and that's a consequence of me playing Caudle. So I'll take all the credit alongside Alienware and Monster Energy and Yeah.
Anybody else? Coinbase, of course. All right, fantastic. Did you know, by the way, with that victory, I think you guys won 5 today, including your mysterious first series. You guys are first now, I believe.
Are we really? Yeah. You know, sometimes when you say, like, I could beat these guys in my sleep, that's kind of how I felt about Mind Games today. I woke up and we were just 2-0 at the start of the day.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
This guy's good. I mean, literally doing it through osmosis. That is very impressive. So, great strategies. What do you think about Chen? Every time I say Chen, all right. Well, what are you going to? Anyway, Chen, what do you think about that hero? You seem to have a very good time beating him.
I actually think Chen is Zimba hero, but they just got a little bit unlucky.
Yep. Very unlucky indeed. Well, Insania, I don't really have anything else. Any shout-outs? I always ask you so many questions because you're an actual good interview instead of most of the players who I believe are reptilians. But you're good. Anything you would like to say out there to the people, fans, anyone else?
Yeah, I would like to thank Coinbase, Monster Energy, Alien.
Okay, thank you so much. You were a great interview, Insania. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Thank you, Jake, and thanks, Insania. Oh, dearie me. Okay, cracking stuff. Before we get into the game a little bit, how good is it for you guys to finally see each other after 5 years? And how was that first cast together in person?
It was a bit crazy because, like, 5 years, you tend to like understand the chemistry enough. Like we have a delay when we cast, right? So we usually have a second and a half delay. So when we got together for the first time, it felt so easy. I don't think either of us knew what to do. Like, it was so weird just not having to do anything.
Right.
Cast. It was pretty damn good. What would you say, John?
Yeah, it's funny because it didn't feel different for me, right? Like, I mean, it's easier, as you said.
Because I do all the work.
Yeah, you do all the work. It's not different for me. It's the same thing for me. I just sit back and I pretend to be smart. So it was fun, though. It's fun. It's great seeing. I mean, 5 years.
It's good to have you guys here.
Thank
you. It is.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
You must miss the beard. I mean, you could only admire it from afar, but it was fantastic when it was there, right?
Yeah, and a lot of people are confused. Like, we were meeting some of the C teams. Mike, I think it's your story.
Yeah, look, so my wife hated the beard, right? She kept carrying on, I don't like the beard. Or I said, all right, fine, I'll shave it for her. And literally the day I shaved it, she looked at me, started laughing at me, and said, I can't take you seriously. I prefer the beard. I go, I just shaved this for you. This was for you. And for any people that aren't married out there, that's why you don't get married.
Ignore that. I love my wife. She never tells me to shave anything. So let's look at the standings after today's games, because I think we've got that updated now, and this should show a very different story from yesterday. Team Spirit on top, really? Gosh.
They added the games.
They've added the forfeit games, right?
Yeah, yeah. Some teams were added them yesterday, and now it's updated fully. Yeah, Team Spirit, they're back on track. Seems like there's something missing. You know, it's not their TI run, but seems like they're slowly getting into it. Pleasantly surprised by Fnatic. Definitely playing some extremely good Dota, and definitely want to see more of them. Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, you know, top 2 European teams having the same score at the moment. But yeah, Team Liquid seems like they have their number.
Certainly, I'd say all the teams that we've seen so far have had impressive performances or aspects about them. We were like, wow, that was really good. Like, I wouldn't look at any of the teams here and say they're not up to scratch. I mean, it feels like everybody's got something in their locker to be a threat to any team, guys.
Yeah, for sure. Like, that intermingling again of regions coming out, certain things that other regions might not be ready for. Just things in general teams have been keeping low until the majors. It's all coming out now, and it does give everyone a little bit of something to play with. You know, something different that we haven't seen, and just tossing it out there now.
Let's have a look at the standings for both groups, because obviously here we just cover Group B, but there is a whole other group going on, believe it or not. I'm sure some of you have been watching it. And these are the teams that, when these 2 groups collide in a few days' time, these are the teams that people are going to have to look out for. T1 absolutely crushing it. Tundra there as well up the top. Boom Esports, then BetBoom, Beast Coast, OG, and Evil Geniuses still struggling down the bottom there. NA Dota, what is going on?
Yeah, NA struggling, but Southeast Asia doing great. You know, T1 #1, Boom, maybe struggling a little bit, but I'm happy to see that. You know, everyone, me and Mike are big C fans.
Right,
so
of course.
No bias. We're happy.
No bias.
No bias.
No bias.
Well, none of you to admit to anyway, sure. But yeah, so those are the overall standings for Group A and Group B. Lots of fantastic matchups to come. It's it's interesting just getting to see matchups in one group, and almost feels like some other region is the other group, and you want to see these two teams collide. And obviously, we've got that to look forward to. Which games are we having tomorrow? Do we have the schedule ready for tomorrow as well, please? We do. Look at that. I just ask and it happens. These guys are like magic. So we're starting off with EG versus Bet Boom. I can't see that far as that. Boom versus T1, Beast Coast versus Tundra. We've also got EG versus OG, which should be a classic, but instead they're right at the bottom of the group there. Boom versus Tundra, Bet Boom versus T1. Then coming into the other group, we've got Thunder Awaken versus Fnatic, TSM versus Team Liquid, Team Spirit versus Team Liquid, and Thunder Awaken versus Gaming Gladiators. Guys, some great games to look forward to there.
Oh, for sure. You guys definitely gonna be watching that Boom versus T1, no bias, but yeah, looking forward to Dragons against the Horse or the Seahorse to see how Team Liquid is gonna do against the Team Spirit, and also Thunder Awaken. They're playing against. Let me just double check that again.
I forgot as well.
Yeah, they're playing against the Gaming Gladiators and also against Fnatic. I think against Fnatic, this is gonna be like top-tier match. Like they definitely, different regions, different play styles, and gonna be a banger.
A banger. I like that. Nice. Guys, do you have anything else you'd like to say just to round out the day before we go home?
Go on. Do you have anything?
Just really happy to have seen Mike, I think. That's the highlight for me. I mean, I came from the airport straight to casting. I see this guy after 5 years, and the Dota's great,
That was a beautiful look. You guys couldn't really see it on camera, but there was a real look that was magical. It was magical. It's great to have you guys together. Lacoste, as usual, I had a great time with you on the panel. Thank you so much for helping me out, brother, and giving our viewers at home your insights.
Thank you.
He's just sitting pretty over there. We're going to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. More Group B action coming your way, and Group A in the morning. Take it easy, stay safe, and have a nice evening.
to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy then. Slay so much like the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you a 10. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook. Look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible. Period. Decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit. Slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave a crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy then. Slay so much like the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you a 10. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.